Chapter 2257. Central Continent. 3 rank 6 Gu immortals were fighting against an ancient cloud beast. Be careful! The ancient cloud beast suddenly changed, its speed increased as it pounced at the woman among the 3 immortals. The female immortal was not flustered, her white dress bloomed like a flower as she blocked the cloud beast's attack. But this ancient cloud beast also went all out. Even though it was blocked, it did not retreat like before, its body turned illusory as it enveloped the female immortal. At first glance, it looked like the ancient cloud beast had swallowed the female immortal. Fairy Lian Yun! Shi Jingyi shouted. He was about to use his information path killer move in a hurry. But at this time, Yu Yizi called out to him. Wait! If you use this killer move, what if it pierces the cloud beast and injures Fairy Lian Yun? Shi Jingyi immediately stopped. He gritted his teeth. What do I do now? Yu Yizi, who had the appearance of a young girl, showed a solemn expression. In this situation, I can only try that move. What move? Shi Jingyi felt something amiss. Don't tell me you are not familiar with it yet? Yu Yizi was already preparing his killer move. Sensing the killer move's aura, the cloud beast enveloped Zhao Lianyun as it charged over. Shi Jingyi immediately used his ability to stall this ancient cloud beast as much as possible. Its mouth was wide open, its tongue was exposed. After activating his information path killer move, Shi Jingyi continued to speak. The power of his words enveloped the ancient cloud beast, accumulating a formless force that stalled the ancient cloud beast. Shi Jingyi held on for more than 10 breaths of time before he heard Yu Yizi's voice. He was overjoyed. He stopped his killer move and dodged to the side. Yu Yizi's palms were aimed at the ancient cloud beast as 2 pillars of light shot out from his palms. The light pillars were light blue, they shined on the ancient cloud beast's body and dissolved it. Zhao Lianyun, who was trapped inside the cloud beast, had been trying to break free. He exerted more strength and successfully broke free, regaining his freedom. Good, it is my turn! Shi Jingyi saw that Zhao Lianyun had escaped and immediately cooperated with Yu Yizi, activating an offensive killer move. The 2 killer moves landed on the ancient cloud beast's body. Finally, with a loud sound, this ancient cloud beast exploded. The corpses of the ancient cloud beasts turned into lumps of clouds, and most of them were immortal materials. After collecting them, Zhao Lianyun and the other 2 rested on the spot. It's my fault. I was caught by the cloud beasts, causing the quality of the immortal materials to be low. Zhao Lianyun said apologetically. This loss is nothing. Furthermore, we only have rank 6 cultivation level. It is already amazing that we could win against an ancient cloud beast. It's not good to have too many extravagant demands, Yu Yizi consoled. Shi Jingyi said casually. Ever since the battle at the Reverse Flow River, we rarely get together. I didn't expect that when the black and white heavens merged, the beasts from the black and white heavens would often escape to the Zhongzhou state to cause trouble. That's why we met again. There's no need to fuss over these trifles. The friendship between the 3 immortals was forged during the battle at the Reverse Flow River. Although Fan Yuan was the biggest winner in the battle at the Reverse Flow River, he was not the only one. But the 3 of them had excellent performances in the battle of Reverse Flow River, with Wei Lingyang risking his life to escort them, as well as Central Continent's reinforcements. They managed to escape with their lives. The 3 immortals returned to their sex, and were heavily nurtured. Zhao Lianyun smiled, following Shi Jingyi's words. Since you don't care about these trifles, please accept this gift. Saying so, she handed an information path immortal material to Shi Jingyi. Shi Jingyi was surprised. This is a nonsense petal flower? This is the immortal material I need to refine immortal goo. He did not stand on ceremony. He took this rank 6 immortal material and inspected it carefully. Zhao Lianyun looked at Yu Yizi, smiling as she handed him a refinement path goo immortal true inheritance. I did not fail you. Yu Yizi was very happy. The refinement path inheritance I cultivate is called the 8 refinement gates. To think that the rumors were true, a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house actually created the 9th gate on the foundation of this inheritance. Oh my, fairy Lianyun, how can I thank you? Zhao Lianyun shook her head repeatedly and said with a smile, "This is something that I can do. It's also your good luck. I happen to be the current generation's Fairy of Spirit Affinity House, otherwise, I would not have the authority to deal with such a true inheritance. As for thanking me, I need it," Zhao Lianyun said casually in a joking tone. "In the future, when you become rank 7 or 8 Gu Immortals, just take care of me a little." Shi Jingyi and Yu Yizi's mood dimmed. They knew about Zhao Lianyun's situation. Zhao Lianyun had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 9 killer move Divine Concealment. He could not undergo tribulation, thus his cultivation level could not rise. In contrast, Shi Jingyi and Yu Yizi's cultivation level had improved a lot compared to the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Shi Jingyi gritted his teeth. "To speak the truth, I have been asking about the breakthrough method. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulation, they are restricted by the heavenly Tao. Providence controls the calamities and tribulations. Fairy, the reason why you cannot undergo tribulation is because of divine concealment. You cannot be investigated by Providence. The solution is actually very simple. You just need to unravel divine concealment. Divine concealment is a rank 9 killer move. It is very difficult to unravel this killer move. But since there are 3 venerables in this world, it is not impossible to break a rank 9 killer move. But if we simply unravel it, it would be a waste of a treasure. I think if we can seek Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, she is a Wisdom Path Venerable, she will definitely be able to find a solution." Zhao Lianyun smiled bitterly. "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is a high and mighty existence. How can I get close to her at my level? Fairy, don't look down on yourself. Just with the rank 9 Love Gu that you control, you will not be neglected," Yu Yizi consoled. "But to seek Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, according to the rules of our 10 great ancient sects and celestial court, you will need a huge amount of sect contribution points. But now, Fairy Lianyun, you've used your contribution points to exchange for this true inheritance for me. So, please take all the Cloud Beast immortal materials I have here, Fairy Lianyun." Shi Jingyi laughed heartily. "Then take mine as well. It is a small token of my appreciation." Zhao Lianyun immediately shook her head. "I appreciate your kindness. Even though the immortal materials of these Cloud Beast corpses will give me a huge amount of contribution points, it is more than what I used to exchange for the true inheritance. But I am still far from asking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for help. In that case, why don't I fully support you and help you advance? When you become rank 7 or 8, you can return and help me, wouldn't that be more efficient?" Zhao Lianyun's words made sense. Under her persuasion, Shi Jingyi and Yu Yizi kept the Cloud Beast corpses. "Even so, Fairy Lianyun, please accept these Immortal Yuan Stones. That's right, in the following battles, the Immortal Essence expenditure will be huge. If we use Immortal Yuan Stones to replenish them at the crucial moment, we can deal with dangerous situations." Shi Jingyi and Yu Yizi spoke again. This time, Zhao Lianyun did not reject them. She accepted the 2 batches of Immortal Yuan Stones. "I do not have many Immortal Yuan Stones with me. Speaking of which, the sect rarely distributes Immortal Yuan Stones anymore. Do you know why?" Zhao Lianyun asked. Yu Yizi and Shi Jingyi shook their heads. Their situation was the same. Shi Jingyi was an information path cultivator after all. He revealed a secret. "Our 10 great ancient sects are all subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. All of our Immortal Yuan Stones are distributed by the Celestial Court. It seems that after the Fate War, the Celestial Court has gradually reduced the distribution of Immortal Yuan Stones. Right now, this distribution of Immortal Yuan Stones has already stopped. The 10 great ancient sects definitely have their own Immortal Yuan Stones, but in order to plan for the future, they have gradually stopped distributing them." Yu Yizi also said, "Recently, I have been transacting Refinement Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. I have also noticed this. The transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies are even more intense, but there are more exchanges of materials. Immortal Yuan Stones are becoming rarer. Does the Celestial Court want to use Immortal Yuan Stones to influence the 5 regions Gu Immortal World?" Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined with bright light. All along, the immortal yuan stones in the 5 regions and 2 heavens goo immortal world had all come from the celestial court. If the celestial court controlled the source, the range of influence would be huge. Among them, the ones who would be the most heavily affected were the rank 6 goo immortals who had the most numbers in the goo immortal world. As their cultivation level rose, the influence of rank 7 and rank 8 goo immortals would gradually decrease. This was very inconvenient for Zhao Lianyun. There were 2 main reasons. Firstly, the transactions in jewel yellow skies were very inconvenient. Secondly, if Zhao Lianyun's immortal essence reserves were low, she would not have immortal yuan stones to expend, she would not be able to replenish her immortal essence quickly. Is the celestial court trying to use this to slow down and suppress the transactions of the 5 regions goo immortals, as well as to prevent the frequent fights between the goo immortals at the bottom level? Zhao Lianyun inwardly pondered. The phenomenon of immortal yuan stones decreasing in quantity was discovered by more and more goo immortals. Because the source was in the hands of the celestial court, other forces could not do anything about it. Immortal yuan stones were usually used as currency to assist goo immortals in transactions, but during times of war, they were an important strategic resource. Goo immortals could use immortal yuan stones to replenish their immortal essence rapidly. Thus, after noticing this phenomenon, the 5 regions' forces started to purchase immortal yuan stones and increase their reserves. This caused the already limited supply of immortal yuan stones to decrease even more rapidly. Fan Yuan had also noticed this phenomenon long ago. Is the celestial court trying to weaken the battle potential of other forces while increasing the value of their own immortal yuan stones? He had always been interested in the secret of the celestial court's possession of immortal yuan stones. Unfortunately, be it Shadow Sect's true inheritances or Paradise Earth's true inheritances, he did not obtain any clues. Even during the Fate War, when Fan Yuan attacked the celestial court and destroyed the immortal graveyard, he did not discover the secret of immortal yuan stones. The celestial court restricted the circulation of immortal yuan stones. It was indeed a headache for countless forces and goo immortals, but to Fan Yuan, it was a small problem. 1 immortal yuan stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Fan Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence bead was equivalent to 1,000,000 immortal yuan stones. Fan Yuan had been in the immemorial 2 heavens for several days, maintaining heaven form killer move for the past few days. Let's begin. He let out a breath of air as he prepared an immortal killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, obscured heavenly secret. P.S. Corrected all the typos and bugs in chapters 247 to 261. The bugs related to heavenly secret goo would be explained in the following chapters. Normally speaking, they would be fixed first, followed by Chidian Zap. Other channels might not be able to change it. Pirated versions could not be fixed. Other than that, I recommend the book Ancestor of Body Cultivation. Cultivation is hard, the path is hard, the path of body cultivation is long. This is a story about body cultivation from nothing to something. It is a book written by a Silver Alliance master. He is one of us. If anyone is interested, go and support him. Chapter 2258. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. The jade green water current was huge like a dragon, flowing rapidly on the surface of the sea. Several rank 6 goo immortals chased after it. Quick, the water current is heading towards you. Watch me. Boom. The water current surged, creating waves that were over 100 feet tall. We blocked it. No, be careful. 2 rank 6 goo immortals were engulfed by the waves. Damn it! The remaining goo immortals used all their methods. Finally, this jade green water current did not escape this sea area. When the time was up, a pure white light covered the surrounding 10 li of the sea. Chun Chiu showed himself, and shouted as he raised his hand. Immediately, the sea's surface started to move. After more than 10 breaths of time, a waterpath formation was completed. The core of the waterpath formation was a rank 7 waterpath immortal goo. The main body was a batch of waterpath immortal materials that had already been expended. The jade green water current turned into a whirlpool in the waterpath formation, continuously rotating and emitting splashing sounds. The rank 6 Gu immortals flew into the air. Seeing this, they cheered. He Chun-Chiu inspected it again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he let out a breath of air. At this point, the resource point of the long stream of emerald water was settled here. Jade green water was a rank 7 immortal material. It had a famous characteristic: it would flow continuously and never stop. Fan Yuan created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and annexed the Righteous Qi Alliance. He forced Eastern Sea's Righteous Path to hand over a batch of Water Path resource points. This jade green water was one of them. He Chun-Chiu was in charge of setting up the jade green water. He set up an immortal formation and ordered the other rank 6 Gu immortals to trap this jade green water and prevent it from escaping to other places. After several days of effort, the construction was finally completed. From now on, this resource point would not only produce jade green water, it could also be used as a water vein node. In the future, with further development, it might even form a long-flowing jade green water area. Splitting divine whirlpool, 7 treasures sea spring, underwater 1,000-year profound ice island, clear water area, rolling bead reservoir. These last days, Mini Eastern Sea has gained more than 10 water vein nodes. Only 3 more are needed to form a water vein. Just as He Chun-Chiu was thinking, a rank 6 Gu immortal respectfully asked, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" He Chun-Chiu waved his hand at them, immediately activating time path killer moves to heal their injuries. "Go ahead," said He Chun-Chiu. The Gu immortals left gratefully. They were very busy. They needed to go around and resolve abnormal situations to stabilize the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. The tasks in the star-aligning palace could be said to be piled up like a mountain. He Chun-Chiu sighed again as he watched them leave in a hurry. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the sovereign immortal aperture faced 2 main problems. The first was that strange things were still happening frequently. The non-conflicting down marks of the sovereign immortal body was the root cause. The more down marks in the sovereign immortal aperture increased, the greater the trouble. After Fan Yuan ascended and passed the small primal chaos disaster, his refinement path down marks increased explosively. At the same time, they had been frantically building resource points. These resource points were also where down marks were gathered. The second problem was that the sovereign immortal aperture lacked manpower. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, more than 100 Gu immortals were sacrificed. A portion of them could not revive because of the small primal chaos disaster. One of them was the last generation combat beast king. Most of the remaining people had revived, but they only had Gu master cultivation level. The current situation was special. They could not let these people undergo immortal ascension quickly. Thus, looking at the current sovereign immortal aperture, the strongest people were He Chun-Chiu, Wu Shuai, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miaoyin, these rank 8 Gu immortals. He Chun-Chiu and Wu Shuai were the ones who constructed the resource points and set up the formations. Even though they did not cultivate formation path, they were Fan Yuan's clones. They had the same formation path attainment level. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to do it. He Chun-Chiu had already entered the liver life formation several times. He had no time to rest. Maybe I should ask my main body to send a group of Merman Gu immortals from the Merman Imperial Court to deal with this? He Chun-Chiu thought. Compared to humans, variant humans were more reliant on Fan Yuan. They were less likely to betray him. At the same time, Mini Eastern Sea needed to move a large number of mermen. Compared to the other 4 mini-regions, Mini Eastern Sea only had hairy men. The 3 continents were filled with vitality and people. The other places had almost no variant humans. They were too sparsely populated. The sovereign immortal aperture was managed by his clones and subordinates, while Fan Yuan's main body was guarding heaven form. Bam bam bam. Fan Yuan's metal rod continued to smash. This time, Fan Yuan's metal rod no longer had ice spikes. It was burning with intense flames. Heaven form gritted its teeth. It did not dare to make any sound. It curled up its body with all its strength. The frost that appeared on its body was shattered by the metal rod and melted by the intense flames. As the black and white heavens became more chaotic, heaven form became more and more unstable. but Fan Yuan still had energy to spare. He stabilized heaven form while activating obscured heavenly secret, practicing and comprehending it at the same time. The obscured heavenly secret killer move he was using now was the original version of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth did not have heavenly secret immortal goo, he used heavenly web goo as the core. It also expended a lot of Heaven Path Immortal materials. After these Heaven Path Immortal materials were expended, a new layer of Heaven Path Dao marks would appear all over Fan Yuan's body. It was like a fishing net. Whenever someone tried to deduce or investigate Fan Yuan, this fishing net made of Heaven Path Dao marks would change shape. The lines of the fishing net would bend and shrink. It would become unrecognizable in an instant. Thus, obscured heavenly secret's true effect is not to block all deductions, it is to mislead others and make them get the wrong conclusion. Fan Yuan had already realized the essence of this move. Once the Heaven Path Dao marks used to make the fishing net are expended, obscured heavenly secret will lose its effect. Conversely, the more Heaven Path Immortal materials I expend, the more Heaven Path Dao marks I need to make the fishing net, the stronger and longer this obscured heavenly secret will be. From this, Fan Yuan saw hope of deceiving the two venerables. In theory, as long as he expended enough Heaven Path Dao marks, the two venerables would not discover his rank 9 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, Fan Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence storage had just reached 100. As long as he reached the minimum requirement, Fan Yuan would start refining the goo. Fan Yuan was in a hurry to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus because he knew that the best opportunity was now. Because the battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended, the three venerables were familiar with each other, they did not have time to modify their methods. Thus, in a fight between venerables, Fan Yuan had a higher chance of winning. After all, he had more Dao marks than Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he missed this opportunity and the two venerables modified their methods, the result would be uncertain. Immortal essence storage is my weakness. If I do not use this chance to make up for this weakness, in the long term, my immortal essence storage will always be lower than the other two venerables. I will be restricted by this weakness forever. Fan Yuan knew that he needed to take a risk. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal shouted. He stared with furious eyes. His gaze pierced through Longevity Heaven and looked at the 5 regions. Good, with the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks, I can see the luck of all living beings in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal first looked at Celestial Court. After a while, he looked at Eastern Sea, but he did not see Fan Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal was shocked. He immediately searched and found a trace of luck in the black and white heavens. This luck was like a furnace. There were cracks on the surface of the furnace, there was very little firewood at the bottom of the furnace, there was an immortal crane inside the furnace that was like a cloud or mist, it seemed to be burning. Heaven form? At that instant, Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. He laughed heartily, he understood Fan Yuan's current situation. This Heaven form killer move was left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. During the Fate War, Fan Yuan used it to invade Celestial Court. Now that the two heavens have fused, Heaven Form's foundation is not stable, it needs Fan Yuan to protect it at all times. This is a rank 9 killer move, it is no small matter, Fan Yuan is restrained here, it is the best time for me to attack. During the Fate War, Fan Yuan had already exposed Heaven Form. Longevity Heaven had cooperated with Fan Yuan many times before, so Giant Sun Immortal knew this information very well. After discovering this scene, this immortal venerable from Northern Plains immediately moved to attack Eastern Sea. He was decisive, direct, and swift to the extreme. In the black and white heavens, Fan Yuan sighed and smiled. He had just sensed Giant Sun Immortal's investigation. He deactivated obscured heavenly secret and probed Giant Sun Immortal. He actually lured Giant Sun Immortal to attack. Giant Sun is here, what about Star Constellation? A dark light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. Chapter 2259. Eastern Sea. In the depths of ICC area. In the pitch-black seabed, a huge iceberg filled the vision of two Su Clan Gu immortals. Su Clan's 2 immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. One was Su Qin, specialized in healing methods. The other was Su Mingwan, specialized in dark path. The 2 Gu immortals were controlling a rank 7 immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house was called Moving Pavilion. It was a rare strength path immortal Gu house. The body of the house was like a pavilion. 8 thick blue gold pillars supported the roof of the pavilion and the base of the platform. The blue gold pillars were not straight, they were bent at an obvious angle, the 2 ends were buckled inwards and the middle was extended outwards. The entire moving pavilion looked like a huge birdcage. The 2 Su Clan Gu immortals were inside. Moving pavilion's surface was emitting a layer of deep blue light, blocking the vast seawater outside. Even so, the icy coldness still seeped in. After facing the iceberg for a while, the eyebrows and hair of the 2 Su Clan Gu immortals were covered in a layer of frost. So cold. This is an iceberg made of 1,000-year profound ice. Moving pavilion's defense is lacking, we need to speed up. The 2 Su Clan Gu immortals communicated quickly, activating Moving Pavilion together, and using a strength path method. Immediately, with a loud sound, a corner of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain was broken by a formless force. It slowly floated towards the 2 Su Clan immortals. After reaching a certain distance, Su Qin immediately moved, placing this 1,000-year profound ice into his immortal aperture. Bam bam bam. Moving Pavilion continued to exert force. Pieces of 1,000-year profound ice were dismantled and sent into the 2 Su Clan immortals' immortal apertures. However, good times did not last long. A large group of ice-poisoned starfish were alarmed and charged over aggressively. The 2 Su Clan immortals immediately became nervous. I will lure them away, hurry up! Hurry up! Su Qin immediately moved and flew out of the moving barrier pavilion. In this deep sea, even though he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, there was still a huge risk in luring away the ice-poisoned starfish group. Su Mingwan, who was guarding Moving Pavilion, was also not out of danger. Who knew what would be alarmed next? It was not easy to take the 1,000-year profound ice, even if a super force like Su Clan sent 2 rank 7 Gu immortals and an immortal Gu house that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals, it was still filled with danger. But there was nothing the Su family could do. After joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, the Su family was blackmailed by Fan Yuan, who demanded them to contribute water path resources. Fan Yuan had very high standards for water resources. At the very least, it could be used as a water vein node. Of course, the Su family had a lot of such resource points, but the Su family did not want to contribute them. These resource points were their own wealth. It just so happened that the Su clan was close to the icy stream sea, and there were abundant ice and snow immortal materials in the depths of this enormous sea. The Su family planned to mine the profound being here and contribute it to satisfy Fan Yuan's request. Faster, a little faster. Su Mingwan tried his best to speed up, but he still didn't have enough Millennium Mystic Ice. But without Su Qin, his efficiency inevitably dropped by a large margin. To make matters worse, the sharks at the bottom of the sea were alarmed and charged towards the moving barrier pavilion. Sigh, it seems like we can only retreat. Su Mingwan sighed deeply and felt helpless. This 1,000-year-old profound ice mountain at the bottom of the sea was something that he had found with great difficulty. However, after this round of mining, the turbulence in the environment would trigger a chain reaction. The originally balanced and stable ecological layout would be broken. The beasts that resided here might start killing each other. Even if they didn't kill each other, they would be extremely vigilant. The slightest movement would cause the beasts to attack, and even more terrifying, it might cause a beast tide at the bottom of the sea. During this period of time, forcefully mining the Millennium Mystic Ice would be even more risky. It was best for Su Mingwan and Su Qin to leave this place and look for a suitable target elsewhere. However, just as Su Mingwan was about to retreat, an aura suddenly came from above the sea. Su Mingwan's expression changed drastically. This aura was so vast and majestic, mighty and majestic. The sharks that were charging over were instantly intimidated and fled in terror. Su Mingwan's face was filled with shock. This is the aura of a venerable. At that moment, he felt as if a sun was shooting across the sea above his head. It's the giant sun immortal. He actually came to our East Sea? Su Mingwan's heart was in a mess, and he hurriedly reported this information to Su Qin. Su Qin was not far from him, and he was also shocked. Quick, inform First Supreme Elder of this information. Giant Sun Immortal seems to be heading towards our Su clan. Su Qin could not help but panic. Is the battle between two venerables going to take place in our Su clan's territory? Su Mingwan was frightened by this thought. His face was pale as a sheet, without any blood. However, out of the two immortals' expectations, Giant Sun Immortal did not advance bravely. He slowed down and eventually stopped above the ICC area. Next, Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura spread out even more wantonly, displaying a grand and domineering aura. The entire sky started to ripple with golden light. The golden light spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sensing the terrifying aura of a venerable, almost all the underwater lifeforms fled in a frenzy. Because of this, the two Su clan immortals' predicament disappeared. But the two immortals did not have a trace of joy on their faces. They were suspicious. What is Giant Sun Immortal doing? Oh? Giant Sun has stopped at the ICC area. In the immemorial two heavens, Fan Yuan quickly investigated this situation. Giant Sun Immortal did not conceal his traces. It was as if he was using his actions to tell Fan Yuan, I am here. Immemorial two heavens. As expected, he has stopped at the ICC area. Fan Yuan had a calm expression. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had recovered, his battle strength would not increase so quickly. After leaving Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's down marks were inferior to Fan Yuan's. Thus, for Giant Sun Immortal, even though he had found out about Fan Yuan's true strength, if he attacked Fan Yuan rashly, not only would it not benefit him, it would also benefit Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal chose to enter Eastern Sea. It was a wise choice. What he was doing now was to refine Eastern Sea's natural luck path Dao marks. Once he refined all of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal would have the home field advantage when fighting in Eastern Sea. Even if Giant Sun Immortal was not in Eastern Sea, he could activate the killer move in the distant northern plains, and it would take effect in Eastern Sea. One could say that Giant Sun Immortal's action was like building a sentry tower in Fan Yuan's headquarters. Normally, it could investigate Eastern Sea's movements, and when necessary, the luck path Dao marks could be activated to attack the entire Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan could not do anything to Giant Sun Immortal. He could not leave now. Unless he gave up heaven form and went to Eastern Sea to chase away Giant Sun Immortal. This way, as long as Giant Sun Immortal retreated easily, Fan Yuan would lose a rank 9 killer move. If Giant Sun Immortal did not retreat and fought a battle of attrition with Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves, which were already stretched thin, would run out. If they fought, Giant Sun Immortal would be at a disadvantage, but Fan Yuan would not be able to kill him. Regarding this situation, Fan Yuan had already expected it. Long ago, when the immemorial two heaven veins had just fused, Fan Yuan had already deduced the danger of heaven form. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this danger only appeared. In Fan Yuan's opinion, the situation was already very good. Heaven form's collapse was a huge problem. What Fan Yuan needed to do was to resolve this problem as much as possible, and create an opportunity to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, he did not have enough immortal essence. It was not time for the refinement. Obscured heavenly secret could not be exposed in advance. When Giant Sun Immortal investigated Fan Yuan decisively cancelled this move. For people like Fan Yuan, their own weaknesses and flaws could be used. Giant Sun Immortal's actions were already affected by him. Next was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Eastern Sea with her beautiful eyes. Giant Sun Immortal, she muttered. Giant Sun Immortal chose to stay in ICC area. This was a very peculiar location. ICC area was the western end of Eastern Sea. It was the closest place to Central Continent. Giant Sun Immortal refined Eastern Sea's luck path down marks to threaten Central Continent. Giant Sun Immortal sensed Fan Yuan's problem and immediately took action. But he did not fight with Fan Yuan. It seems that his battle strength did not rise much. He is also guarding against me. Thoughts collided in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. If there were only Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable fighting, then Giant Sun Immortal would definitely go to the immemorial two heavens and fight with Fan Yuan. Because Giant Sun Immortal had abundant immortal essence, even though Fan Yuan's battle strength was higher, he could not kill him. A battle of attrition was very beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. After the battle of attrition, Fan Yuan's immortal essence storage would shrink drastically. He would not be able to display the advantage of Refinement Path Demon Venerable for a period of time. Rank 9 Killer Move Heaven Form might even be destroyed if he could not take care of it. But with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable by his side, the situation was different. If Giant Sun Immortal fought with Fan Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would benefit the most. Thus, from this point of view, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's existence was actually helping Fan Yuan. Heaven Form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. This rank 9 killer move could not be left alive. During the Fate War, this killer move allowed Fan Yuan to enter Celestial Court. As long as Heaven Form existed, Fan Yuan could enter any grotto heaven in the immemorial two heavens. This was a huge threat to Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. After thinking about it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a plan. At the next moment, she communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and contacted Fan Yuan. Great Love Immortal Venerable, I want to ask you to refine some immortal goo, how about it? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Within the immemorial two heavens, Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable taking the initiative to contact him was within Fan Yuan's expectations. Fan Yuan understood Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention. He asked, What immortal goo does Star Constellation Immortal Venerable want, and how do you want to deal with Giant Sun Immortal? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable answered, I need Star Thought goo, Star Eyes goo, and Permanence goo. Fan Yuan was silent for a moment. Sure, but let me see your sincerity first. All right, here is my sincerity. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, she turned into a star rainbow and flew towards Northern Plains. Chapter 2260. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable acted boldly and decisively. She flew all the way to the center of Northern Plains, where Imperial Court Blessed Land used to be. She did not attack any of the Huangjin tribes. Just like Giant Sun Immortal, she floated in the sky and started to refine the natural wisdom path down marks of the outside world of Northern Plains. At once, starlight shone and spread rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven directly. It seemed that this was the best time to attack Longevity Heaven. After all, Giant Sun Immortal was in Eastern Sea. But the truth was, it would not be easy for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter Longevity Heaven. A grotto heaven was stored in the void. Unless the Immortal Aperture's entrance was opened, outsiders could not enter easily. This was also the value of Heaven Form. Moreover, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cleverly entered Longevity Heaven, she could not destroy this rank 9 grotto heaven in a short period of time. By then, Giant Sun Immortal would definitely return to defend and fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This way, Giant Sun Immortal would give up on attacking Fan Yuan, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would fight him. Not only would she get injured, she would also expend a lot of immortal essence. This was very advantageous to Fan Yuan. The three Venerables were in a standoff. They were wary of each other. While thinking of ways to attack others, these Venerables also had to protect their own development. This situation was very complicated. If they acted rashly and blindly, they would only be courting death. A sense of propriety was very important. Only by attacking at the right time could they slowly gain an advantage in this standoff between the three Venerables. The three Venerables understood this, thus, their actions were filled with guesses of each other's thoughts. they judged the situation and reacted accordingly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already calculated everything clearly. Her actions were the most advantageous to her. Firstly, Fan Yuan had to be weakened. This person was too shameless, he had no bottom line. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind, in terms of battle strength, Fan Yuan was much more difficult to deal with than Giant Sun Immortal. Fan Yuan's current situation was already very troublesome. Stabilizing heaven form would become increasingly difficult. Most of the Celestial Court's heaven path research results came from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She was very clear about this. Fan Yuan had to guard heaven form, he naturally had to expend immortal essence. As for his immortal essence reserves, he did not have much to begin with. And now, Giant Sun Immortal came to Eastern Sea and refined the luck path Tao marks there. This was a huge weakening to Fan Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to raise a condition to Fan Yuan. It was called Transaction Immortal Gu. It was a way to weaken him. Secondly, the Giant Sun Immortal would also be weakened. Giant Sun Immortal had an advantage in immortal essence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this long ago. With this advantage, as long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not interfere, Giant Sun Immortal's downmark refinement speed would forever surpass Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Furthermore, for the entire force, the threat of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World was far greater than Eastern Seas Gu Immortal World. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had outstanding battle strength, they were brave and ruthless, but Eastern Seas Gu Immortals were different. Star Constellation! Giant Sun Immortal, who was in ICC area, gritted his teeth. His expression was ugly. But he did not move, he continued to refine the luck path Tao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven or the Huangjin tribes. This did not cross Giant Sun Immortal's bottom line. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went against this bottom line, Giant Sun Immortal would definitely return and fight with Star Constellation Immortal. There was no doubt about this. When a strong enemy tested their bottom line, they had to retaliate. Otherwise, if the enemy thought that they were weak and easy to bully, their future would only get worse. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cross Giant Sun Immortal's bottom line. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a strong motive to return. So what if he went back? By then, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left, could Giant Sun Immortal chase her all the way to Celestial Court? Even if he chased her all the way to Celestial Court, could he fight with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Wouldn't that benefit Fan Yuan? If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left and Giant Sun Immortal did not chase after her, instead returning to Eastern Sea, what would happen if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went to Northern Plains again? If this happened again and again, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would advance and retreat. What was the point of going back and forth? Wouldn't traveling cost immortal essence? If Giant Sun Immortal did this, not only would he not refine many Eastern Sea luck path Tao marks, he would even waste time and immortal essence. Wouldn't that be a joke? But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was different. Even if she advanced or retreated, she still had the immortal Gu that Fan Yuan obtained. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal did not move at all. He continued to refine Eastern Sea's luck path Tao marks. At this time, Fan Yuan took the initiative to find Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, why do we have to do this? We are both persecuted by Celestial Court. Celestial Court has the strongest foundation and Central Continent is the strongest force. This is obvious. Moreover, not long ago, Celestial Court announced that we are both demon venerables. We should work together to resist Celestial Court. Look at this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is openly going to Northern Plains to refine the wisdom path Tao marks there. She is clearly looking down on you. Fan Yuan persuaded, suggesting, why don't we make a transaction? I will pay you the immortal Gu, you can go to Central Continent to refine the luck path Tao marks there. Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily, replying, it seems that Fan Yuan also made a transaction with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But now that the 5 regions are united and the regional walls are gone, not only can I refine Eastern Sea's luck path Tao marks, I can also implicate Central Continent. If you want me to let Eastern Sea go, that will depend on how many immortal goo Fan Yuan is willing to pay. While Fan Yuan was bargaining with Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted him again. Fan Yuan, you have seen my sincerity. Now it is your turn. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly asked for immortal goo. Fan Yuan was silent for a while before sending permanence goo into jewel yellow skies. Speaking of which, this permanence goo originally belonged to Celestial Court. It was the loot that Fan Yuan obtained after destroying Celestial Court's immortal goo house, Eternal Yacht, in the River of Time. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable received permanence goo and inspected it, she heard Fan Yuan's new suggestion. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Longevity Heaven or any of the Huangjin tribes, he will pay more immortal goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. If I do that, I won't just have these 3 immortal goo. Her attitude was similar to Giant Sun Immortal. Fan Yuan snorted coldly in his mind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable after all. In this situation, she was the one with the most benefits. Fan Yuan's suggestion was only to stall for time and gain time to refine the immortal goo. As long as he could refine rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, it would be worth it even if he had to pay a bigger price. But now, the problem in front of Fan Yuan was that he did not have enough immortal essence. It seems that I need to speed up the sovereign immortal aperture first. Fan Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's, it was extremely sharp. Heaven Form's body shuddered as he looked at it. Fan Yuan did not want to speed up the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow, but he had no other choice now. Not to mention that he had paid a huge price to obtain this opportunity. What worried Fan Yuan the most was that this was a rare opportunity. There might not be another opportunity like this once he missed this one. In the future, there might not be another chance. Now that the opportunity was here, he had to grab it. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fan Yuan's time path clone He Chun Chiu immediately took action, using time path killer moves. Killer moves were activated one after another. The violent water of the River of Time was drawn in and poured into the Year Essence pool. Next, it was transported to the other Year Essence pools. In the time path zones controlled by the Year Essence pools, time accelerated rapidly. It was clearly faster than the surroundings. And this difference was getting bigger and clearer. After Fan Yuan became venerable, the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow did not differ much from the 5 regions, but now, this difference became clear. There was a huge hidden danger in doing this. The primal chaos disaster that was supposed to happen in 100 years could be shortened to 80 or 70 years now. Once Fan Yuan's primal chaos disaster arrived, it would be the best time for the other venerables to attack him. He would be trapped both internally and externally. Fan Yuan had a resolute expression. He had made a choice in this aspect. As for whether this choice was worth it or not, it would depend on the future. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow increased by a huge margin. The yellow apricot immortal essence storage efficiency also rose steadily. In terms of immortal aperture management, it also benefited greatly. The 3 venerables fell into a deadlock. Days passed, the 5 regions Gu immortals focused their attention on the 3 venerables. Their motives and future plans were frequently discussed. He Chun Chiu had used too many time path methods to speed up his immortal aperture. He was temporarily resting. Wu Shui led a group of Gu immortals to construct the first water vein. Fan Yuan found it increasingly difficult to stabilize heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked Fan Yuan for a second immortal Gu. Star Thought Gu, Star Eyes Gu. Fan Yuan hesitated before choosing Star Thought Gu for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. On this day, Fan Yuan finally activated his killer move. He started the refinement of Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. This time, Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer Move had been modified by Fan Yuan. He added in many Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Not only was its power greater, he could even control the range of Obscured Heavenly Secret to a certain extent. Fan Yuan was not stingy. He directly used 60% of the Heaven Path immortal materials. Almost at the same time as Obscured Heavenly Secret was activated, the refinement of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture also started. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Wu Shui, He Chun Chiu, and nearly 10 Hairy Man Gu Immortals had a clear division of labor. They were waiting in formation. Such a terrifying formation was only used as a support. Fan Yuan's main body's divine sense was lingering around as he personally refined Gu. Rumble, jade light burst out like a surging river. The fragrance spread everywhere. It made people feel refreshed. This was just the first step, but a small elephant-sized rank 9 wood path immortal material was expended instantly. Every rank 9 immortal Gu was extraordinary. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital Gu. It was also a huge help to Fan Yuan. This was a huge variable. Thus, Fan Yuan soon felt his luck fluctuating intensely. Chapter 2261. With a thought in Fan Yuan's mind, the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Cooking Luck Pot activated. Fan Yuan diverted some of his attention to look above his head. He turned his rank 9 Refinement Path Luck into a furnace. The furnace seemed to be made of clay. There were many cracks on the surface. It gave off a feeling of rough construction. At the bottom of the furnace, there was a small pile of firewood. It was burning with all its might. This meant that Fan Yuan had already used all of his immortal essence reserves. And in the furnace, there were 2 lumps of cloud mist that were entangled. One was an immortal crane cloud mist that was white in color with black specks. It was very similar to heaven form. This cloud mist was on the verge of collapsing, but every time it did, the furnace would emit heat and forcefully gather the mist again. The other cloud mist was slightly smaller. It was like a green lotus. The green lotus cloud mist was the exact opposite of the immortal crane cloud mist. The latter was on the verge of collapsing, while the former was too dense. Most of the furnace's heat was used to cook this green lotus cloud mist. It was like roasting a rock. The green lotus cloud mist was mostly condensed. Only a small portion had melted. It continued to spread and seeped into the cracks of the furnace, sinking to the bottom of the furnace as if it was going to take root. This furnace is rough and full of cracks. It means that my foundation is not stable. The sovereign immortal aperture still has hidden dangers. It has not gone through a chaotic disaster. There is a lot of room for improvement. The immortal crane cloud mist is heaven form. The green lotus cloud mist represents my refinement of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Where are the luck of the other venerables? Fan Yuan tried to check, but he could not see any luck outside the furnace. When he was rank 8, his luck was like a silver pillar of light. The luck of the 3 venerables turned into 3 lumps of clouds. But now that he was a refinement path venerable, he could not see the luck of the 3 venerables anymore. Fan Yuan knew the reason. Other than the 2 venerables' defensive and investigative methods, the main reason was that cooking luck pot's level was too low. It was only rank 8. It was already quite good that it could observe Fan Yuan's rank 9 luck. Of course, there were definitely some details that were not shown. It would be too difficult for the cooking luck pot to find out that the other 2 were entangled with Fan Yuan's providence. However, even if I can detect the entanglement of providence, I probably wouldn't dare to use it as evidence, Fan Yuan thought. Before the battle in the crazed demon cave, Fan Yuan had checked his luck several times. Now that he thought about it, the luck manifestation of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not wrong. The main reason was that back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had 3 separate existences. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a normal state. They also did not cultivate luck path. As for the Giant Sun Immortal's Golden Cloud fate, it was clearly wrong. Giant Sun Immortal had used blood path methods to revive. Such an important point was not shown in his luck. At the same time, his combat system had an extremely terrifying aftereffect, which he did not reveal. The Golden Cloud Providence representing the Giant Sun Immortal was at a disadvantage most of the time. Giant Sun Immortal definitely used a luck path method to disguise his own luck and mislead Fan Yuan. He was Giant Sun Immortal. He had once cultivated luck path and was very familiar with cooking luck pot. It was not unthinkable for him to do this. Fan Yuan was planning to use obscured heavenly secret to deceive the other two venerables. In fact, Giant Sun Immortal had already done this before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Gray flames were burning intensely. They were as large as a hill. Wood path immortal materials were thrown in one by one. They melted like candles. And at the bottom of the flames, there was a piece of 10,000-year profound ice. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was sealed inside the profound ice. The defending Goo Immortals had nervous expressions, but now that they had been refining Goo for more than 10 days, their expressions were filled with excitement and joy. All the immortal materials have melted. At this rate, the refinement will succeed in another 10 days or so. What an amazing Goo refinement method! On the surface, it seems to be fire refinement and ice refinement, but in truth, it is a perfect fusion of human isolation style and hairy man nature style Goo refinement profundity. There are still many crucial parts that are filled with mysteries. Even if we participated in the process and witnessed it personally, we cannot understand the reason behind it. Master is truly a refinement path venerable. The difference between us and Master is like the distance between heaven and earth. But right at this time, Fan Yuan's expression sank. Oh no, the Goo refinement is about to fail. An intense refinement path intuition instantly filled his heart. Fan Yuan did not doubt this judgment, he instantly knew the truth. There was a problem with the processing of the wood path immortal materials. These wood path immortal materials seemed to be fine, but in fact, every step had tiny flaws. These flaws accumulated until they reached a certain scale, destroying the entire refinement. There was no need to continue like this. Fan Yuan decisively gave the order to stop this Goo refinement. What? Why did you stop it? Everything was perfect. Idiot, since Master made a decision, it must be correct. Our strength is too small, how can we understand? We just need to listen to orders and act. In 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the dozen or so Goo immortals were flustered. They started to gradually stop the Goo refinement. After spending close to a day and a night, under the full effort of Fan Yuan and the rest, the first refinement stopped on its own. The large amount of rank 9 immortal materials that were invested earlier were all wasted. The dozen or so Goo immortals all had some light injuries. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was also damaged. What made Fan Yuan's heart ache the most was the expenditure of yellow apricot immortal essence. And as the main person in charge of the immortal Goo refinement, his injuries were the heaviest. Immortal killer move, refined self. Fan Yuan activated the killer move, refining many of the mixed wood path and refinement path down marks while rejoicing inwardly. Thankfully, I became a venerable and gained such a degree of refinement path intuition. I can even take the initiative in the process of refining rank 9 immortal Goo. Initiative and passivity were 2 completely different concepts. Like this time, Fan Yuan had a premonition of failure and immediately stopped. By stopping, the losses he suffered were much smaller, and most importantly, he was prepared for it. His injuries were at the lowest point. Rank 9 immortal Goo refinement was no small matter. If he did not have a premonition and suddenly failed, more than half of the dozen or so Goo immortals would die on the spot. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would likely be destroyed, or if they were lucky, a portion of them might survive. Fan Yuan's injuries would be even more severe. He would definitely be heavily injured on the spot. But now that he stopped, the loss of resources, Goo immortals, and immortal Goo houses were greatly restrained. The rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also preserved very well, without a trace of damage. Of course, this was also related to the refinement method that Fan Yuan had meticulously designed. In this refinement method, he had intentionally isolated the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus using the ice refinement method, only waiting for the final few steps to fuse it. If I can get some success down marks from infallible blessed land, that would be great. Or if my wood path attainment level rises, my ability to sense and process wood path immortal materials would rise greatly. It would also be of great help to me now. Fan Yuan thought to himself. Fan Yuan had not been able to find out about infallible blessed land's success Dao marks until now. He was now a refinement path venerable. In theory, he was the #1 refinement path expert in the world. His refinement path supreme grand master attainment level allowed him to grasp all refinement path methods in the world. But infallible blessed land originated from the inheritance of hairy men. Even now, the celestial court had not been able to obtain this blessed land. They were very wary. Infallible Dao marks were too helpful to Gu refinement. According to Fa Yuan's deductions, they contained refinement path profundities as well as extraordinary human path profundities. This could be deduced from the legends of Renzu. Precisely because of the human path profundities, Fan Yuan could not duplicate success Dao marks at the moment. He rested for now. As Fan Yuan healed his injuries, he stabilized heaven form while using investigative methods to observe the two venerables' movements. Giant Sun Immortal was in ICC area, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deep in northern plains. They were both refining natural Dao marks. This is the best situation. For this, Fan Yuan was willing to pay more immortal Gu. This was a necessary trade-off. But the two venerables cannot refine the natural Dao marks of the two regions. I do not have much time left. Fan Yuan had a clear idea. It was simple. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains were huge. They had a lot of natural Dao marks. Even the two venerables could not refine them in a short period of time. This was easy to understand. He just had to check the historical records and see how long the venerables took to roam the world. The two venerables are not limited by time, there is also immortal essence. These two do not have enough immortal essence. They will not be able to refine all the natural Dao marks. They will stop prematurely. After all, they still need to preserve some immortal essence in case of battles and accidents. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan could not help but grit his teeth. The failure of this Gu refinement was very disadvantageous to him. Because he did not fail at the early stage, but at the middle or late stage, he would have to start all over again. And the time left for Fan Yuan was very little. Fan Yuan estimated that he would only have one chance. No, one chance is too few. Experience has proven that even though I am a rank 9 refinement path venerable, the success rate of refining rank 9 immortal Gu is far lower than rank 8. It seems that I need to give it a try. Fan Yuan immediately ordered as he Chen Qiu, who was inside the sovereign immortal aperture, started to move again. Time path killer moves were activated one after another. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow increased again. But Fan Yuan had to pay an even greater price for this. Because the time path methods he used earlier were too short, the effect was almost negligible. To forcefully increase the immortal aperture's time flow, Fan Yuan used other time path killer moves. He Chen Qiu's time path Dao marks were almost all expended. It could be said that Fan Yuan's time path clone was crippled. But in the current situation where spring-autumn cicada could not be used, it was not a big deal that the time path clone was crippled. After reorganizing everything, Fan Yuan started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus again, as if he was racing against time. Chapter 2262. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Quick, replace me, I can't hold on for much longer. Let me! Huff huff, we finally survived another wave. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, the assisting Gu Immortals were breathing heavily. After the first failure, Fan Yuan had failed twice in a row. He did not lack rank 9 Woodpath Immortal materials, but time was running out. This made Fan Yuan use a more radical method. He modified the Gu refinement steps. The rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus still had to be protected, but the previous steps had become simpler. Because of this, the Immortal Essence expenditure became more intense, and each step became more complicated. The assisting Gu Immortals needed to use all their strength. Evidently, these Gu Immortals had reached their limits. Fan Yuan's main body frowned deeply. Several days passed, the two venerables did not make a move, but the situation was getting worse for him. Not only was there no improvement in the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus refinement, the repair of heaven form had also become more difficult. The fusion of black and white heavens of the immemorial era had already reached its most intense moment. The sky above the 5 regions was completely black and white, and it was constantly changing. In some areas, it was day and night at times. The mortals, birds, and beasts were all terrified. They felt like the apocalypse was coming. The path of the vast sun had changed. Everything that stood in its way, be it the dark clouds or the army of soul beasts, was crushed to smithereens. Heaven Form Crane cried out continuously. Fan Yuan used refinement path methods repeatedly, but could only alleviate its injuries. Heaven Form Crane's injuries were accumulating. But Fan Yuan had also reached his limits. He could not modify Heaven Form any further. After all, he was secretly in charge of the rank 9 Immortal Goo refinement. The most important thing is still time. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are probably about to stop. Fan Yuan had already given the 3rd Star Eyes Immortal Goo to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, stabilizing her for some time. Furthermore, Fan Yuan had been negotiating with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. He was trying to stall for time with the proposal of trading Immortal Goo. During this period, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal also used investigative methods to investigate Fan Yuan's situation. Fortunately, Obscured Heavenly Secret had good effects. It concealed the situation for Fan Yuan. Right now, Fan Yuan had expended a lot of his immortal elemental energy. His reserves were extremely low, and his combat power had dropped drastically. If the truth were to be exposed, it would definitely attract the joint attack of the 2 venerables. Hinterland of Northern Plains. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the black and white sky as bright light flashed in her eyes. It's about time. This is the most crucial moment of the fusion of the 2 heavenly veins, as well as the most intense moment. If Fan Yuan really survives it, Heaven Form might be preserved. But how is this possible? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She suddenly moved, turning into a flash of starlight and vanishing. She flew all the way and soon returned to the crazed demon cave. With great familiarity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered the 9th layer void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped here. He saw Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and roared furiously, attacking her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was prepared. She blocked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack while activating a method to create a tunnel. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew into the tunnel, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after her. They arrived at the outside world of Northern Plains. What? Almost at the same time, Fan Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal sensed something. Does Star Constellation Immortal Venerable want to release Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and use him to slaughter Northern Plains living beings? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. He had already considered this possibility. But this was not Celestial Court style. Sure enough, Giant Sun Immortal guessed correctly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while fighting. She lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable all the way to the 2 heavens. Fan Yuan is in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal heaved a sigh of relief. He started to gloat. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you doing? Fan Yuan immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to interrogate her. He said in an angry tone. I just gave you 3 immortal goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Precisely so. Let me tell you a secret that no one knows about. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not want to create Soul Path, he wanted to create Killing Path. He was a destined person, he naturally had great luck and countless fortuitous encounters. Once, when he explored immemorial Black Heaven, do you know what he encountered? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was subtle. Fan Yuan heard this and his expression sank. A thought appeared in his mind. This was not hard to guess. Firstly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition had always been abnormal. He had lost his humanity. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he even took the initiative to fill the hole in the fetal wall. Secondly, look at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's current actions. She spent so much effort to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the immemorial two heavens, it was clear that she wanted to harm Fan Yuan. But how could she harm Fan Yuan? Even though heaven form could only stay in immemorial white heaven and was on the verge of collapsing, it could still move around freely. Thus, in theory, Fan Yuan only needed to avoid fighting and use heaven form to move around to avoid star constellation Immortal Venerable. By then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would lose his rationality. He would only target star constellation Immortal Venerable. After all, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable felt the greatest threat from star constellation Immortal Venerable. But now, since star constellation Immortal Venerable did this, she definitely had a method to make Spectral Soul Demon Venerable deal with Fan Yuan. Combined with Fan Yuan's current situation, there was a very likely answer. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable revealed the truth as expected. It seems that Fan Yuan has already guessed it. Back then, before Spectral Soul became a Demon Venerable, he had already grasped food path methods. Once, when he was exploring immemorial Black Heaven, he unexpectedly encountered an immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul was very eager to create his own killing path. He saw a huge opportunity to create his own killing path from this heavenly spirit. Thus, he used food path methods to devour this immemorial Black Heaven heavenly spirit, fusing it with himself. Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit! Back then, since thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could encounter the natural heavenly spirit of White Heaven, why did he not encounter immemorial Black Heaven? It turned out that the Black Heaven heavenly spirit was devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan, I will accept these three immortal goo. I need to return to Northern Plains and refine Wisdom Path Dao marks. I will leave Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to you. After saying this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable turned around. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw that she was leaving, but he showed a hesitant expression. He stared at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's departing figure, but then turned to look at Fan Yuan's direction, as if there was something there that attracted him. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still above Northern Plains, but he sensed Eastern Sea's heaven form killer move. Evidently, after devouring Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, even if he did not comprehend killing path, he grasped many profundities and created soul path. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the 9th layer's void and could not sense it. He might not be able to sense it in the 5 regions, but in the immemorial 2 heavens, he could sense it clearly. Black Heaven's heavenly spirit and White Heaven's heavenly spirit are respectively responsible for immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven. They are like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They hold the authority of the 2 heavens. Precisely because of this, heaven form, which uses White Heaven's heavenly spirit as the core, can sense the many grotto heavens in immemorial White Heaven. It can also help me infiltrate the celestial court. Now that the immemorial 2 heavens have fused, the Black Heaven and White Heaven spirits are also showing signs of fusing. No matter which side devours the other, their strength will soar. They will become the new core of the fused immemorial 2 heavens. All sorts of karma flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. On the other side, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had already made his decision. He seemed to be following his instincts as he charged towards Fan Yuan. His body was huge. He was no longer a human body. But he had true rank 9 cultivation level. He was extremely fast, especially when flying in Black Heaven. It was like teleportation. Fan Yuan sighed, seeing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was getting closer. He used heaven form and flew towards it resolutely. Sun. The sun was an existence of immemorial White Heaven. It countered Black Heaven's existence the most. After devouring Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would undoubtedly be suppressed. Fan Yuan did not move around. Firstly, heaven form was not stable. It would crumble easily if it was too fast. Secondly, facing the sun was a suitable environment for heaven form. Thirdly, if Fan Yuan moved to another place and fought with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the other 2 venerables might find out and attack him. Fan Yuan's main goal was still to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. He wanted to stall for time and control the refinement process. Roar! Spectral Soul Demon Venerable started to chase after Fan Yuan. Countless black smoke, thousands of them shot towards Fan Yuan like chains. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, he barely managed to divert his attention and destroy the black smoke chains. He increased his speed, getting closer to the sun. As the two got closer, the intense light and fire made Fan Yuan unable to open his eyes. If not for his defensive methods, he would have been turned into a human torch long ago. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased relentlessly. He opened his mouth and spat out a vast soul river. Countless soul spears flew out and even triggered layers of explosions. He used all sorts of methods to obstruct Fan Yuan, but halfway through, he was suppressed by the sun's radiance. When it reached Fan Yuan, it was quickly destroyed by Fan Yuan. Heaven Form wailed continuously, its voice became even more shrill. The closer it got to the sun, the more the surrounding light path and fire path down marks. Heaven Form could not endure it anymore. I can't get any closer, otherwise, I won't be able to maintain Heaven Form. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, he could only follow the direction of the sun, maintaining a certain distance from it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally arrived, fighting against Fan Yuan head-on. Fan Yuan retreated as he fought. He had to defend Heaven Form while dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also had to refine Rank 9 Immortal Goo. The thoughts in his mind were decreasing rapidly. His immortal essence reserves were running low. The situation was dire. This could not go on. If they fought for real, he would be exposed. Obscured heavenly secret would not be able to conceal it. A ruthless light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He was clear that the two venerables were staring at him intensely. Heaven Form, I can only sacrifice you. At the next moment, Fan Yuan activated obscured heavenly secret. But this time, the Heaven Path immortal material he expended was the core of Heaven Form, immemorial white heaven's heavenly spirit. Heaven Form wailed as it looked at its master in fear. Next, in a few breaths of time, it dissipated completely. A vast number of temporary Heaven Path Dao marks were added to Fan Yuan's body like a mountain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. Fan Yuan destroyed Heaven Form in front of him, leaving nothing behind. At the next moment, a Soul Path Killer move burst out. The attack was like a black tide that swept the sky. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, he turned around and flew towards the sun. Chapter 2263 Immortal Killer Move, 7 Killings Rainbow. Fan Yuan pushed with his hand as a rainbow light shot out of his palm. Rumble. With a loud sound, the rainbow light expanded by dozens of times. It swept around like a heavenly pillar, clearing away the soul fog smoke. With a gap, Fan Yuan's speed rose as he successfully broke out of the soul fog smoke. At once, the blazing sun filled Fan Yuan's vision. The terrifying light and heat caused the soul fog smoke behind Fan Yuan to dissipate. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared in anger. He tore apart the thin soul fog smoke as he chased after it again. Still following me? A cold light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. At the crucial moment, he sacrificed the white heavenly spirit. Without the burden of Heaven Form, he felt like he had gotten rid of a huge invisible mountain. Earlier, he could not get close to the sun because of Heaven Form. But now, Fan Yuan had no more worries. He got close to the sun again. The terrifying white light almost blinded Fan Yuan's eyes. The temperature rose rapidly. Even with 3 layers of defense, Fan Yuan found it hard to breathe. His body was covered in sweat. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable behind him activated a killer move again. Hundreds of arms resembled huge trees. The black smoke that surged out of his body quickly filled the surroundings. Several Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continued to close the distance between him and Fan Yuan with the rolling black smoke. You still want to use a battlefield killer move to restrain me? A look of surprise flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He immediately made a move and easily destroyed the black smoke. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable suffered a backlash. His aura fell greatly. Most of Fan Yuan's attention was still on the sovereign immortal aperture. He had not forgotten about the matter of refining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Honestly speaking, the current Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gave Fan Yuan very little pressure. His mind was not clear. This was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's greatest weakness. Just like how he had followed his instincts and wanted to trap Fan Yuan with his battlefield killer move, it was too stupid. Fan Yuan easily broke through it, and he suffered a huge backlash instead. Earlier in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, Paradise Earth, and the rest were trapped in the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had incredible battle strength. But now, without the soul path environment of the door of life and death, the threat of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fell by several levels. Most importantly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition is not good now. He must have paid a huge price to fix that hole in Crazed Demon Cave. It seems that the hole in the wall has already been repaired by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan knew that if a hole appeared in the world of Gu cultivation, the heavenly Tao would use all sorts of methods to heal itself. However, because the primal chaos outside the world was constantly attacking, self-healing was extremely difficult. The larger the hole in the wall, the greater the difficulty. Back then, the loophole that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created required the combined power of several Venerables to restrain. Limitless Demon Venerable's hole at the center of the Crazed Demon Formation was the smallest. The Crazed Demon Formation continuously resisted the primal chaos and strictly controlled the size of the hole. Crazed Demon Cave was able to survive until now. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took the initiative to fix this hole. He used his foundation to resist the primal chaos attacks, giving the heavenly Tao enough time to heal him. It was not strange that the hole was fixed. If the hole still existed, according to the Celestial Court's standpoint, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not have lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable out. In fact, if the hole still existed, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not have come out. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, he would have suppressed the hole with all his strength. It is a pity that ghostly concealment is ineffective, otherwise I would have been able to escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable easily. Fan Yuan had inherited one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment, but this information was known to the Venerables long ago. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Giant Sun Immortal had ways to deal with it. Ghostly concealment was created during Thieving Heaven's era. It has been 300,000 years since then. It is already outdated in the Venerable's eyes. Fan Yuan wanted to modify it, but unfortunately, his theft path and soul path attainment levels were not high enough. But even without ghostly concealment, Fan Yuan could still escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable easily. At the next moment, he activated the battlefield killer move that he had been preparing for a long time. The killer move was activated. It enveloped Fan Yuan's entire body and quickly condensed into a point, storing it in the void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged over and bombarded the area, but there was nothing he could do. He could only move back and forth on the spot while screaming in anger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Inside the battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus with all his strength. This was probably his last chance. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, flames surged as the glaciers started to melt. Rank 9 immortal materials were thrown into the fire like cabbages. A golden red liquid droplet flowed out of the fire's heart. It was as thick as lava. The crimson lava droplet was covered in a layer of faint golden light. It slowly fell down and landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Under Fan Yuan's full strength, the crimson lava droplet started to slowly seep into the surface of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, gradually dispersing. The assisting Gu immortals did not dare to breathe too loudly, because they knew that these were the final few steps, the most crucial moment. If they failed here, the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would either be heavily injured or destroyed. Fan Yuan had disappeared. Almost at the same time that Fan Yuan entered the battlefield killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal used their strongest investigative methods. Under the protection of obscured heavenly secret, they only discovered that Fan Yuan had entered the battlefield killer move. They did not discover the truth behind the refinement. He used this move after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had a clear mind, Fan Yuan would not do such a foolish thing. But with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current state, it was wise for Fan Yuan to use this method to avoid it. He wants to use the sun to weaken Spectral Soul? Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed at the place where Fan Yuan had disappeared, but the sun was still moving forward. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal and suggested an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal could not help but feel moved. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not suggest attacking Fan Yuan, she targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable instead. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He had left the environment of the door of life and death. Even though he had venerable cultivation level, he was the weakest. This was the best time to eliminate him. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable regained his consciousness in the future, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would have another chess piece. This was something the 3 Venerables did not want to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not only contacted Giant Sun Immortal, she also communicated with Fan Yuan. This old woman, she is truly scheming. Not only did she obtain immortal goo from me, she even refined Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks, destroying my heaven form killer move. She even wants to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. Once a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal's methods were used, they were interconnected, it was hard for others to resist them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the strongest Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in history. Her methods and schemes made Fan Yuan and Giant Sun wary. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion was very tempting. In Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current state, he had strength but low intelligence, he was the best prey. Normally, I would be moved. But now, refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is my priority. Fan Yuan thought of this and agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. If Fan Yuan did not make a move, it would be very suspicious. On one hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would think that Fan Yuan's immortal essence was low, the 2 Venerables might attack together. On the other hand, Fan Yuan was hiding at the side, the other 2 Venerables could not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They still had to guard against Fan Yuan taking advantage of the situation. At this time, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the 6th drop of lava had already seeped into Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fan Yuan agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion while contacting Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might have a deeper scheme. Don't forget, she had once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is very likely that she will use our strength to weaken Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before controlling him again. Giant Sun Immortal quickly replied. Celestial Court is still very powerful, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's schemes are also unfathomable. But we still have to try to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he recovers his consciousness in the future, it will be disadvantageous to us. Giant Sun Immortal also agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. Because this was beneficial to him as well. He had ample immortal essence now. If he fought, his immortal essence would be expended rapidly. This would stabilize his situation and even increase his advantage in this aspect. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable charged into the 2 heavens, fighting against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After a few rounds, under the constant urging of the 2 Venerables, Fan Yuan had no choice but to cancel his battlefield killer move and reveal his main body, joining in the fight. There was no other way. If he did not go out, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would work together to break his battlefield killer move and force him out. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He could not do anything to Fan Yuan's battlefield killer move, but the other 2 Venerables were different. Starlight shined brightly, golden light surged like a tide, Fan Yuan's totem killer move followed closely behind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked from all sides. He was in a pathetic state, most of his hundreds of arms were broken. He retaliated fiercely, he spat out a vast soul river, countless black soul lightning bolts exploded continuously. His main target was still Fan Yuan. If he annexes White Heavenly Spirit, his intelligence will rise greatly. Is that why he hates me so much? Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, but he did not dodge. Because the sovereign immortal aperture had reached the final step. The 99th drop of lava landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, slowly seeping into it. Rumble. Fan Yuan's vision turned pitch black. He was surrounded by the wails and cries of aggrieved souls. Several layers of defensive killer moves shined with all sorts of radiance. Blood flowed out of Fan Yuan's 7 orifices. His soul was shaken intensely. What happened? Did I make a mistake? The two venerables retreated to the side. According to the situation earlier, Fan Yuan should have had some time to retreat. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other. They did not make a move. They would not save Fan Yuan, of course, but with conflicting down marks, if they attacked Fan Yuan, they would have to weaken the Soul Path attack first. Fan Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack to gain some time. Boom! 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool erupted with a dazzling light. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully refined at this moment. Its rank 9 aura spread out like a tsunami, filling heaven and earth. Chapter 2264. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Goo. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Above Rank 5. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Goo obtained from Langya Sect was finally raised to rank 9 by Fan Yuan. This rank 9 Immortal Goo was a dark green lotus leaf. It had an enamel-like surface, smooth and glossy. At the center of this lotus leaf, there was a lotus bud. The lotus petals were pure white like jade, without any flaws. They were pure and fresh, without any worldly aura. Once the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was refined, it activated on its own. The surrounding primeval energy was absorbed by it, turning into transparent dew droplets. These transparent dew droplets moved along the dark green enamel lotus leaf, accumulating and falling into the white jade flower bud at the center. The white jade flower bud silently absorbed these dew droplets, and at the tip of the flower bud, a hint of pink appeared. Fan Yuan had personally refined this immortal goo. He was very clear. The white jade flower bud would absorb more and more dew droplets, before the flower bud's color would turn from white to pink, and from pink to bright red. When the petals turned completely red, they would bloom and reveal the jade lotus seed pod inside. There were 81 lotus seeds in the jade lotus seed pod. Each lotus seed was yellow. They were all yellow apricot immortal essence. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was plucked, the blooming lotus would close up again. The bright red would fade and turn back into white jade petals. Next, it would absorb the transparent dew droplets, continuing the process of blooming and shrinking. Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital Goo, ranked 6th on the Immortal Goo ranking. A series of related information flashed past Fan Yuan's mind, all proving the value of this immortal goo. But the truth was, Fan Yuan knew that Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus being ranked 6th was still an underestimation. Why was that? Before Fate Goo was destroyed, Venerables were invincible. They ruled an era. The two Venerables did not exist in the same world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. He had the most abundant immortal essence among the Venerables in history. However, this advantage was not fully reflected in his life. Because in his era, he was the only Venerable, he had no use for rank 9 immortal essence. Not having an opponent was the loneliness and regret of the strong. But it was different now. Fate Goo was destroyed, the 3 Venerables were in the same world. There might be other Venerables who could revive. Heavenly Essence Treasure Royal Lotus, in my hands, you will blossom with even more dazzling brilliance. Fan Yuan was delighted. With the results, the risk was worth it. Even if he had to pay a terrifying price for it. After so many goo refinement failures, 30% of the rank 9 wood path immortal materials in Fan Yuan's storage were used up. The current crisis has not been completely resolved. Fan Yuan immediately calmed down. Around him, there was a dark soul river that surged endlessly. Break! Fan Yuan shouted, activating his killer move and breaking out of the encirclement like a meteor. Without refining his mind, he had a lot of energy left. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked again. Fan Yuan quickly retreated. Fan Yuan, let's work together and attack him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reminded. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze was also fixed on Fan Yuan. He used luck path methods to investigate, as if he wanted to verify how much immortal essence Fan Yuan had. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. His expression was ashen as he said in exasperation. Are you bullying me because I am young? We agreed to work together, but I fell into a soul path attack. Not only did you two not help me, you even let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable go and watch the show? This is your cooperation? Saying so, he activated a compound killer move that burst out with yellow-brown light, blocking Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a while before smiling. Fan Yuan, you are mistaken. Even though we are working together, our down marks conflict. It will not be good if we fight casually. The moment she said that, she waved her hand. A large amount of stardust landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body, breaking several of his giant arms. Giant Sun Immortal also made a move. Golden light flashed like sand as he continued to whittle away at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Fan Yuan relaxed slightly. He sighed to himself. This obscured heavenly secret killer move was really effective. The situation earlier was very dangerous. As long as the two venerables noticed something amiss with Fan Yuan, the two venerables would immediately attack him. But at this time, Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves were very low. It was very dangerous. If the two venerables attacked, Fan Yuan could only avoid them. Even though Fan Yuan did not have the white heavenly spirit, it was worth it in this aspect. Looking at all of Fan Yuan's methods, only this killer move, which expended the white heavenly spirit, could conceal it from the two venerables at such a close distance. But Fan Yuan did not know how long he could conceal it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted as he activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck, blocking Giant Sun Immortal's golden sand. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan destroyed the white heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hatred for him was too deep. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He did not attack forcefully. He flew towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The three venerables attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They each occupied a position far away from each other. But now, Fan Yuan and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were very fast. It was not difficult for them to get close. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind. At the next moment, starlight gushed out of her mouth like a wave. The starlight wave moved around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body as meteors of all sizes flew out of the wave. In an instant, countless meteors flew around the battlefield. It was a dazzling sight. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually had such a move. She could produce so many stardust in such a short period of time. Fan Yuan's heart shook. These stardust particles did not pose much threat to him. This was because he only needed to lightly rub it, and he would be able to refine the star mark, breaking the most exquisite and most torturous foundation of stardust attacks. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not do so. He was in a daze. He was continuously hit by the stardust particles. His body started to get damaged. He roared in anger as injuries accumulated all over his body. Good chance! Fan Yuan turned around and fought again. He unleashed a killer move. This was a refinement path method. The killer move let out a dazzling light that enveloped most of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Wherever the light shone, the soul beast's body started to melt. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply. She shouted, Fan Yuan, what are you doing? It turned out that even though Fan Yuan injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this refinement path killer move was also effective against star path down marks. The star marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accumulated after much effort were mostly destroyed by Fan Yuan. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited from this disaster. He relaxed immediately. My mistake, my mistake. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. After a few rounds, Giant Sun Immortal also frowned. His tone was filled with anger. Fan Yuan, what are you trying to do? Fan Yuan had an innocent expression. Friends, I am working hard to hunt Spectral Soul Demon Venerable together with you. It is just that our down marks are conflicting. We lack coordination and teamwork. We will recover after a while. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Fan Yuan was clearly doing this on purpose. He was like a troublemaker. He interfered with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's attacks. After a few more rounds, Giant Sun Immortal was furious. Fan Yuan, that's enough! Those immemorial soul beasts that you released were completely countered by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Now, they are easily eaten. His injuries have recovered by 30%. Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. I did not know that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had such a method. Saying so, he released several more immemorial soul beasts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight as she stared at Fan Yuan. Her voice was cold as ice. You are still releasing them? Fan Yuan smiled plainly. Star Constellation, don't be angry. I have used a method on these immemorial soul beasts. This is my scheme. Please watch carefully. Not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal saw that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were recovering at a faster rate. His weakened mental energy was also recovering. Before the two Venerables could question him, Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. It seems that my attempt failed. Giant Sun Immortal was silent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was about to speak when Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Both of you, block him for a while. I am going to prepare a ruthless method. Saying so, he flew into the sky, looking down at the battlefield. The two Venerables looked at each other, blocking Spectral Soul Demon Venerable at the same time. Fan Yuan prepared for a while. A fiery cloud formed above his head. Lava meteors fell down from the fiery cloud. These meteors were as large as mountains. They had long trails of smoke behind them as they crashed towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable followed his instincts. He raised his head and roared. But he saw that the meteors flew across the sky. None of them hit him. There were hundreds or thousands of lava meteors. They flew across the battlefield and fell rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned cold. Her gaze was like lightning as Star Constellation chessboard appeared above her head. A large number of chess pieces flew out of Star Constellation chessboard and struck these lava meteors, destroying them. Fan Yuan was confused. Star Constellation, what are you doing? These lava meteors are of great use to me. I still have a trump card. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. If I did not stop them, these lava meteors would have pierced the heavenly wind-chi wall and landed in Central Continent. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Star Constellation, if you want to kill a Venerable, are you not willing to pay such a small price? If we were in the sky above Eastern Sea, I would not care about this. With your sincerity, do you think you can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, don't go overboard. Among the three of us, who has the least sincerity? Fan Yuan's expression was cold. Star Constellation, am I someone who has no sincerity? In order to encircle and kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I gave you several Star Path Immortal Goo before losing Heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were speechless. This was because Fan Yuan's scheming was not good enough. He was targeted and did not have enough strength to protect his rank 9 killer move. Now, from your tone, you want to make up for your losses from us? Impossible. Giant Sun Immortal spoke. Fan Yuan, this Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is targeting you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I are helping you by dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Why would I need your help? He is just a mere spectral soul. I can deal with him easily. You can go back to Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven and watch as I fight with this spectral soul demon venerable in Central Continent and Northern Plains, killing him in the end. It's just a specter, what's there to fear? Chapter 2265. Fan Yuan said as he let out more immemorial soul beasts. Spectral soul demon venerable moved extremely quickly. He grabbed these immemorial soul beasts and devoured them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. Giant Sun Immortal's expression also turned dark. Fan Yuan had emphasized the words Central Continent and Northern Plains earlier. He was clearly using these two regions to threaten them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suggested killing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Regardless of her true motive, this was a good suggestion. But Fan Yuan attacked repeatedly. It was clear that he wanted to disturb the two venerables. He wanted to extort some things from them to make up for his huge losses. The two venerables snickered to themselves. They understood Fan Yuan's thoughts. If they were in Fan Yuan's shoes, they would do the same. After all, Fan Yuan was a newly advanced venerable. He did not have the foundation of the two venerables' previous life. He did not have enough immortal essence. He was far behind the two venerables. If he fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would face the greatest risk. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was killed, in terms of looting, Fan Yuan would not be able to compete with the two venerables because of his low immortal essence reserves. In fact, if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was killed and Fan Yuan showed signs of running out of immortal essence, the two venerables would immediately attack him. In this situation, it was very disadvantageous for Fan Yuan. But for the two venerables? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted secretly. Giant Sun, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence to guard Heaven form. He is at his weakest now. You should know that he is a bigger threat than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. How about? Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued. Why don't you attack first? I will attack later. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Giant Sun, your words are too insincere. Whoever attacked Fan Yuan first would be attacked by Fan Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal made it sound nice. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, would Giant Sun Immortal still take action? He could not wait for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to exhaust each other. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to work with Giant Sun Immortal to deal with Fan Yuan. To be honest, she was even more afraid of Fan Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal also wanted to kill Fan Yuan. Everyone knew that Fan Yuan's current immortal elemental energy reserves were the lowest. But how low was it exactly? This was something both venerables wanted to figure out. According to the current investigation results, Fan Yuan still had some immortal essence reserves. No matter which side it was, if they wanted to deal with Fan Yuan, they would have to pay a huge price. Such a price was absolutely unacceptable under the circumstances of the confrontation between the three venerable ones. The two venerables working together was actually the best choice. But Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not trust each other. It could be said that they did not trust each other at all. These two venerables were also worried that if Fan Yuan was forced into a corner, he would attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals would not attack mortals or Gu Masters. This was a very tasteless thing to do. Especially venerables, they were even more prideful in this aspect. They would not attack casually. But according to Fan Yuan's bottom line and principles, he will definitely do this. The two venerables had an unprecedented unified view on this. Giant Sun Immortal was known as a protective immortal venerable. How could he bear to see Fan Yuan slaughter his descendants? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second-generation immortal king of the Celestial Court. How could she watch as the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was destroyed by Fan Yuan? She would be a sinner of the Celestial Court. Thus, the two venerables were hesitant. Sigh, it seems that Fan Yuan cannot be dealt with, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cannot be killed either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply in her heart. In that case, why waste time here? Star constellation Immortal Venerable had the intention to retreat, so did Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal still had some resentment towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he transmitted secretly. Star Constellation, if you really want to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to attack Fan Yuan, you should stall for time and make him expend more immortal essence to stabilize heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. The fusion of the two heavens is intense and short. This is the most intense moment. It is also the most difficult time to maintain heaven form. Fan Yuan is a refinement path venerable. With his strength, he can defend heaven form while resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. To think that he is so decisive, he actually sacrificed the white heavenly spirit, and this rank 9 killer move without hesitation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a regretful expression. She did not know the truth. Fan Yuan had already used his full strength back then, secretly refining a rank 9 immortal who took up too much of his attention. Thus, he quickly gave up on heaven form. Giant Sun Immortal also sighed. Star Constellation, do you still not understand? Even though Fan Yuan is a demonic path cultivator, he has always pursued stability. He seems to be taking risks, but he is actually very vigilant in his bones. He made many seemingly radical choices, but the main reason is because he is using Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. He has a high chance of success. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She stopped communicating with Giant Sun Immortal, instead saying, "In that case, let's forget about this battle. We will meet again in the future." Saying so, she turned around and left without hesitation. Giant Sun Immortal smiled at Fan Yuan. They moved at almost the same time, leaving the battlefield. Fan Yuan purposely moved a step later. He was stunned for a moment before also retreating, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after him. Fan Yuan transmitted to the two venerables. "You two left just like that. How can you still have the face to talk about sincerity? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is out of his mind. Are we just going to let him wreak havoc in the world and slaughter all living beings? You two are so ruthless and vicious. How can you be worthy of the title of Immortal Venerable?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal heard this. They recalled the scenes of Fan Yuan making mistakes and healing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. She did not reply. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. "Fan Yuan, we underestimated you during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave and allowed you to succeed. But now, you need to deal with this properly. There is no need to say such words in the future. How can a competition between venerables be affected by words like this? If you say more, you will only show your cowardice and incompetence." Good. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, saying the word good 3 times before falling silent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had deep hatred towards Fan Yuan. Even though the two venerables had retreated, he still chased after Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought with him for a while before using the same tactic, using a battlefield killer move to conceal his traces. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his target, Fan Yuan. He could only roam around on the spot, roaring in anger and not leaving. Good. While Fan Yuan is trapped, it is time for me to refine Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned to Celestial Court. Seeing this, she was very satisfied. Giant Sun Immortal was still on the way back to Northern Plains, he thought. In this battle between the 3 venerables, Fan Yuan suffered the greatest loss. Not only did he lose rank 9 heaven form, he also lost several immortal goo. His immortal essence was also expended. If not for his craftiness and saving Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would have been in a worse state. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined many of Northern Plains' Wisdom Path Dao marks. The scales surpassed the Luck Path Dao marks that Giant Sun Immortal refined in Central Continent. Because Giant Sun Immortal's main target this time was Fan Yuan's Eastern Sea, even though he refined some of Central Continent's Luck Path Dao marks, the total amount was only half of what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined. But Giant Sun Immortal was still not assured. After returning to Longevity Heaven, he used his luck path investigative method again. After a buzzing sound, Giant Sun Immortal first checked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck. It had increased slightly. He then looked at Fan Yuan's luck. It was still that broken cauldron from before. Giant Sun Immortal looked at his own luck. He frowned slightly. Even though my luck has increased, the threat of the outside world has increased by a lot. What is going on? Which side is this threat coming from? There were very few existences that could threaten Venerables. Fan Yuan? That is unlikely. Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. The other Venerables? Like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable and the others reviving? The most likely one is still the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a lot of benefits this time. At the same time, the other two Immortal Venerables of the Celestial Court have not revived yet. It seems that the biggest enemy is still the Celestial Court. In comparison, even though Fan Yuan is a Venerable, his foundation is too weak. In this contest of Venerables, if we fall behind one step, we will always fall behind. In the future, we just have to maintain this advantage and guard against any methods that he uses to overtake us. Right now, among the Venerable battle strength, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the lowest threat. Giant Sun Immortal could be said to be the strongest, especially in Longevity Heaven. Using his previous lifestyle marks, he could inspect the situation of the other two Venerables. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not compare to him. But in the outside world, without the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path down marks, even if Giant Sun Immortal used the same investigative method, it would not have such a great effect. Maybe I can try to attack the Celestial Court? Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had this thought. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path down marks of the Celestial Court, she would receive a much greater amplification than Giant Sun Immortal. Because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not only fused her own immortal aperture into the Celestial Court, all the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals of the past had also contributed their immortal apertures into it, becoming a part of the Celestial Court. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head and got rid of this thought. Firstly, Giant Sun Immortal did not have heaven form. The luck path method that he used to enter the Celestial Court had already lost its effect. He could not enter the Celestial Court to wreak havoc. Secondly, now that he was fighting with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in the Celestial Court, he would expend too much immortal essence. It would give Fan Yuan a chance to catch up. The three Venerables are in a standoff. I cannot make a move easily. I can only wait for a situation like this to benefit. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He did not stay in Longevity Heaven for long. He returned to Northern Plains and started to refine Northern Plains luck path down marks. Fan Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not left yet. Fan Yuan was not anxious. I will show weakness for a while longer. I need to reassure the two Venerables. I have to say, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is really useful. This was not the first time Fan Yuan sighed. Right now, the temporary heaven path down marks bestowed by obscured heavenly secret were still very dense. They were like layers of fishing nets that surrounded Fan Yuan's body. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus bloomed for the first time. Fan Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence increased by 99 beads. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. His yellow apricot immortal essence was rapidly expended. He quickly activated a heaven path method. With this heaven path killer move, the truthful floating ice that he obtained from Crazed Demon Cave started to melt. P.S. I gained over 4,000 votes last month. I would like to thank everyone for their support. These two updates will decrease in the next few days. It will definitely happen before the 7th. If Accident Goo comes to visit, I will feed the responsibility Goo to it. Chapter 2266. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the blue and white truthful floating ice was shrinking inch by inch. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan obtained several truthful floating ice pieces. One of them was huge. Yellow apricot immortal essence beads were expended rapidly. At the same time, his heaven path down marks were increasing rapidly. Fan Yuan had more than 240,000 heaven path down marks to begin with. After clearing the truthful floating ice for 6 hours, his heaven path down marks increased by 60,000. On average, it was increasing by 20,000 every 2 hours. This was a considerable increase. But this was not the only gain. Fan Yuan's rule path, wisdom path, transformation path, strength path, earth path, wood path, and other paths were rising slowly. These paths correspond to limitless demon venerable, star constellation immortal venerable, reckless savage demon venerable, paradise earth immortal venerable, and Genesis lotus immortal venerable. These venerables have all been to the 8th layer of crazed demon cave and invested in it. No, it is not just this. After clearing the truthful floating ice for 16 hours, Fan Yuan found that the attainment levels of other paths were rising. It was just that the increase in other paths was small and almost undetectable. Only after a long period of time and accumulation to a certain extent would it become slightly more obvious. And among all the paths, the most obvious increase was still in heaven path attainment level. Fan Yuan's foundation in heaven path was actually very weak. He had only been in contact with it for a short time. He did not cultivate for long either. The reason why he had any progress was because of the foundation of his predecessors. For example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Heaven's Worker Substitution Killer Move, and Limitless Demon Venerable created Unrestrained Heavenly Mark Killer Move. But after several days in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Heaven Path Dao marks increased to more than 1,200,000. His Heavenly Dao realm advanced rapidly from the ordinary level, breaking through to the Master level. Fan Yuan stopped for the moment. He had expended more than 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence. If not for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus blooming again, Fan Yuan would not have been able to hold on. I need to conserve some immortal essence in case of a fight between venerables. Fan Yuan pondered. Heaven Path Master attainment level gave him a comprehensive increase. Gu recipes and killer moves related to Heaven Path, as well as his understanding of Heaven Path, he gained a new and deeper understanding. The most important thing was the conflicting Dao marks. His intuition was not wrong. After he became a Heaven Path Master, he would be able to create a Dao mark rejection method and resolve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's predicament. The reason why the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's abnormalities were occurring frequently was because the Sovereign Immortal Body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. It was too easy for them to fuse together. Once there was conflict, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be at peace, and the people would be at peace. Fan Yuan immediately used Wisdom Path methods to deduce the relevant killer moves. Another few days passed. Fan Yuan stopped the battlefield killer move and quickly left the immemorial two heavens. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed there for a long time before giving up. Now, he was rampaging through the immemorial two heavens, sometimes devouring the Soul Beast army, sometimes contending with the sun. Fan Yuan did not have heaven form. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was far away, he could not sense it. Fan Yuan successfully returned to Donghai. After landing in the heart of Eastern Sea, he immediately started to refine the refinement path Dao marks in Eastern Sea's natural world. At once, profound light burst out, rank 9 aura swept the surroundings like a tornado, all living beings fled in fear. Song Clan's Gu immortals were the first to be alarmed. They saw this and understood. Great Love Immortal Venerable was refining nature refinement path. Song Clan's first Supreme Elder quickly gathered the Gu immortals to discuss. He wanted to meet Fan Yuan and give him a huge gift. After all, Fan Yuan was currently in Song Clan's territory. But not long after, they received Wu Shuai's message. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's members are forbidden from harassing Great Love Immortal Venerable. Song Clan let out a sigh of relief but also felt dejected. Fan Yuan refined the nature Dao marks while continuing to deduce Heaven Path killer moves. Not long after, he obtained results. Fan Yuan, however, was not very satisfied. This deduced Heaven Path killer move was similar to all of Paradise Earth's Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary killer moves. Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary killer moves could arrange Heaven Path Dao marks and restore the target to their normal state. It was the bane of battlefield killer moves. Fan Yuan's deduction took another step forward in terms of heavenly summary and earthly ordinary. After activating it in the sovereign immortal aperture, the environment of the immortal aperture would change towards the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The natural Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens naturally conflicted with each other. Thus, after the transformation, all sorts of Tao marks in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture would also conflict with each other. After activating this killer move hundreds or thousands of times, my sovereign immortal aperture will become like the 5 regions and 2 heavens. There will be no abnormalities. But this way, I will lose the advantage of non-conflicting Tao marks. The loss will be even greater. I will not be able to cultivate all paths. Fan Yuan could not accept this. Comparing the sovereign immortal aperture's advantage and abnormalities, the former was more important. Can't I just let different Tao marks reject each other according to my will? Or like the time path region, I can make Tao marks reject each other? Fan Yuan sighed internally. He had no idea what to think about in this regard. Maybe when his heaven path attainment reached Great Grandmaster, or even higher, would he be able to make a breakthrough in this aspect? Fan Yuan did not have the corresponding intuition this time, he could not say for sure. Speaking of which, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu is a human path rank 9 Immortal Gu. To deal with the current problem, maybe I should start from the human path aspect? A flash of inspiration appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. He had a new direction. He found a way to resolve the problem from the heaven path aspect, but the price he had to pay was not something Fan Yuan could accept. Maybe human path could work? Back then, Spectral Soul sacrificed his 10 extreme physiques to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Speaking of human path research results, Fan Yuan thought of his clone that was trapped in Divine Emperor City. After Xinshang broke out of Divine Emperor City, he only brought back news of his clone. The clone was still hiding in Divine Emperor City. Xinshang is definitely one of the current human path experts. If I want to obtain human path research results from him, what price should I pay? Celestial Court. Oh? Fan Yuan has left for 2 days. He has returned to Eastern Sea and is refining natural Tao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon learned of Fan Yuan's movements. Even though he has the least immortal essence, he became venerable through refinement path. Refining Tao marks is his specialty. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very concerned about Fan Yuan's efficiency in refining Tao marks. If Fan Yuan was too fast and efficient, she would have to mobilize Giant Sun Immortal to deal with Fan Yuan together. Otherwise, if Fan Yuan overtook them in this aspect, it would be very disadvantageous to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to care about Spectral Soul Demon Venerable for now. The confrontation between the 3 Venerables had reached a new level. The Venerable who refined more natural Tao marks would have a greater advantage. During the process of refining Tao marks, I can multitask and modify killer moves and combat systems. This will allow me to gain an advantage in the following Venerables: Star Eyes Gu, Star Thought Gu, Permanence Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at these 3 immortal Gu in her immortal aperture with a solemn gaze. Ever since she obtained them from Fan Yuan, she had already inspected them over 100 times without finding any problems. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable still had some doubts. After all, she was not a refinement path venerable. Even though she had achievements and attainment in refinement path, she could not compare to Fan Yuan. This was like comparing Fan Yuan's wisdom path to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They were not on the same level. In the previous life, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent close to 100 years to refine rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Not finding any problems does not mean that Fan Yuan did not tamper with it. But the possibility is very low. I still need to use these 3 immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to take a risk. She cultivated Wisdom Path primarily and Star Path secondarily. Her combat system was a fusion of these 2 paths. But currently, the Stardust Killer move that was an offensive method had already been broken by Fan Yuan. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to gain an advantage in the upcoming confrontation, she would need to modify it greatly. In this modified plan, Star Eyes Goo, Star Thought Goo, and Permanence Goo would all play a crucial role. Otherwise, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable make such a request to Fan Yuan? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal retracted his gaze from Eastern Sea. Next, I need to pay close attention to Fan Yuan's refinement path progress. Giant Sun Immortal instructed himself while inspecting his immortal essence storage. He only had over 500 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence left. Refining natural Tao marks had expended a lot of yellow apricot immortal essence. Longevity Heaven could not produce immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal relied on his rank 9 immortal aperture. But this speed was not much slower than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Excluding Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, the two Venerable rebirths were actually on the same level as Fan Yuan. They had not passed the first chaotic disaster. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's foundation is extremely deep, far surpassing mine and star constellations. Thus, after a period of time, he will produce even more yellow apricot immortal essence. Also, he has a large number of blood path immortal goo. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal's expression turned dark. He cultivated luck path primarily and blood path secondarily. He naturally needed a large number of blood path immortal goo. But Fan Yuan actually refined many blood path immortal goo, even though most of them were rank 6. They were unique immortal goo. This completely destroyed many of Giant Sun Immortal's beautiful plans. Earlier, when Fan Yuan guarded Heaven Form and negotiated with Giant Sun Immortal, he used these blood path immortal goo as bargaining chips to bargain with Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extorted 3 immortal goo from Fan Yuan, but Giant Sun Immortal did not get a single one. This caused Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to take it to heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knows that Fan Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture. As long as his refinement efficiency is higher, I will contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is unlikely that she will refuse to cooperate. By then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I will work together to fight against Fan Yuan. While expending his immortal essence, we can also extort him. We need to obtain a few blood path immortal goo. Giant Sun Immortal planned all sorts of plans. He did not know that Fan Yuan already had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, so he was more wary of Celestial Court. But currently, he did not have a chance to make a move against Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan's action of snatching blood path immortal goo also greatly hindered his blood path. Literature Library. Chapter 2267. 2 days mixed together, the sea's surface was bright and dark at times. Sun and moon shine together, all beings were in chaos, the 3 venerables coexisted. This was an unprecedented chaotic situation. Tides rose and fell, sea winds blew. Fan Yuan was sitting in the clouds. He slowly opened his eyes at this moment. He had been refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks for some time. Regarding this, he had some experience. At this moment, the refinement path Tao marks he refined covered most of Song Clan's territory. He touched Poetic Emotion Sea area at the northwest and Ascending Heaven Plain at the southeast. All the refinement path Tao marks in this area belonged to Fan Yuan. At this moment, Fan Yuan did not need to close his eyes. He could sense many things related to refinement path. He had a clear understanding of the number and distribution of refinement path Tao marks in this area. He could vaguely sense the locations of all sorts of refinement path goo materials deep in the sea, as well as the fish, prawns, and aquatic plants that contained refinement path Tao marks. At this moment, Fan Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. He needed to verify them. He willed and stopped refining Tao marks, activating an investigative killer move. At the next moment, his gaze pierced through the sea. Thousands of li below the sea, he saw a huge fish. This fish was as large as a 5-story building. Its body was small at the front and large at the middle. It was like a giant shuttle. Its scales were black and gray in color. They were not smooth, they were rough to the touch, like sand. This was a sunken fish. It contained rule path and refinement path Tao marks. The sunken fish was at least an ancient desolate beast, or even an immemorial desolate beast. Fan Yuan saw an immemorial desolate beast level sunken fish. The sunken fish had a special habit. It would swim to the surface of the water to breathe in fresh air every few years, thus it often drifted with the waves. And because of its weight, it continued to sink in the sea as it drifted with the waves. Whenever it started to swim to the surface with its own strength, the sunken fish's scales would fall off during this process. When the sunken fish breathed in fresh air, new scales would grow on its body. It would become motionless again, drifting with the waves as it continued to sink. These scales looked heavy, but were actually very light. Most of them would float on the water surface, and after a long time, the sunken fish's scales would wash to the beach and be picked up by goo masters, treating them as treasures. Blackfish scales were crucial goo materials to refine beauty goo and others. They had high value. In this respect, it is the same as the feathers of a wild goose. But to refine beauty immortal goo, I need to use immortal materials like the scales of a sunken fish and feathers of a fallen goose. When Fan Yuan saw this sunken fish, his lips curled into a smile. This was exactly the same as what he had sensed earlier. If I refine Qinyu's refinement path Dao marks, what will happen? The refinement path Dao marks that Fan Yuan refined were natural Dao marks in the world, and did not include the Dao marks of living beings like Qinyu. Fan Yuan immediately did it. He chose a refinement path killer move and modified it slightly, allowing him to forcefully refine this sunken fish from far away. The forceful refinement had just started when the lazy sunken fish seemed to have been electrocuted. It swung its tail and flew far away. It burst out with a speed that did not match its body size. Because of its huge body, it created a huge current in the sea. "Where are you going?" Fan Yuan snorted coldly, immediately using another method. Qinyu could not move at all. Its refinement path Dao marks were forcefully refined by Fan Yuan. After the refinement, Fan Yuan's senses towards Qinyu became several times clearer. Fan Yuan released the restraints. Qinyu regained its freedom, but its mood was very low. It was mixed with fear, anger, numbness, and bitterness, as if it had encountered the greatest setback in its life. It could not face the rest of its life. "What's going on?" As Fan Yuan observed, he found that this sunken fish had started a hunger strike. Qinyu's food was not seaweed or fishes, it was sea mud. Every few years, its scales would degenerate into ordinary goo materials, or when most of its scales disappeared and it could no longer be protected, it would sink to the bottom of the sea and devour large amounts of sea mud. This immemorial sunken fish that was tortured by Fan Yuan had lost most of its scales. Normally, it should have sunk to the bottom of the sea and devoured the sea mud. Did it lose its desire to live because of my violence? Fan Yuan shook his head, using wisdom path methods. After some deductions, he understood. The sunken fish swallowed the sea mud to fill their stomachs and to produce new fish scales. And the source of its scales was the refinement path Dao marks on its body. Because of these refinement path Dao marks, it could digest the sea mud and absorb nutrients from it, turning it into thick immortal material scales. But now, its refinement path Dao marks were all refined by Fan Yuan. It lost this ability. Even though its scales were gone, it did not devour the sea mud. To verify his deduction, Fan Yuan used a food path killer move on this immemorial sunken fish. This immemorial sunken fish soon became hungry. This time, it started to devour the sea mud of its own accord. However, good times did not last long. The sea mud in its stomach quickly accumulated. It could not be digested quickly. If not for Fan Yuan stopping the food path killer move in time, the immemorial sunken fish would have died from eating too much sea mud and indigestion. Fan Yuan used a few simple methods to cripple an immemorial desolate beast. What if I return these Dao marks to it? Fan Yuan started to deduce again. Soon, he had a refinement path killer move as well as a wisdom path killer move. Fan Yuan first used a wisdom path killer move to strengthen the Qinyu's will and guide it. Next, Fan Yuan used a refinement path method to teach the Qinyu how to refine the refinement path Dao marks on its body. Not long after, the Qinyu regained its refinement path Dao marks. It regained its vigor, as if its gloomy life was lit up again. Its gloomy mood was swept away. The sea mud in its body was quickly digested and turned into immortal material scales. Fan Yuan nodded. This result perfectly proved his guess. Next, he refined the refinement path Tao marks on the immemorial sunken fish. Immemorial sunken fish. It showed numbness, fear, anger, bewilderment, and other complex and intense emotions. Fan Yuan used brute force to chase it far away. At the bottom of the sea, there were even fewer refinement path Tao marks. They were all refined by Fan Yuan. Thus, as Fan Yuan expected, his senses towards this immemorial sunken fish weakened greatly. And when Fan Yuan placed this immemorial sunken fish in an environment with more refinement path Tao marks, his senses towards it became clearer and more stable than when he first discovered it. Fan Yuan waved his hand. A huge amount of seawater exploded. All the refinement path Tao marks within 1 li were destroyed by Fan Yuan. In Fan Yuan's refinement path senses, this place became a small black hole. Fan Yuan stuffed the immemorial sunken fish into the black hole. At the next moment, he could not sense the existence of the immemorial sunken fish at all. This proves that my refinement path senses extend along the refinement path Tao marks. It is like a spider web to a spider. Fan Yuan's refinement path senses were only limited to the refinement path Tao marks that he had refined. These days it was as if he had built a spider web in the heart of the East Sea. Whether it was him leaving the spider web or his marked prey entering a hole in the spider web, he could not sense them. This discovery made Fan Yuan very satisfied. Because Giant Sun Immortal had refined a portion of Eastern Sea's luck path Tao marks. But as long as Giant Sun Immortal did not come into contact with these luck path Tao marks personally, he would not be able to sense any luck path Tao marks. He would not be able to use them to do anything. Of course, I cannot exclude the possibility that Giant Sun Immortal has some immortal killer moves that can allow him to cross distances and come into contact with the refined luck path Tao marks in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan reminded himself. After verifying many of his guesses, Fan Yuan gained a lot. He used the same trick again, returning all of the immemorial sunken fish's refinement path Tao marks to it. Next, he did not torture this fish, he allowed it to escape in fear. Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. Even though refinement path Tao marks are scattered across the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are not evenly distributed. Some places are denser while others are sparse. For me, the denser the refinement path Tao marks, the better. This way, after I refine these refinement path Tao marks, my refinement path senses will become stronger. If I fight and refine Gu in this environment, my refinement path senses will be greatly amplified. What is this situation? Fan Yuan's expression changed. He suddenly sensed an intense refinement path fluctuation far away. Poetic emotion sea area. Fan Yuan immediately activated his investigative method. His gaze was sharp and penetrated everything. He found the source of the refinement path fluctuation at lightning speed. It was Song Yisher. Poetic emotion sea area was Song Yisher's territory. She had built a palace in a volcano at the bottom of the sea. Right now, she was in a secret cultivation room in the palace. Her clothes were taken off, revealing her fair and alluring figure. She activated a water path killer move that emitted endless water vapor. The water vapor soaked her body from head to toe, and her beautiful face appeared even more hazy and alluring in the mist. Fan Yuan realized. So that's it. He immediately recognized that Song Yisher was cultivating a water path defensive killer move. Eastern Sea's Song clan specialized in water path. They had their signature water path inheritance called flowing water. This inheritance contained undecaying flowing water, merciless flowing water, falling flowers flowing water, and other defensive methods. They were used to defend against poison path, wisdom path, and wood path. There was also carriage like flowing water used for movement, thin water flowing continuously reduced immortal essence expenditure, harmonious flowing goblets imitated food path effect, flowing clouds flowing water was a supplementary killer move. Song Yisher should be using undecaying flowing water now. This move is a passive defensive method, its essence is to carve water path Tao marks on the body. Once a poison path attack approaches, it will activate. In essence, this is also a Gu refinement. But the target of this Gu refinement is the Gu Immortal's body. No wonder I sensed it. Fan Yuan realized. He inspected it carefully. His attainment level was high. He was a Refinement Path Supreme Grand Master and Water Path Great Grand Master. After looking at it for a while, he understood all of the profundities of undecaying flowing water. Fan Yuan's interest was piqued. This was a good chance. He had a new idea that needed to be verified. P.S. There will be an update at 8 p.m. tonight. Chapter 2268. Song Yishe cultivated for 6 hours. She finally stopped activating the killer move. She let out a breath of turbid air and opened her eyes. She saw that there was dense water vapor. It was indistinct, flowing from her arms to her calves, before stopping at her chest. Song Yishe observed the scale of the water vapor. She was overjoyed. At this rate, I only need to cultivate for half a month to complete the defensive killer move uncorroded flowing water. Strange, why is the effect so obvious this time? Am I imagining things? Song Yishe shook her head. She inspected her immortal essence. She did not have enough immortal essence, and there were even fewer immortal yuan stones. Celestial Court is the source of immortal yuan stones. Once it stopped distributing them, the entire market's immortal yuan stones shrank rapidly. And I have grandfather's secret support. If it were other Gu immortals, their lives would be even worse. Song Yishe sighed. If she had enough immortal yuan stones, she would use immortal yuan stones to replenish her immortal essence and continue cultivating uncorroded flowing water. But now, she had to slow down and let her immortal aperture origin core produce immortal essence. After it reaches a certain level, she would cultivate it. After cultivating uncorroded flowing water, I will need to cultivate emotionless flowing water. My clan's flowing water inheritance is our signature. It is famous in Eastern Sea. It is exceptional even in the 5 regions. Passive defensive methods are rare. Normally speaking, Gu immortals can only cultivate one. It is hard for them to cultivate multiple passive defensive methods. But my clan's flowing water inheritance is ingenious and unique. Because the core is the same, many passive defensive killer moves can be layered on top of each other. Song Yishe thought of this and felt a little proud. But soon, she extinguished this feeling. I am still far from it. When I finish cultivating emotionless flowing water, I will undergo tribulation and advance to rank 7. The confrontation of 3 venerables, the fusion of 2 heavens, the 5 regions chaotic war might erupt tomorrow. Song Yishe was originally a genius, doted on by her grandfather and supported by her clan. She did not need to worry about cultivation resources. She was also one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea due to her beauty. But her carefree life was gone forever. The situation changed too quickly. Song Yishe's sense of security was completely gone. By now, all of Eastern Sea's righteous path super forces had sided with Fan Yuan. This was unimaginable in the past. The external pressure stimulated Song Yishe, causing this proud daughter of heaven to have a strong desire to cultivate. Especially a few days ago, Song Yishe's grandfather, Song Qiyuan's letter, gave Song Yishe a different kind of stimulation. In the letter, Song Qiyuan talked about a lot of things. At the end, he mentioned the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's order to choose a group of Merman Gu immortals from the Merman Imperial Court to enter the sovereign immortal aperture to cultivate. Even though Fan Yuan did not specify the ratio, the Gu immortals of the Merfolk Imals of the immortals, they were the most beautiful and the female Imals. Furthermore, Fan Yuan did not have a partner. He had been facing huge external pressure since he started cultivating, but now that he was venerable and could fight against Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. Song Qiyuan followed this topic and talked about the Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, after the Giant Sun Immortal became a venerable, he recruited beauties from all over the world and set up 5 harems. Then, he mentioned the other venerables. Each of the 10 venerable ones had a partner. It was just a matter of how many they had. Even the unmarried star constellation immortal venerables seemed to have once fallen in love with a certain variant human Gu immortal. Song Qiyuan vaguely suggested an idea. Of course, it was mostly to test his own granddaughter. If Great Love Immortal Venerable wants to choose a female companion, would Song Clan offer me to him? At first, Song Yishe was very angry. But after a few days, she calmed down and thought about it calmly. Grandpa wouldn't force me like that. He only mentioned the possibility. Everything depends on my will. However, if great love immortal venerable gives the order to gather beauties from all over the world like giant sun immortal did in the past, how could I possibly escape? How can the Song family protect me? Song Yishur, who had always been proud like a swan, realized this and felt a sense of bitterness and helplessness. If that happens, I cannot implicate the clan that raised and nurtured me. Grandpa loves me so much and supports me, he even secretly gave me water where immortal goo. If not for this immortal goo, how could I modify my killer move and successfully cultivate the flowing water inheritance? And how can I repay him? Just because I am unwilling, I will bring disaster upon the Song family? How could I be so selfish? When Song Yishur thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. She followed this train of thought and pondered further. If great love immortal venerable had such thoughts, I would definitely offer myself for the sake of the clan. Then why wait until then? Why not go one step further and take the initiative to fight for it? By sacrificing me, if this succeeds, my Song clan will definitely prosper. Sigh, let's not think about this anymore. Fan Yuan did not know that his simple order was twisted by his subordinates after it was executed. Fan Yuan did not know about Song Yishur's complex thoughts. He was currently thinking about his gains from earlier. While Song Yishur was cultivating, Fan Yuan had secretly used the refinement path Dao marks in the surroundings of poetic emotion C area to amplify Song Yishur's cultivation. Fan Yuan gave it a slight try. It was like blowing at it. Song Yishur's cultivation progress rose by more than 10%. If I use my full strength, Song Yishur's cultivation efficiency will rise by dozens of times. She is cultivating water path. Because it is a passive defensive method, it is related to refinement path. If it is a proper Gu refinement method, my influence will be even deeper. This way, I can use refinement path to help others refine Gu. At the same time, I can sabotage them secretly. At least, without my permission, no one will be able to refine an immortal Gu in the refinement path Dao marks that I refined. This was quite terrifying. The fearsomeness of a venerable was evident in this aspect. Fan Yuan was overjoyed, but his heart was heavy. He had such influence in refinement path. Similarly, Giant Sun Immortal had the same influence in luck path, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the same influence in wisdom path. If I refine all the refinement path Dao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, and monitor them at all times, as long as a Gu Immortal refines an immortal Gu, I can sabotage them. Can I make it so that only I can refine Gu freely in this world? Fan Yuan thought of this problem. But soon, he shook his head. If Gu Immortals refined Gu in their immortal apertures, Fan Yuan would not be able to influence them. Because the immortal aperture was a world of its own, it was isolated from the outside world. But if Gu Immortals refined Gu outside, Fan Yuan could sense it and influence them. Throwing Song Yishur to the back of his mind, Fan Yuan placed his attention on a certain coral group at the bottom of the sea. This coral group was rich in refinement path Gu materials. It was a natural refinement path resource point with high value. It had not been discovered yet. Fan Yuan pondered and researched it meticulously. He used the time path killer move to observe the process of this coral group's formation. Why did such a refinement path resource point form? Thousands of years ago, there was nothing here. However, a sunken fish had died here. The sunken fish's refinement path Dao marks and rule path Dao marks spread out, affecting the surrounding environment. Hundreds of years later, the sunken fish's corpse completely dissolved, the surrounding environment stabilized. Initially, all sorts of ordinary fishes and prawns came here in groups. Afterwards, medium and large-sized creatures migrated. The sea currents surged and washed away the seeds and corals. These slow changes happened after thousands of years, due to natural selection, fortuitous coincidences, and the evolution of time. The current situation was formed. Fan Yuan paid attention to the refinement path Dao marks of this coral group. Over the past thousands of years, the refinement path Dao marks here had been increasing and decreasing, fluctuating until it became like this. As long as I imitate the evolution of this refinement path Dao mark, with enough time, I can create such a refinement path resource point anywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, there was a more convenient and common method. It was to directly set up a refinement path formation and expend refinement path immortal materials to create a coral resource point of the same material. But this method often required some immortal goo and immortal essence to set up the formation. But the Dao mark layout that was formed naturally to create this refinement path resource point did not expend immortal essence or immortal goo. In fact, Fan Yuan had been using the latter method to manage the sovereign immortal aperture. He set up large numbers of immortal formations to instantly create resource points. For example, the current earth vein nodes and water vein nodes were all distributed formations. These formations not only used immortal goo, they also used the resource point as the core to set up the formation. This was very fast and required very little time, but the price was very high. As for natural evolution, the price was low, no immortal goo was needed, immortal materials were accumulated bit by bit, but it required a lot of time. Regardless of which method, the two are essentially the same, they can be viewed as killer moves. Immortal formations were naturally killer moves, while the Dao mark layout that was formed naturally was a passive killer move. But this killer move was not used for defense, it was used to create an environment. Wait! Fan Yuan thought of divine concealment, ghostly concealment, and spaceless tunnel. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment formed a dense layer of Dao mark clothing on the soul. It was like silk, very tight. They did not expend immortal essence, they were passive defensive killer moves. And spaceless tunnel was created by thieving heaven demon venerable. It was used everywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens to shorten travel time. This was an immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago. It was still effective now. But now that the 2 heavens were mixed together, it had probably been destroyed. In essence, these killer moves are no different from coral resource points. Fan Yuan thought of fortune rivaling heaven goo. This immortal goo was a one-time consumable goo. After using it, the goo immortal's fortune rivaling heaven would no longer expend immortal essence. In essence, how was it different from coral resource points? Fan Yuan thought of the incomplete refinement sea. This was the refinement path's secluded domain of heaven and earth that land's spirit of Langya tried his best to create. What is a secluded domain of heaven and earth? It is just the accumulation of Dao marks of a specific path. They form a special ability. Danghun Mountain produces guts goo, and Qiankun Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are extreme resource points. They are also the other side of goo worms and killer moves. So, all things are one? Chapter 2269. What is learned on paper is shallow, this matter needs to be done with practice. Fan Yuan muttered to himself. Understanding the principle of all beings was one thing, but putting it into practice was another. Fan Yuan had completely comprehended the essence of divine concealment and ghostly concealment, but it was from refinement path. Because of his theft path attainment level, he could not modify ghostly concealment yet. He had the ability to create refinement path killer moves similar to divine concealment and ghostly concealment. But it was not easy, the price he had to pay was high. During this period of conflict between the 3 venerables, if Fan Yuan spent a lot of time and effort to deduce such a top-tier refinement path killer move, it would be too risky. The timing did not allow Fan Yuan to do so. However, the refinement path resource points in the 5 regions and 2 heavens had great reference value. Fan Yuan simplified them and extracted the true core. He could modify them into mature passive killer moves that could be used to manage the immortal aperture. Basically, these passive methods were very small in the total killer moves, but they were very valuable. The most common ones were passive defensive methods. Song Yishur had reason to be proud. Duke Long only had one. It was called 9 Lions Dragon Protection. As far as Fan Yuan knew, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not create more than 5 killer moves similar to Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment in his life. The creation of killer moves started from the experience of goo cultivators using many goo worms at the same time. Later on, Gu cultivators discovered all sorts of innate abilities from the living beings in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. They used them as reference and allowed killer moves to enter a period of rapid development. Until today, Gu cultivators had already touched the ceiling of this world. For example, Duke Long created the Dragonman race, Land Spirit of Langya created a new secluded domain of heaven and earth, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable modified soul beasts, turning soul path killer moves into Dao marks and engraving them into soul beasts, giving them new innate abilities. From these achievements, Gu cultivators were already on par with heaven and earth. They controlled many extraordinary abilities of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable was even more outrageous. He made arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave, creating a hole in the world boundary and creating brand new heaven path Dao marks. This surpassed the entire Gu cultivation world by a level. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining refinement path Dao marks from the outside world. The Supreme Martial Grandmaster realm, coupled with personal practice, allowed him to gain a lot. In conclusion, there were a vast number of refinement path Dao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. They were not evenly distributed, some places were sparse, some places were dense. These refinement path Dao marks were stable, it was hard for them to change. Under normal circumstances, their increase and decrease were very slow and required a long time. These refinement path Dao marks could be seen as the foundation of the world's refinement path foundation. On this basis, a large number of animals, plants, and non-living Gu materials would be born. These animals, plants, and objects were related to refinement path. They were refinement path resources. Under normal circumstances, places with densely packed refinement path Dao marks would have relatively rich and high-end refinement path resources. In places where refinement path Dao marks were sparse, refinement path resources were sparse and lower-end. Refinement path Dao marks and all sorts of refinement path resources affected each other. For example, the coral group that Fan Yuan inspected earlier was a refinement path resource point. It originated from the death of an immemorial sunken fish thousands of years ago. The refinement path Dao marks on its body dissipated. A portion of it was left behind in the world. The Dao marks that Fan Yuan refined in refinement path were here. They were the foundation of the world's refinement path foundation. Refinement path resources were not included. The natural Dao marks that Fan Yuan refined were like a spider web. As long as Fan Yuan was inside, he could sense the refinement path activity in the spider web. This was refinement path sensation. Fan Yuan had a vague sense of refinement path resources. He could also sense the refinement path activities of Gu cultivators. In places with densely packed refinement path Dao marks, the sensation would be stronger, more stable, and clearer. For example, he could find a small number of ordinary refinement path Gu materials. On the contrary, if the refinement path Dao marks were weaker, the refinement path sensation would be weaker. In this area, it was likely that only refinement path immortal materials could be sensed by Fan Yuan. If the spiderweb had a loophole, or if the Gu immortal was refining Gu in their immortal aperture, Fan Yuan would not be able to sense it. Using the refinement path Dao marks that he refined, Fan Yuan could use the refinement path aspect to influence all living beings and the environment within his range. For example, helping Song Yishe to cultivate, maintaining and expanding the coral group and other refinement path resource points, or creating a passive top-tier refinement path killer move, similar to Spaceless Tunnel, that existed in the world. Purely using refinement path Dao marks to amplify one's own methods was only the most basic ability. From the perspective of refinement path, in the entire Gu cultivation world, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are an incomparably huge immortal material. This immortal material is all-encompassing, it contains the Dao marks of all paths. Even though I became a refinement path venerable, I can only refine a portion of this huge immortal material. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the other venerables are the same. A portion of the world can be owned and used by them. This is a Dao Lord. Other venerables can only be a Dao Lord at most, but I am different, I am special. Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. Dao marks did not conflict with each other, he cultivated all paths. The other venerables could only cultivate one path and one path. They could become venerables by cultivating their main path, while their supplementary paths were used as a method to compete. In theory, Fan Yuan could cultivate all paths and become a venerable of all paths. This was the reason why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable spent all his effort to create Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fan Yuan's potential was unparalleled, he had unimaginable room for growth. The other venerables naturally know this. The reason why they did not kill me was because I displayed great battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew that they would have to pay a price to kill me, they would not be able to bear it. Fan Yuan did not continue to refine Dao marks. He decided to slow down. Even though Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus bloomed again in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, giving him close to 100 Immortal Yuan stones. Even though he had all sorts of refinement path methods that could raise his refinement path efficiency by several times, far surpassing other venerables. This was very normal. Refinement path was most proficient in this aspect. In terms of refinement path, he surpassed the two venerables in all aspects. This was the advantage of refinement path. But now, I cannot use this advantage. I should not agitate these two venerables. Fan Yuan thought. Once he displayed his advantage, the two venerables would definitely be shaken. They had thought that they had some advantage. Once they saw Fan Yuan refining Dao marks so quickly, they would not sit still, they would definitely work together to suppress Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was not afraid of being ganged up on. After all, he had a reserve of immortal essence now, even though it was not sufficient. But the two venerables could not deal with him immediately. As they fought, Fan Yuan would gain an advantage by relying on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. But there was no need for that. Thus, Fan Yuan's foundation was exposed, especially his obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move. It was not worth it. Blindly using one's advantage was one of life's greatest pitfalls. Fan Yuan knew the importance of judging the situation. Next, when I refine Dao marks, I need to slow down. The overall efficiency has to be similar to the two venerables. I also need to stop a few times in the middle to show that I have little immortal essence. Of course, I cannot show too much weakness. If I do, it will backfire and cause the two venerables to join forces to attack me. Fan Yuan was very experienced in this. He had a lot of life experience. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, after experiencing all sorts of failures and pain, this formless wealth had always been supporting him. Silently getting rich! When I have to expose myself in the future, the two venerables' expressions will not be good. Fan Yuan used Cooking Luck Pot to check his luck. His luck was still in the shape of a furnace. Regarding this, Fan Yuan had observed it many times. He had some guesses. This should be because he was a refinement path venerable. The luck's shape could be fixed for a period of time. It would not change. The furnace's surface was still very rough. There were cracks. But the cracks had decreased by 2 or 3. This should be because the earth vein in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already repaired the first ring. It was repairing the second ring. And the water vein had completed the first ring. These were the results of stabilizing his foundation. Compared to before, there was a huge change on the furnace's surface. Lotus flowers and lotus leaves had appeared. The green lotus and red flower pattern clearly corresponded to the rank 9 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. This showed how important this Immortal Gu was to Fan Yuan. The pattern covered the periphery of the furnace. It extended to the bottom of the furnace, turning into several lotus roots. These lotus roots extended to the bottom of the furnace. Together with the firewood that represented immortal essence, they burned intensely. Compared to the weak flames earlier, the flames at the bottom of the furnace had expanded by several times. The improvement was obvious. The furnace did not have a lid. One could see the scene inside the furnace. The immortal crane smoke that represented heaven form, as well as the green stone that represented the refinement of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, had disappeared. Instead, a blue-white ice block appeared. It was evidently the truthful floating ice block. The blue-white ice block melted slowly in the furnace. It emitted an alluring light. This time, a large amount of reddish-brown sand appeared at the top of the furnace, floating like a cloud. The reddish-brown sand formed a small stream and slowly poured into the furnace. The red-brown sand was easily melted, it seeped into the furnace and repaired the cracks, turning the furnace from rough to smooth. This should be a comparison to my natural Mark refinement. If I were to refine path crazily, this red-brown sand would erupt and block my furnace. It would even attack the fire at the bottom of the furnace. This is the result of the two venerables working together to suppress me. Fan Yuan's luck inspection increased. Comparing it with his own situation, he gained more insights. Even though rank 8 cooking luck pot was not very suitable for Fan Yuan's current status, the secrets of luck path that it revealed reminded Fan Yuan that the most beneficial variables for him now were the Mark refinement and the development of heaven path. The Mark refinement has slowed down, but I need to secretly digest the truthful floating ice block. Right now, immortal essence is no longer a burden, it is a huge advantage instead. If I have immortal essence, I need to use it, I need to convert the resources I have into my foundation and strength. Venerables were one righteous path and one mystical path. Fan Yuan had already planned to use refinement path as the righteous path and heaven path as the mystical path. Refinement path was currently his main cultivation path, but refinement path was weak in terms of combat. Refinement path was not suited for offense, this was publicly acknowledged. In this situation, Fan Yuan needed another path to support his own battle strength. This path had very few people cultivating it, for example, painting path, it could catch the enemy off guard and make it hard for them to guard against it. Even though there were many paths, Fan Yuan did not have many choices. Considering his current situation, heaven path was definitely his first choice. There were very few Gu cultivators who cultivated heaven path, the threshold was too high. Heaven path itself was very special, it had extraordinary potential and power. Refinement path was righteous, heaven path was mystical. This was Fan Yuan's current cultivation plan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had given Fan Yuan the title of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It was actually quite appropriate. Chapter 2270. Subordinates greet Alliance Leader. A group of Mermaid Gu Immortals had extremely respectful expressions as they knelt down at Fan Yuan's feet. Fan Yuan looked around, feeling surprised. He found that these Mermaid Gu Immortals were all female, they were either seductive, gentle, or cold. 2 of them had rank 7 cultivation level, while the other 4 were rank 6. Female Immortals, huh? Fan Yuan muttered to himself. This was not good. He moved these mermaids into the sovereign immortal aperture to let them reproduce. There were no male Mermaid Gu Immortals, but there were 6 female immortals. This was a situation where there were more females than males. However, Fan Yuan thought of the merman race, females had higher status than males. Mermen chose saintesses, but never saints. Maybe the Merman Imperial Court chose these female immortals without any female immortals. It was a way to express their respect to him. All of you are members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Now that you are in the sovereign immortal aperture, you are my people. Remember to follow the rules inside, someone will inform you of the details later. Saying so, Fan Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. We will follow Alliance Leader's instructions. The Mermaid Gu Immortals quickly responded, entering the entrance obediently. At the next moment, their vision changed, they found themselves in a vast sky. Below them was a pure white cloud soil, far away was a city that resembled a giant conch shell, shining with starlight. Did you look up earlier? No, I have never been so close to Lord Alliance Leader, I kept my head lowered. I mustered all my courage and took a peek when I entered the immortal aperture's entrance. Oh heavens, Lord Alliance Leader is truly too beautiful. Lord Alliance Leader has venerable cultivation level, he is so considerate of us Varian humans, and most importantly, he is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful and gentle person. The 2 rank 6 Mermaid Gu Immortals had a close relationship. They were talking excitedly to each other, showing their admiration and love for Fan Yuan. As for the remaining 2 rank 6 female immortals, they had solemn expressions and were in low spirits. Keep quiet. One of the leaders, Uz, was slightly unhappy. Lord Alliance Leader, you can actually criticize him? This is the sovereign immortal aperture. The female immortals lowered their heads, they did not speak, they communicated with their gazes, unable to conceal their excitement. The other leader, Lien Kuxian, held Yuzi's hand, consoling her. Lien Kuxian, Yuzi, and Xian Ningxi were the three leaders of the Merman Imperial Court. Now that Fan Yuan came to move the merman into the sovereign immortal aperture, how could the Merman Imperial Court dare to refuse? The Merman Imperial Court received the order and held an urgent discussion for an entire day and night. Eventually, the Merman Imperial Court chose their two leaders, as well as the other four mermaid immortals with the most outstanding looks, and offered them to Fan Yuan. Because of this, two pairs of immortal companions were separated, and one of them was already discussing marriage. The Merman Imperial Court did not have any rank 8s. Their top 3 rank 7 battle strength were the 3 first supreme elders in power. They chose 2 of them. This showed their determination. They then removed the male immortals and chose the most beautiful female immortals. They were trying to get close to Fan Yuan and reach the top. This was not strange. Humans were the undisputed overlords. The Merman Imperial Court was used to living a lowly life. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action and protected the Merman Imperial Court. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, his influence faded. The Merman Imperial Court frequently had marriage alliances with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path superforces. They also liked to recruit some Eastern Sea lone cultivator experts as son-in-law. The Merman Imperial Court had such a mindset. They benefited from Paradise Earth Venerable and were acknowledged by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that Fan Yuan was a Venerable and controlled Eastern Sea, the Merman Imperial Court was not like the other human forces. They could not join Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They could only join Great Love Immortal Venerable, who was closest to variant humans. Thus, even though the 2 Mermaid Goo Immortals were separated and felt some resentment, they were willing to sacrifice their own happiness for the sake of their clans. But the moment they met with Fan Yuan, they suffered a huge blow. The Mermaid Immortals knew about Fan Yuan's appearance. Be it the Celestial Court or other missions, there were images of him. The Mermaid Immortals knew about Fan Yuan's beauty, but when they saw him personally, they were still deeply shocked by Fan Yuan's beauty. This was not just beauty in terms of appearance, he also had dense Tao marks. His every action had the aura of the great Tao, he exuded an extraordinary charm from deep within his bones, he had unparalleled magnanimity and aura. It was truly admirable. If it were Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, even though they had many Tao marks, they would not be as attractive as Fan Yuan. Because Merman had innate Water Path Tao marks, while Fan Yuan had more than 2 million Water Path Tao marks, there was a natural affinity between them. Yuzi was one of the leaders. She was the Goo Immortal who advocated sacrificing herself the most, using her beauty to join Fan Yuan. In the end, after she saw Fan Yuan personally, she was deeply shocked. She felt that compared to Fan Yuan, she was like a cloud compared to dirt. She felt inferior. Lien Kuxian had been with Yuzi for a long time. With her personal experience, she understood Yuzi's unease. She held Yuzi's hand and transmitted. No matter how beautiful Lord Fan Yuan is, he is still a man. As long as this does not change, we have hope. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. Yuzi nodded slightly, trying to calm her mind. At this time, a hairy man Goo Immortal flew over. Mermaid friends, I am 12th Hair, I have come to receive you. 12th Hair spoke. Yuzi quickly smiled and said some pleasantries to 12th Hair, before giving Tang Qiong a look. Tang Qiong was a supreme elder of the Merman Imperial Court. She had yellow fish scales all over her body. She had a gentle and pleasant appearance. Her smile revealed dimples that made her look even more adorable. Although her status was lower than Yuzi, Lien Kuxian, and Xian Ningxi, she was second only to them. She was put in an important position by the 3 of them. She was busy with government affairs and had strong diplomatic skills. Tang Qiong received Yuzi's signal and immediately walked forward, handing a shell to 12th Hair. 12th Hair saw that this shell was a rare rank 7 refinement path immortal material. He accepted it with a smile, his attitude becoming more enthusiastic. Everyone, please follow me. Your first stop is Star Collection City. This is the central area of the sovereign immortal aperture. The cloud soil that Star Collection City was on was not huge. The group of goo immortals flew quickly and entered Star Collection City. Under 12th Hair's guidance, the mermaid goo immortal stepped into the main hall and greeted the person in charge. This goo immortal in charge of the main hall was also a woman. She cultivated sound path. Her rank 8 aura filled the hall. She wore a pink palace dress. Her eye sockets were deeper than normal people. Her nose bridge was tall. Her eyes were mesmerizing. It was Fairy Miaoyin. The mermaids paid their respects. Fairy Miaoyin sat on a high seat. Looking down at these goo immortals with a solemn expression, she said, "You have just arrived. You need to know the rules of our sovereign immortal aperture. You need to abide by them for life. This sovereign immortal aperture does not support idlers. Whether it's you or the status of the Merfolk clan, you've all relied on your own hard work to obtain it. The contribution board has been calculated clearly. It is clear at a glance. Cheating is the worst. Do you understand?" "Yes, we will definitely follow Lady Miao Yin's instructions." The mermaids lowered their heads and replied. Fairy Miao Yin nodded slightly, looking at 12th Hair. "Since you accepted the mission of guiding the mermaid goo immortals, you will lead them around and familiarize them with Star Collection City's arrangements." Saying so, Fairy Miao Yin waved her hand. Dozens of goo worms flew out. 12th Hair acknowledged and took all of these goo worms, saying to the mermaid immortals, "Please follow me." The mermaid immortals took their leave. After following 12th Hair out of the main hall, they let out sighs of relief. This Fairy Miao Yin was originally a rank 7 goo immortal in southern border, but after following Great Love Immortal Venerable, her cultivation level rose to rank 8. Her tone is unfriendly. She must have seen through our plans, so she is trying to warn us. Lien Kuxian and Yu Zi conversed secretly. On the other side, Tang Qiong was carefully asking 12th Hair about Fairy Miao Yin's identity. Was she the city lord of Star Collection City? Before coming here, the Merman Imperial Court had made many preparations. Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and other famous subordinates of Fan Yuan had prepared gifts for them. But Tang Qiong could not bring out the atmosphere in the hall earlier. 12th Hair shook his head. Originally, Star Collection City Lord was the old Combat Beast King, but he died in the tribulation. Right now, Star Collection City is guarded by Miao Yin, White Rabbit, Wu Shui, Qi Si, and other rank 8s. Hearing this, the mermaid goo immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that Fairy Miao Yin was not the true Star Collection City Lord. She did not have much authority. Yuzi's eyes brightened. She thought about how they rarely interacted with Fan Yuan's main body, but Fan Yuan's clone was in the sovereign immortal aperture. If they could have a close relationship with the clone, they would have achieved their goal. The mermaid immortals followed 12th Hair to the square in Star Collection City. In the square, there were 3 huge pillars. There were countless words floating on the surface of the pillars, forming 3 boards. Before the mermaid immortals could take a closer look, 12th Hair distributed goo worms. These goo worms were given to 12th Hair by Fairy Miao Yin in the main hall. Each mermaid goo immortal got 5. They were all rank 5 mortal goo. The mermaid immortals were very familiar with 3 of the goo worms. They knew that they corresponded to the contribution board, mission board, and exchange board. Fan Yuan's 3 boards were not just in the sovereign immortal aperture, be it the Variant Human Alliance or the Righteous G Alliance. They were all set up. Thus, the mermaid immortals knew. 12th Hair said, "You will be living in the sovereign immortal aperture from now on. It will be different from before. From now on, unless Master gives the order, you will not have a chance to leave. You can take a good look at these 3 boards now. These are our internal boards. The ones in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance are external boards. There are many differences between the 2. Right now, be it the Righteous G Alliance or the Variant Human Alliance, they had both merged into the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. As the 2 sides fought against each other, they became a single force. They had complex feelings. But with Venerable Fan Yuan's cultivation level, who cared if it was sweet or not, it had to be sweet. Chapter 2271. In the past 2 days, Gu Dao Master has been going through all channels. Thank you to the Editor-in-Chief, N.E., thank you to the editor, Yu Long, thank you to Chidian, and thank you to all the readers, friends, and brothers and sisters who have supported this book. I don't know who said. The dream of a web novel is probably these two. One is to sell the IP copyright, and the other is to recommend it through all channels. Time passed quite quickly. Quietly, the book of Gu Dao Master has already exceeded 7 million words. To be honest, according to my outline, it should end at 5 million words. When I wrote 5 million words, I felt, 6 million words should be enough to finish the book. When I wrote 6 million words, I felt, 5 million words should be enough to finish the book. Then I wrote 5 million words. What's going on? Why is there still so much to express? Therefore, there were several announcements of the book's completion, but they all failed. Now that I wrote 7 million words, I feel that estimating when the book will be completed is meaningless. Because I have never calculated correctly. I'd better not give up, holding my head. When I wrote 7 million words, I feel that the entire book is still under my control. Although the outline has been revised countless times, crying, the book's results are getting better and better. This is really unexpected. I remember that when I first wrote the book, I wrote it purely with the interest of getting 0 royalties. To be honest, it's still rare to write a book with better results after writing 7 million words. It's all thanks to everyone. I'm bowing to thank everyone for their support. I also hope that more and more readers will be able to support the original version. After all, it's 6 years of hard work. Gu Dao Master has entered the later stage, and the true theme of this book will gradually become prominent. I think it will be quite exciting. In addition, I will open another batch of character columns tonight. Everyone can like the characters they like and upload pictures. I will closely communicate with the manga reshuffle for these uploaded character pictures. It is very likely that the character images of the Gu Dao Master comic will be closer to the direction that everyone approves of. Gu Dao Master's comic has been updated to The Devil Walks in the Light. The first part was Fan Yuan's dismemberment as a gift. I took a look, and the scale is quite large. Fan Yuan dragged the whole body all the way with blood and then put it into a box as a gift. The person in charge of the venomous Gu Master's manga reorganization was truly courting death. He was frantically rubbing against the edge of the river crab, probing back and forth. To be honest, it was rare to see a manga that could be restored to such an extent. If everyone is interested, you can go and take a look. If you have any comments, you can bring them up directly to the comics department, or you can respond to us. I will try my best to communicate with the comics department. Now that I'm reading comics and seeing Gyue Fan Yuan of Qingmao Mountain, I feel somewhat emotional. Unknowingly, we have already walked so far. Oh. How to read Venerable Gu's manga. It was very simple. First, search for Tencent Comics. After entering, search for Venomous Insect Master. Click on it and look. If mobile users wanted to watch it, they could download the Tencent Animation app. Click, enter, search for Venerable Gu, click, look. Oh, there's more. If everyone had switched over to support from this side, there was no harm in leaving some bullet screen comments to identify themselves and see how many people there were on their side. But please don't be a spoiler. Chapter 2272. Star Collection City Square. Yu Zi and Lian Kuxian looked at the contribution board at the same time. The contribution board had great reference value. Whoever was at the top was an important official, a capable subordinate of Fan Yuan. They were also people that mermaid immortals needed to befriend. Looking at the contribution board, they could roughly understand the situation of Fan Yuan's subordinates. They would have a clear understanding of them. Then, the two of them saw the first name on the contribution list, Sixth Hair. A hairy man? There is a huge gap between this person's contribution points and the second places. No one will be able to catch up to him in a short period of time. Even though Yu Zi and Lian Kuxian had just arrived, they could feel that Sixth Hair's accumulation of contribution points was extraordinary. Starting from second place, the difference in contribution points is not big. Uz and Lien Kuxian soon saw some familiar names in the top 10. For example, Fairy Miaoing, Lady White Rabbit, Mo Tansang, Shui Er, Shi, and others. What made Uz and Lien Kuxian pay attention to was that there was a strange name in the top 10. Land Spirit of Langya? Could it be Langya Bless Land's land spirit? Land spirits can also enter the ranking? This shows that Lord Fang Yuan is truly magnanimous. He treats humans, variant humans, and land spirits equally. Most of the top 10 on the contribution board were variant human Gu immortals. The political significance of this made the two former rulers of the Merman imperial court feel satisfied. They even felt a sense of excitement. They also saw 12th Heir's contribution points. 12th Heir was at the 18th place. The 19th place was the Black Hound Land Spirit. But at the next moment, the 19th place Black Hound Land Spirit suddenly rose up and pushed 12th Heir down. 12th Heir also noticed this. He coughed awkwardly and explained with a slightly envious tone. This Black Hound Land Spirit is really lucky. Right now, the two heavens are fusing. Remnant heavenly dogs and heaven-swallowing dogs escaped in large numbers and were captured by Gu immortals. Our sovereign immortal Aperture took in a group of them. Currently, these dogs are being taken care of by the Black Hound Land Spirit. After they are healed and inspected, they will be released into mini White Heaven. The Black Hound Land Spirit obtained a large number of contribution points because of this. Uz and Lien Kursin nodded and thought to themselves, actually, you don't need to explain too much. We don't care how you were overtaken by a land spirit. They were concerned about Fairy Miaoing, Lady White Rabbit, and most importantly, the snowman Gu immortal Shui Er. Because Bing Yuan had once bragged about Shui in the Outsider Grand Alliance, the news that she was Fan Yuan's fiancée had spread far and wide. The Righteous Alliance, which had once been a hostile faction, was gathering intelligence on this matter. Thus, the mermaid immortals all knew about this. However, just as they were about to inquire about these key figures in detail, a cry of surprise came from beside them. Uz frowned slightly again. Just when she was about to berate, the other four mermaid immortals said together, "Leaders, quickly look at this exchange list." Uz and Lien Kuxian's attention couldn't help but be drawn over. When they looked carefully, their pupils dilated and revealed shocked expressions. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal exchange list was indeed different from the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's external list. There were too many good things. Uz and Lien Kuxian felt their heads go dizzy. The list was filled with Gu worms of all paths. There were many rare and extinct mortal Gu, and there were more than 1,000 immortal Gu that could be exchanged from rank 6 to rank 8. There were countless immortal Gu recipes, immortal materials, immortal killer moves, hundreds and thousands of immortal Gu houses, and immortal inheritances. Uz and Lien Kuxian stared with wide eyes. This is the inheritance of the Water Path great expert Chang Guanshui. He cultivated Information Path and Water Path as his main path. He had the killer move Water chapter. He was famous in history. This is the inheritance of our Merman expert third princess. She was one of the strongest Merman experts of the remote antiquity era. She had resisted primordial origin immortal venerable many times. She created a water path rank 8 immortal material, Great Water. It has been lost for a long time. To think that we would see it here. Uz and Lien Kuxian's hearts palpitated. Fang Yuan promoted himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. He was openly selling immortal Gu in jewel yellow skies. The mermaid immortals knew the price. Even though the price was fair, it could not compare to this place. We can use contribution points to exchange for everything on the exchange board. This is much easier than trading in jewel yellow skies and the outer board. What did I just see? We can even request for Lord Fang Yuan to personally protect us during our tribulations. As expected of Great Love Immortal Venerable. Uz and Lien Kuxian unconsciously licked their lips. Their desire for contribution points became unprecedentedly strong. They and the other four female immortals turned their burning gazes towards the mission board at the same time. Evidently, if they wanted the resources on the exchange board, they needed contribution points. And the source of contribution points was missions. There were many missions on the contribution board. In mini Purple Heaven, a large number of ancient chaotic heavenly eagles mysteriously became immemorial desolate beasts to investigate the truth. Kokitahara's dog feces piled up into a mountain, polluting Hanjiao. A divine detective went to investigate the cause of the dog feces and got rid of them. Mini Eastern Sea's dragon scale sea area flowed backwards. Large amounts of seawater flew into Mini Nine Heavens to repair the immortal formation and rebuild dragon scale sea area. Inkman's city lord Mo Tan Sang got pregnant out of nowhere. He asked an expert for an abortion. The mermaid immortals looked at the mission board and fell into deep thought. There were more missions than they could imagine. Under normal circumstances, most Gu immortals' immortal apertures would have good weather. They would need to be rebuilt after undergoing tribulations, or they would need to relocate new resource points that needed to be taken care of. But unlike the sovereign immortal aperture, it seemed like strange things were happening everywhere at every moment. The mermaid immortals looked at it for a while. They were worried but also happy. They were worried because even though the sovereign immortal aperture was Great Love Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture, it was famous in the world, it was not peaceful and chaotic, it was not easy to survive here. They were happy because in such a chaotic situation, there were all sorts of missions. The Gu immortals did not have to worry about the lack of contribution points. 12th Hare had been observing the mermaid immortal's expressions. He sighed deeply. I will tell you the truth, the sovereign immortal aperture is currently in a rather stable state. You have not experienced it, Master Annex 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. His immortal aperture's down marks increased rapidly. The abnormal situation was like a storm. In the entire sovereign immortal aperture, who isn't busy? Even though there are not many things happening now, because of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, our Gu immortals suffered heavy losses. Even though most of them revived, it is not the time to undergo immortal ascension. As you can see, the missions are very heavy, but we still need to leave people to guard many places. For example, Star Collection City is too important, we cannot afford to lose it. Many abnormal situations occurred suddenly. We need at least one rank 8 expert to guard this place at all times. Seeing that there are more and more missions, we need everyone to join the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Earlier in the hall, even though Fairy Miaoyin said it directly, she was not wrong. If you want to gain the recognition of the old Gu Immortals, you need to work hard and use your actions and contributions to show your loyalty to Master. The Mermaid Immortals heard this and nodded. Yu Zi and Lian Kuxian looked at each other. They finally understood Fang Yuan's intention. Tang Qiong expressed her gratitude towards 12th Hare's advice and gave him a meeting gift. A certain rank 6 mermaid immortal asked at an appropriate time. Lord 12th Hare gave each of us 5 immortal gu, 3 of them are for the 3 boards. What about the remaining 2? 12th Hare accepted the gift as he explained with a smile. One of them is used to communicate with jewel yellow skies. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all Gu cultivators need to use this Gu worm to communicate with jewel yellow skies. The other one is used to monitor you. You need to keep it with you at all times. If it is accidentally damaged, you need to report it immediately. Star Collection City will send a replacement. After pausing for a while, 12th Hare continued. Don't think too much. Not just you, we also have it. Even though it is immortal Gu, it has already saved many Gu immortals' lives. Many abnormal situations contain many mysterious risks. It is not easy for us to deal with them. We might even lose our lives. For example, take a look at this on the mission board. The mermaid immortals looked at 12th Hare's direction and saw Mo Tan Sang's abortion mission. 12th Hare revealed a strange smile. You might not be familiar with Mo Tan Sang, but his status is not low. He is the leader of many Western Desert Gu immortals. He is a male Inkman, but after dealing with an unexpected situation, he became mysteriously pregnant. Now, he is offering a high price for an abortion, but many people are helpless after seeing it. If we abort it rashly, he might even lose his life. The mermaid immortals opened their mouths. They were dumbfounded. All right. 12th Hare continued. Next, I will bring you to another place. In a way, it is even more important than the 3 boards. The mermaid immortals were immediately interested. they followed 12th Hair out of the square and into a branch hall in Star Collection City. At the entrance of the branch hall, the number of Goo Immortals increased rapidly. Many Goo Immortals were supporting each other or bending their backs, dragging their feet as they entered the branch hall in extreme fatigue. Next, these Goo Immortals walked out with their heads held high and their faces glowing, even though many of them still had dark circles under their eyes. When these Goo Immortals saw acquaintances, they would nod at them warmly. When they walked past them, they would greet them and talk about their missions or their rankings on the contribution board. Many Goo Immortals showed expressions of realization when they saw the Mermaid Goo Immortals. Some of them took the initiative to greet them. They were very enthusiastic. Oh, I heard that we are taking in a group of Mermaid Goo Immortals. Are these them? Great, with this group of people, we can finally take a breather. The accumulation of missions should be alleviated now. 12th Hair, you got this receiving mission, you are really lucky. Chapter 2273. 12th Hair laughed heartily, exchanging some pleasantries. When he turned around to look at the Mermaid Immortals, he saw that they were in a daze. Some Goo Immortals even had tears in their eyes. 12th Hair was slightly shocked. He quickly said, "Friends, did I offend you in any way?" Before he finished, Lien Kuxian interrupted. 12th Hair, don't worry, we can see that inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, be they humans, Inkmen, Rockmen, Snowmen, or others, they are all living harmoniously, they have equal status and are extremely close to each other. To speak the truth, I have never seen such a scene. I do not even dare to imagine that such a place exists in this world. 12th Hair was silent. He was originally a member of the Langya sect. Although Langya Blessed Land was very secretive, he knew very well that in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the status of mutants were very low. They had to live under the oppression of the human race. Looking at it from another perspective, the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea had always been surrounded by human superforces. Their pressure to survive was much greater than Langya sect's hairy men. Even though the scene in Star Collection City was extremely ordinary, it had a huge impact on the Mermaid Immortals. At this moment, the Mermaid Immortals had the same thought. Even if the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's environment became 10 times more chaotic and dangerous, they had to survive. Perhaps this is our true home, Yuzi murmured. Life here is truly wonderful. Lien Kuxian heaved a long sigh. I finally understand the profound meaning of the so-called Great Love. Master is indeed worthy of being Great Love Immortal Venerable. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven are truly detestable. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they cannot compare to our Master. A Mermaid Immortal spoke of Fan Yuan. Her expression and tone gradually turned passionate. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up, saying proudly, "Looking at all the venerables of the past, Master is truly magnanimous. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable thinks highly of Master. It is only natural for him to give his inheritance to Master. Because no one else has the qualifications. Only by following Master can we have the possibility of happiness. Since all of you are deeply aware of this, then do your best to protect this place from now on, because this is also protecting your happy life." The Mermaid Immortals nodded, some even shed tears of excitement. After calming herself down, Tang Qiong asked, "What are the mysteries of this sub-palace?" 12th Hair exclaimed, his expression becoming complicated. There was pride and arrogance, excitement, and even a hint of fear in his heart. Even the fur on 12th Hair's face couldn't hide his expression. This made the Mermaid Immortals even more curious. Next, the female Immortals heard 12th Hair explain. This was originally a formation called Liver Life Formation, but Master modified it recently and turned it into an Immortal Goo House. Its effect is great and very practical. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up again. Then, he looked at the Mermaid Immortals and added with a meaningful tone, "You will definitely need it in the future." After 12th Hair's detailed introduction, Liver Life Immortal Goo House successfully left a deep impression on the Mermaid Immortals. There was nothing else to introduce about Star Collection City. 12th Hair led the Mermaid Immortals down from the mini 9 heavens. The group arrived at mini Eastern Sea and looked down at the sea area below. Waves were surging, sea winds were blowing. 12th Hair said, This is the place that Master has decided for you mermen to live and reproduce from now on. The mermaid goo immortals quickly used their investigative methods to investigate the environment of this sea area. What made them overjoyed was that this sea area had a large number of ordinary goo materials, but they were distributed chaotically and without any pattern. Moreover, many goo materials countered each other. They were in a state of exhaustion. The root of this situation was the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture had a lot of Dao marks, thus it produced a large number of goo materials. And because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, abnormal situations occurred frequently. The goo materials were distributed chaotically and were in an unstable state. This is the map of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. It is the version from 3 days ago. Consider it my gift to you. 12th Hare rubbed his fingers as an information path mortal goo flew out. The version from 3 days ago? Yuzi was very perceptive. Yes. 12th Hare nodded, explaining. Because abnormal situations occurred frequently, many terrains would undergo intense changes. Moreover, Master would set up resource points from time to time, annexing grotto heavens and blessed lands. Thus, the map of the 5 regions and 2 heavens has been changing frequently. It needs to be updated frequently. Yuzi probed with her divine sense and exclaimed in shock. So big? Her exclamation attracted the attention of the other mermaid immortals. They rarely saw Supreme Elder Yuzi lose her composure like this. 12th Hare had a proud expression as he smiled. The sovereign immortal aperture has a huge space to begin with. It is 500 million km2. After Master annexed apertures and underwent tribulations, the space has expanded by more than 100 times. It has broken through 500 million km2. The other mermaid immortals heard this and had dazed expressions. They were extremely shocked. 12th Hare laughed again. Don't worry, this place will become even bigger in the future. Even if one day, the sovereign immortal aperture surpasses the 5 regions and 2 heavens, we will not be surprised. I have already marked the area of your territory on the map. Even though my mission has ended, if you have any needs, you can use this information path mortal goo to contact me. I am currently residing in Yellow Hair Continent. I am in charge of leading the Yellow Hair Hairy Men. I am your neighbor. Yu Zi and Lian Kuxian quickly expressed their gratitude. They also took out their own information path mortal goo to exchange with 12th Hare. 12th Hare said goodbye to the mermaid immortals, his figure vanishing into the sky. After Yu Zi and Lian Kuxian discussed for a while, the 6 mermaid immortals started to get busy. On one hand, they sent people to investigate the surrounding environment, above the clouds and below the ground. They also calculated the resources. On the other hand, they arranged for goo immortals to set up a super large defensive goo formation. After completing the 2 tasks, the mermaid immortals opened their immortal aperture entrances. Groups of mermen brought their families to this sea area. Under the instructions of the mermaid goo immortals, these 800,000 mermen started to build houses in an orderly manner, forming underwater villages, small towns, and even cities in the center. The mermaid immortals set up 6 cities. Each goo immortal was in charge of one. The cities were surrounded by small towns, and beyond the towns were villages. Because of their ample preparation, the mermen did not lack living resources. Chaotic situations were unavoidable. After all, they had just arrived. But under the command and control of the mermaid immortals, they did not suffer any losses. After working for 9 days and 9 nights, seeing that the merman citizens had settled down, Yu Zi and Lian Kuxian gathered the immortals to discuss some important matters. There are many types of ordinary goo materials, but the quantity of each is not high, and they change frequently. In my opinion, we should organize the mermaid goo masters to gather these goo materials once in a while. The surrounding environment is quite safe. There are few desolate beasts, not to mention ancient desolate beasts. There are almost no common food like seaweed and prawns. We need to nurture them. We even need to create a stable ecosystem. There are few immortal materials here. According to the map, the closest immortal level resource point to us is 7 Treasures Sea Spring. It produces 7 treasures water. Don't think about resource points. This is the sovereign immortal aperture. All the resource points belong to Master. If we want resources, We need to complete missions and exchange for them with contribution points. Speaking of missions, the mermaid immortals had been actively researching them these days. 12th Hair's words make sense. I think we need to do our best to complete the missions and prove our worth. That way, other Gu immortals will acknowledge us. I have compared them and found that the most suitable mission for us is to set up a water path resource point. Master is a great strategist with a grand spirit. He is currently creating a water vein. Now that the first water vein is completed, he is creating the second one. This is our chance. That makes sense, but we cannot give up on the other missions either. Especially those that involve other Gu immortals. I think we can take some of them and use the mission to get to know the Gu immortals here. We can try to befriend them. Before coming here, we prepared most of the gifts for our first meeting. After the mermaid immortals finished their discussion, Yuzi stayed in this sea area. She was in charge of developing the ecosystem and creating a stable source of food for the mermen. Meanwhile, for female immortals led by Lian Kuxian received missions and traveled to different places. On one hand, they gathered information, and on the other hand, they established diplomatic relations. Lian Kursen spent more than a day flying to the Yellow Hair continent. 12th Hair had already received a letter Gu notification. He welcomed them in the sky. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Both sides had the desire to befriend each other. Lian Kuxian sent a gift again. These days, she had been researching the contribution board. She found that the hairy men were the number one force in the sovereign immortal aperture. 12th Hair also prepared a gift in return. It was not a small one. After some initial interaction, 12th Hair learned of the mermaid immortal's actions. He smiled at Lian Kuxian. You did the right thing this time. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, when Gu immortals visit, they would set up a banquet, or at the very least, they would prepare some tea. But this situation does not exist in the sovereign immortal aperture. We do not have the time or mood to set up these useless banquets. You accepted the mission this time and used it to establish diplomatic relations. It was a wise move. If you did it according to the habits of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the effect would not be good. Lian Kuxian heard this and felt a little glad. Next, she realized the style of the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortals. 12th Hair said directly, You and I have both accepted the mission to nurture Gu immortal seeds. Let's go. Let's not waste time and look at the most important one first. Lian Kuxian followed 12th Hair, flying for a while before concealing her aura and entering a forest. A hairy man Gu master was being chased. He was covered in injuries as he staggered in the forest. Sounds of fighting could be heard from behind him. Lian Kuxian inspected and found that this hairy man Gu master was a mixed blood between a human and a hairy man. He is called Gu Xiang. 12th Hair introduced at an appropriate time. Lian Kuxian's pupils shrunk. Her body shook intensely. 12th Hair quickly stretched out his hand. Don't think too much. He is not of Master's bloodline. He is Gu Fangjing's son. Master has great foresight. We cannot fathom him. We were only ordered to secretly nurture this child, arranging fortuitous encounters and setbacks for him. This is the most qualified Gu immortal seed among us hairy man Gu masters. Chapter 2274. Huff, huff, huff. Gu Fanxiang breathed roughly as he hid in the roots of an ancient tree. The ancient tree towered into the sky. The exposed roots were intertwined and were very well hidden. Gu Fanxiang had finally escaped the pursuit. He had the chance to rest and recuperate. His mouth and nose were still bleeding. He hurriedly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and started to inspect his body's condition. Gu Fanxiang's expression turned grim. He found that he had more than 10 wounds, 3 fractures, and the most serious injury was to his internal organs. He needed immediate treatment. However, he was not that panicked. After all, this was not the first time he had suffered such injuries. Gu Fanxiang tore the clothes on his chest. His clothes were tattered from the intense battle. He casually tore them apart, revealing his hairy chest. There was a long and deep wound on his chest. Broken ribs could be seen. Gu Fanxiang gritted his teeth and activated his Gu worm. The healing Gu worm was like a centipede. It entered his body from the wound and immediately suppressed the internal bleeding. In a short while, this centipede came out of Guyue Fangxiang's body while covered in blood, lying on his wound. Hundreds of tentacles stabbed into the flesh on both sides of the wound. The intense pain caused Guyue Fangxiang to suck in a breath of cold air. Shortly after, the centipede slowly exerted strength. Its hundreds of tentacles forcefully dragged the flesh, creating a light creaking sound as the huge wound closed up. Treating the injury like this was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause, but Guyue Fangxiang was clear that there was no time for him to treat the injury. "There are traces of blood here. Come quickly. Be careful, this scoundrel is very troublesome. What are you afraid of? Even if he has rank 5 cultivation, after being hit by the leader's incomplete refinement killer move, most of his goo worms will be destroyed. Because of your thoughts, more than 10 experts have already died in his hands. Guyue Fangxiang, this mixed blood is indeed a monster." Discussions could be heard. Guyue Fangxiang's expression changed. "Damn it! He had caught up so quickly. I just finished treating my wounds." Guyue gritted his teeth and checked the few goo worms left in his aperture. After persisting until now, most of his goo worms had already been destroyed. As for the rest, they were all injured. Forcefully activating them would cause them to disintegrate and be destroyed. These goo worms were all accumulated by Guyue and Fangxiang with great difficulty, but now he had no choice but to use them. "Sleep-lurking goo, I can only rely on you now. You must hold on." Guyue Fangxiang prayed while activating his goo worm to hide himself. This was only a rank 4 goo, but its concealment ability was outstanding, almost comparable to a rank 5 goo. Guyue had to rely on this goo to escape many times in his life. But this goo had a flaw: once activated, the goo master would fall asleep. The deeper the sleep, the better the concealment effect. As a result, Guyue lost his sense of the outside world. What he did not know was, not long after he fell asleep, this sleep-lurking goo completely disintegrated into pieces. The pursuers were still searching around. Seeing this, 12th Hare, who was hiding, waved his hand as an immortal killer move was instantly used on Guyue Fangxiang. A yellow hairy man goo master who was chasing him was very serious. He searched the area that Guyue Fang wanted to hide in, carefully inspecting the tree roots that he was hiding in. Guyue Fangxiang was right in front of him, but he could not see him. Eventually, the pursuers thought that Guyue Fangxiang had escaped from this mountain. They chased deeper into the mountain. Guyue Fangxiang woke up and found that he was safe for the moment. He let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the sleep-lurking goo in his aperture that had disintegrated into pieces, he felt fear and rejoiced. "It seems that sleep-lurking goo lasted until the crucial moment. I managed to escape. These pursuers are heading to the next mountain. It is a good chance for me to escape." Guyue Fangxiang was overjoyed. His injuries had already stabilized. He quickly got up and left. He moved carefully in the deep and dense forest, trying his best not to leave any traces of his escape. Half a day later, the sky suddenly turned dark. A strange fog started to appear in the forest. Guyue Fangxiang came to a deep pool in the mountain. He looked around and was slightly satisfied. He decided to rest here for some time. "This is a good water source. Wild beasts will definitely be attracted here. Be it water or beast meat, they are suitable for me to replenish my supply. If I am lucky, I can even obtain some goo materials from hunting and refine goo worms to replenish my goo worm stock." Guyue Fangxiang had a lot of experience in living alone in forests. He was a mixed blood of hairy men and humans. In Black Hair Continent, where hairy men were the rulers, he was looked down upon. Even his biological mother, the city lord of Steel Thread City, didn't like him very much. In Guyue Fangxiang's childhood and teenage years, his greatest wish was to work hard to gain his mother's approval. However, because he was a mixed blood, his goo refinement aptitude was far inferior to hairy men. And these hairy men took pride in goo refinement. But thankfully, Guyue Fangxiang had some fortuitous encounters. Through all sorts of methods, he obtained some cultivation methods by coincidence. He cultivated diligently. His performance was shocking. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, gradually changed her opinion of him. She gradually accepted him from the depths of her heart. However, good times did not last long. Steel Thread City was attacked and almost destroyed. Steel Thread City Lord risked her life to escape with Guyue Fangxiang. Before dying, Steel Thread City Lord told Guyue Fangxiang's background. My son, mother has mistreated you. Haven't you always wanted to ask who your father is? His name is Guyue Fangjing. He was once a human slave of mine. But he escaped and later became a famous demonic path Gu master expert. You also have a human name. You are called Guyue Fangxiang. Go, find your father and tell him your name. Tell him everything that happened here. The enemy is too strong. If you want to take revenge for mother, I'm afraid you can only find your father. Just like this, the young Guyue Fangxiang embarked on a journey to find his father. He went from Black Hair Continent to White Hair Continent, then from White Hair Continent to Yellow Hair Continent. Along the way, he experienced many hardships, but there were always troubles and challenges. Even though Guyue Fangjing was no longer in the sovereign immortal aperture, he had indeed roamed the 3 continents of hairy men. He left behind all sorts of traces and rumors. Guyue Fangxiang's cultivation level rose. He gained more experience in society. Countless battles and escapes had forged his tenacious and optimistic nature. He firmly believed that one day, he would find his father. Just like this, near the deep pool, Guyue Fangxiang rested for a night. Early in the morning, the mountain fog was thick. Guyue Fangxiang came to the edge of the deep pool with a puzzled expression. He found that this deep pool was very strange. The fog in the forest originated from the deep pool. Guyue Fangxiang waited here for half a day and night, but did not see any wild beasts coming to the deep pool to drink water. All sorts of abnormalities gave him a familiar feeling. Every time he encountered a fortuitous encounter, it was probably this feeling. Guyue Fangxiang had an adventurous spirit. After probing for a while, he dived into the deep pool. Unexpectedly, the pool water was not cold. Instead, the deeper he dived, the warmer it became. Guyue Fangxiang dived all the way to the bottom of the deep pool. The temperature of the water was as pleasant as a hot spring. This is? He found a piece of white jade in the deep pool. The white jade was almost transparent. From the outside, Guyue Fangxiang could easily see that there was a beauty sealed inside. This is a mermaid? When Guyue Fangxiang saw the beauty's face, his eyes widened as his heart shook. So beautiful! He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. This kind of beauty caused his heart to beat wildly, and he naturally developed a feeling of adoration. The mermaid sealed in the white jade was Lian Kexian. Lian Kexian transmitted her voice to Guyue Fangyuan. Interesting mixed blood, young man. Did you wake me up? Guyue Fangxiang's body shook. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but he forgot that he was at the bottom of the pool. He drank a huge mouthful of water. He quickly covered his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Lian Kexian laughed. Guyue Fangxiang felt his whole body go numb. He thought, how can this mysterious mermaid laugh so beautifully? Lian Kexian continued to explain. I am a mermaid immortal Lian Kexian. When I was quelling a chaos in heaven and earth, I was accidentally injured and sealed in this white jade. Young man, since we are fated to meet, please lend me a hand and help me escape. Guyue Fangxiang was shocked, but he did not have a gu worm to transmit. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed. He waved his hands underwater to express his intentions. Lian Kexian smiled and said, You don't have to worry. This piece of white jade can't trap me in the first place. It's just that I need more time to escape alone. If you can refine rank 4 Earth Refinement Goo, you can refine this white jade from the outside. It will save me a lot of effort. Guyue Fangxiang nodded. Lian Kexian gave him pointers, telling him the Earth Refinement Goo recipe. She also pointed out the suitable goo materials for this area. Guyue Fangxiang got out of the pool. He started to work. After spending 3 days, he refined rank 4 Earth Refinement Goo for the first time. This is really luck. Guyue Fangxiang felt glad. According to his usual performance, it would not be easy to refine a rank 4 goo worm. He was a mixed blood after all. It seems that heaven is helping me. I have to save the fairy. Guyue Fangxiang sighed. 12th Hair, who was hiding at the side, laughed and shook his head. He had secretly helped him, otherwise, how could Guyue Fangxiang succeed in one try? Guyue Fangxiang obtained the rank 4 Earth Refinement Gu. He did not rest, he dragged his tired body to the bottom of the pool, and refined the white jade. Lien Kuexian successfully escaped. She smiled at Guyue Fangxiang, showing a look of appreciation in her eyes. Guyue Fangxiang's face turned red as he lowered his head. To express her gratitude, Lien Kuexian waved her hand and healed all of Guyue Fangxiang's injuries. Next, she gave Guyue Fangxiang close to 10 mortal gu, as well as an inheritance. Lien Kuexian was about to leave. Guyue Fangxiang was in a daze. He stammered. Fairy, where can I meet you again? Lien Kuexian smiled lightly. Do you know the difference between mortals and immortals? Guyue Fangxiang's body shook, his expression turned ashen. But Lien Kuexian continued. The inheritance I gave you is an immortal cultivation method. If you can become an immortal, you will meet me again in the future. Ah! Guyue Fangxiang cried out involuntarily. He did not expect this fortuitous encounter to be so huge. A moment later, he stood at the edge of the pool in a daze, looking at Lien Kuexian flying into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Lien Kuexian, Fairy Kuexian! Guyue Fangxiang muttered, clutching his chest. Lien Kuexian's appearance was deeply engraved in his heart. He knew that from now on, other than finding his father, he had another goal in life. That was to become a Gu immortal and meet Fairy Lien Kuexian again. P.S. Fixed many bugs in chapters 270 to 276. Thank you to the friends in this chapter for your guidance. I will try to repay some of the Alliance Leaders chapters this month. Chapter 2275. How is it? 12th Hair smiled. In the clouds, he met with the mermaid immortal Lien Kuexian secretly. Lien Kuexian replied. He is indeed a Gu immortal seed. He has a high chance of becoming an immortal. 12th Hair shook his head. This time, he has a strong motivation to cultivate, but it is not enough. We need to increase his foundation as much as possible. After all, he can only pass the adjustment of 3 chi by himself. As for the other tribulations, they were not a problem. They could secretly help from the side. Then what do you mean? Lien Kuexian showed some hesitation. 12th Hair said, I will give him 7 to 8 days to familiarize himself with those mortal gu. After that, I will lure those pursuers over and let them train for him. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, is not dead. She is in a state of near death. Only Gu immortal methods can save her. I will let him know this. It will strengthen his desire and determination to undergo tribulation. Lien Kuexian heard this and was silent for a while before praising. You are truly far-sighted. I cannot compare to you. After this mission is completed, I hope you can distribute the contribution points. Fairy, you are too humble. 12th Hair squinted, waving his hand. I will report your contribution. Furthermore, the distribution of contribution points is a matter of Star Collection City. How can I interfere? Lien Kuexian had originally accepted the mission to get close to and befriend 12th Hair. But when she learned of Guyue Fangxiang's special identity, she immediately understood that Guyue Fangxiang would be placed in an important position by Fang Yuan in the future. This mermaid immortal thought of a plan. She did not hesitate to take action personally and interact with Guyue Fangxiang. In order to perform better, this mermaid immortal was willing to go all out. 12th Hair was worried that her performance would reduce his gains, so he revealed his other plan to Lien Kuexian. Lien Kuexian was also very perceptive. She immediately expressed that she would not compete for the credit. 12th Hair was very satisfied. The atmosphere between the two thus returned to normal, becoming harmonious again. After chatting for a while, a huge pillar of light suddenly shot up from the south, an eerie Gu refinement aura spread out. Lien Kuexian sensed it, and her expression changed. Someone refined a rank 7 immortal Gu? She then looked at 12th Hair and praised. Your clan is indeed full of talents. Just this surging aura alone makes this one yearn for it. I wonder if fellow immortal can introduce me to him? 12th Hair showed a troubled expression. He shook his head and subconsciously lowered his voice. If it were any other hairy man Gu immortal, I would definitely introduce them to you. But this person is very special. His true identity is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone. Master used a method to imprison him, refining Gu all day long. Lien Kuexian was shocked. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration as she asked, "Don't tell me, this imprisoned Gu immortal is 6th Hair?" 12th Hair nodded. "Fairy, you are very smart. The valley that 6th Hair lives in has also been specially arranged by Master. It is a forbidden area in the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture, commonly known as Secluded Valley Forbidden Area. At this time, in the Secluded Valley Forbidden Area, 6th Hair's body was as thin as a stick. His cheekbones were high, and his eye sockets were deep. A rank 7 immortal Gu had just been refined. This Gu worm was like an ant. Its upper body was large and shiny, while its lower body was small and dim. Its front limbs were short and weak, while its back limbs were long and powerful. It was the enslavement path immortal Gu, Master Servant Gu. I finally refined it. 33 times, I was heavily injured 27 times, and nearly died 19 times, but I still succeeded. With this immortal Gu, I can definitely help Sect Leader Fang Yuan. I still need to rely on Sect Leader to save my main body. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Forget it. Let's continue refining Gu. The more immortal Gu I refine, the stronger Shadow Sect will become, and the greater the hope of saving my main body." 6th Hair's mind was not right. After muttering for a long time, he immediately started to refine other immortal Gu. A moment later, in jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan's will and He Fengyan completed a transaction under everyone's gazes. Fang Yuan obtained an Earth Path resource point in Central Continent. It was called 9 Central Stone Forest, while He Fengyan obtained the Master Servant Gu. He really made the transaction. Unbelievable. He Fengyan is actually so daring. He is not throwing caution to the wind. He must have received instructions from Immortal Crane's sect to do this. Crane Gate? No, even Crane Gate cannot resist the pressure of openly transacting with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. There must be Celestial Court's permission behind this, otherwise, why would Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects dare to do this? Didn't Celestial Court declare that Fang Yuan is a demon venerable? They actually cooperated with him? So what? How hard is it to refine a rank 7 immortal Gu? Celestial Court is extremely rich. They have countless resource points like 9 Central Stone Forest. They can exchange for an immortal Gu with just a little bit. I would do the same. Fang Yuan is indeed worthy of being Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Refining a rank 7 immortal Gu is so easy. It is as easy as drinking water. What do you think will happen if he refines a rank 8 immortal Gu? It won't be so easy, right? I feel that there is at most a 50%, no, 30% chance of success. Then what about refining a rank 9 immortal Gu? Hee, you must be joking. Even a refinement path venerable would find it difficult to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu. Look at the historical records. The number of rank 9 immortal Gu refinements can be counted on one hand, but how many of them succeeded? Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spent 100 years to refine rank 9 Wisdom Gu. That's right, Celestial Court spent over 1,000,000 years to repair a rank 9 Fate Gu. And in the end? Didn't they fail at the last moment? And this is just repairing a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Refining a rank 9 Immortal Gu is too difficult. That is hard to say. After all, Guyue Fang Yuan is the first refinement path venerable in history. We can only look up to him. There is no way we can estimate him. At once, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions and 2 heavens discussed among themselves. They had just started to talk about Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. They were curious about what kind of refinement path strength he had as a refinement path venerable. Most people thought that it would be very difficult for Fang Yuan to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu. After all, there were many historical records. The remaining small portion of Gu immortals felt that they were too weak. They could not guess Fang Yuan's true limits. Gradually, the topic of the Gu Immortals discussion shifted to Celestial Court under the influence of some people. Celestial Court's tacit acceptance towards Hifeng Yuan, star constellation Immortal Venerable's ambiguous attitude towards Fan Yuan made the Immortals feel disdain and ridicule, but they could understand why Celestial Court did this. After all, Fan Yuan's business could not be stopped, and it was very profitable. Because of this topic, the Gu Immortals started to talk about Celestial Court stopping the distribution of Immortal Yuan stones. Thus, complaints and calls for Celestial Court to redistribute Immortal Yuan stones arose. Voices of ridicule and jealousy towards Celestial Court rose to the surface. Celestial Court had always been the number one human force in the world. It stood proudly at the top of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This time, they stopped distributing Immortal Yuan stones. It went against their previous position and style. The shortage of Immortal Yuan stones was indeed a huge problem for many Gu immortals. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, out of the 10 transactions, 9 of them were already bartering with items. The remaining transaction was when super forces offered high prices to purchase Immortal Yuan stones. Western Desert. Fan Dichang was also activating Gu worms to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This wave of criticism towards Celestial Court is not right. Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are likely adding fuel to the fire. Fan Dichang's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he recognized the peculiarity. The truth was that Fan Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good opportunity. Celestial Court's reputation fell again and again in this wave of criticism. Fan Dichang's divine sense arrived in front of Fan Yuan's will and communicated in an extremely humble manner. Western Desert's Fan Dichang greets Lord Alliance Leader. Lord Alliance Leader is a man of wisdom and martial virtue. You have blessed the world. I wish Lord Alliance Leader eternal blessings and longevity. Before he finished speaking, Fan Yuan's will waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Fan Dichang. Enough nonsense, let's transact. Fan Dichang quickly acknowledged. Thus, after He Fingyang's transaction, another transaction succeeded. Fan Yuan refined a rank 7 Immortal Gu and gave it to Western Desert's Fan Clan. And Fan Clan provided an Earth Vein resource point as well as millions of hairy man's slaves. Fan Clan originally wanted to keep a low profile and develop in the dark, benefiting from both sides. But Fan Yuan declared his great love and exposed his close relationship with Fan Clan. Fan Clan was dumbfounded for a while. Wan Clan gathered Western Desert's righteous path to attack Fan Clan. Even though they failed, Fan Clan recognized their situation and no longer had any thoughts of getting lucky. Thus, under Fan Dichang's suggestion, Western Desert's Fan Clan publicly announced that they would join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. At this point, Fan Clan can only cooperate closely with Fan Yuan and make use of this opportunity to strengthen themselves. Fan Dichang sighed inwardly. This identity was very risky, but at the same time, it also brought with it immense benefits. Immortal Gu were too difficult to refine. With this Immortal Gu, my battle strength can match ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals for now. Fan Dichang fell into deep thought again. He had already succeeded in his immortal ascension and became a rank 6 Gu Immortal again. The harmonization of 3 Qi was a huge obstacle, but Fan Dichang had the experience of success. There was no reason to fail the second time after succeeding the first time. Another problem in immortal ascension was calamities and tribulations. With the help of Fan Clan's Gu Immortals, there was no threat in most situations. Unless dream path or painting path calamities and tribulations appeared. But what made Fan Dichang feel regretful was that he did not have the chance to learn from nature in this immortal ascension. Every Gu Master's immortal ascension had a peerless opportunity to learn from nature. Using this opportunity to ask about the secrets of heaven and earth would often result in great gains. But this time, Fan Dichang lost this opportunity. This was not because it was his second immortal ascension, but because there was a problem with providence itself. With the fusion of the 2 heavens, providence fell into chaos and turbulence. It was hard to take care of the small issue of learning from nature. After resting for a few more days, we will attack Wan Clan. At this moment, Fan Dichang's eyes were like an eagle's. Chapter 2276. Northern Plains. The golden light drifted in the sky like strands and threads, and it formed a golden glow that covered the sky before seeping into the ground, causing it to be vast and continuous, and it was an extremely majestic scene. Giant Sun Immortal was refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. But at this time, the golden light that filled the world gradually calmed down. A moment later, the core of Northern Plains returned to its original state. In the air, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable slowly opened his eyes. He had a handsome face. His mouth, nose, eyes, and brows were all very firm, but his expression was indifferent right now, revealing a trace of undetectable helplessness. Ever since the three Venerables tried to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but failed because of Fog Yuan's interference, Giant Sun Immortal returned to Northern Plains and refined luck path Tao marks here. During this period of time, he had made great progress. Now, he had already completed his plan. All the luck path Tao marks in Northern Plains core area were refined by him. The range of luck path Tao marks covered the wisdom path Tao marks that star constellation Immortal Venerable refined earlier. It negated some of star constellation Immortal Venerable's advantage here. Even though Giant Sun Immortal could do nothing to the wisdom path Tao marks that star constellation Immortal Venerable had already refined. But at least in the future, when they fought here, star constellation Immortal Venerable would gain the amplification of wisdom path Tao marks, and so would Giant Sun Immortal. He would not lose his home ground advantage. But I don't have much immortal essence left. Giant Sun Immortal sighed internally. The process of refining natural Tao marks expended rank 9 immortal essence intensely. At the start, Giant Sun Immortal only refined the luck path Tao marks around him. It was like weaving a spherical spider web. From one point, it grew to a small ball, and then to a large ball. As the spider web grew larger, the number of Tao marks it came into contact with increased. At the same time, refining these luck path Tao marks consumed a terrifying amount of immortal essence. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal only had over 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. He had no choice but to stop. His immortal essence storage was already at a critical level. He had to reserve some in case of accidents. Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 immortal aperture could produce yellow apricot immortal essence now. This was his only source of immortal essence. Longevity Heaven would not do. Although the Longevity Heaven hadn't devoured any of the 9 heavens fragments, and wasn't corroded by the power of Providence, after the Giant Sun Immortal died, it couldn't produce the Giant Sun's immortal energy. Right now, even though Giant Sun Immortal had revived, the true venerable immortal aperture was this one in his body. It had not passed the first chaotic disaster. Furthermore, this second aperture of Giant Sun Immortal had just been constructed. It was not very prosperous. The immortal aperture origin source could not produce much immortal essence. Unless Giant Sun Immortal absorbed Longevity Heaven into his body. But if he did that, the luck path Tao marks in his body would increase sharply, and he would lose the possibility of cultivating blood path. I must first cultivate my blood path to a certain extent before I can regain my previous life's foundation. This was the pain of development, and it had to be endured. Cultivating the blood path at the same time will be of great help to the competition between supremacies. Thankfully, I don't have enough immortal essence. The situation for the other two venerables will be worse. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. He had always felt that he had an advantage in terms of immortal essence. Even though he could not refine luck path Tao marks for the time being, Giant Sun Immortal was not idle. He waited for the immortal essence to be produced while comprehending blood path. Blood Sea Ancestor's true identity was Giant Sun Immortal's clone. Blood Sea Ancestor created blood path. He left behind countless blood path inheritances after his death. Most of them were mortal goo or mortal killer moves. But there were 9 true inheritances at goo immortal level. They were the peak of blood path at that time. These 9 inheritances were blood skull goo, blood handprint goo, blood chi goo, blood sweat goo, meridian blood goo, blood shadow goo, blood battle goo, blood deity goo, as well as the method to raise and enslave the ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat. Unfortunately, Blood Sea Ancestor was targeted by the Celestial Court when he was alive. His inheritances were also the same after his death. They were mostly destroyed. Thankfully, Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless mortal inheritances. Most of the 9 true inheritances were useful. The one who obtained the most true inheritances was Southern Border's Gu Immortal Shang Yanfei. When he was young, he found Blood Handprint Immortal Gu in Southern Border's Blood Tide Pit. Later, he obtained the Blood Shadow Gu True Inheritance. Northern Plains Meridian Blood Immortal Gu True Inheritance was obtained by Dong Fang Naganori. Western Desert's Blood Chi Immortal Gu True Inheritance was obtained by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The true inheritance regarding the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat was obtained by Shadow Sect. It ended up in Song Zixing's hands. Central Continent's Blood Deity Immortal Gu True Inheritance was fought over by the 10 great ancient sects. Most of it was destroyed. The remnant recipe of Blood Deity Immortal Gu was obtained by Myriad Dragon Doc. Of the remaining 3 true inheritances, because of the changes in heaven and earth, Blood Skull Immortal Gu was destroyed due to the volcanic eruption. Blood Sweat Gu was mysteriously taken. It had not appeared until now. Maybe something happened to the person who took it. The Blood Battle Gu True Inheritance was accidentally destroyed by an immemorial desolate beast. After Giant Sun Immortal revived, he collected all of the Huangjin tribe's blood path research results. Longevity Heaven also had some results. Next, he ordered Earth Extremity Gon Ni to refine Immortal Gu. He obtained several Blood Path Immortal Gu. But only Blood Battle Immortal Gu was included. As for the other 7 Immortal Gu, other than Blood Deity Immortal Gu, he had already tried them. The result was that these Immortal Gu all existed in the world. Without a choice, Giant Sun Immortal had to use Imitation Gu to temporarily turn into Blood Relation Gu. He was barely able to construct a blood path formation and successfully revive in Crazed Demon Cave. I have already digested the blood path primordial domain. My blood path attainment level has also reached Supreme Grand Master now. But there were too few blood path immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal first absorbed the primordial domain in Crazed Demon Cave and reached Luck Path Supreme Grand Master attainment level. Then he snatched the primordial domain. His first focus was on blood path. He snatched a lot of the primordial domain. He did not have time to absorb it back then, but now, he had secretly absorbed all the blood path related primordial domain. In terms of attainment level, he was the number 1 blood path person in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, but back then, he felt awkward like he could not make bricks without straw. He needed more and more crucial blood path immortal Gu. Among them, the ones that Giant Sun Immortal yearned for were Blood Acid Immortal Gu, Blood Skull Immortal Gu, Bloodline Immortal Gu, Blood Relation Immortal Gu, and others. But the reality was, these Immortal Gu all had owners. Gon and I had been refining all sorts of Blood Path Immortal Gu for Giant Sun Immortal. Blood Rope Immortal Gu was one of the results. But these Immortal Gu were too low level. They were not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal. He needed to at least raise these Blood Path Immortal Gu to rank 8. It was too difficult for Gon and I to complete this task. Gon and I dual cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. She was not a pure Refinement Path Gu Immortal. Even for a Gu Immortal who cultivated Path, the efficiency of refining rank 8 Immortal Gu was very low. If Long Hair Ancestor was still alive, it would be much more convenient. Giant Sun Immortal started to miss Long Hair Ancestor. Back then, he had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine so many Luck Path Immortal Gu, gradually building 88-point Jinyang Tower. Fan Yuan refined so many Blood Path Immortal Gu, be it for this or for refining Blood Path Immortal Gu in the future. I need to transact with him. Giant Sun Immortal found that he could not avoid Fan Yuan. Especially when Feng Yang and Fa Yuan's public transaction succeeded. Giant Sun Immortal found out about Celestial Court's ambiguous attitude. Celestial Court had already done this. If Giant Sun Immortal did not follow them, he would be left behind by Fan Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. I will let Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu do it. I will buy Blood Path Immortal Gu from Fan Yuan. Isn't he close to Fan Yuan? Giant Sun Immortal made up his mind. Next, he started to deduce Blood Path Immortal Gu recipes, as well as more Blood Path killer moves. His Blood Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was his greatest source of confidence. Of course, on the other hand, he was also using all sorts of methods to search for the blood path research results of the super forces, as well as the outstanding blood path inheritances that had been passed down. After all, deducing these immortal goo recipes and immortal killer moves required time and effort. If he had any results, it would save Giant Sun Immortal a lot of time and resources. Celestial Court. 2 days ago, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already stopped refining Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks. It was not that she did not want to, but her situation was the same as Giant Sun Immortal. Her immortal essence reserves had reached a limit, she had no choice but to stop. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal's. Her previous life's venerable immortal aperture had already been contributed to Celestial Court, while Celestial Court had annexed a large number of immemorial 9 heavens fragments. Under the corrosion of providence, her wisdom path Tao marks had turned into natural Tao marks. She could not be like Giant Sun Immortal, who could retrieve her original venerable immortal aperture and increase the number of her Tao marks. But she had an advantage. Celestial Court had far more wisdom path Tao marks than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's previous life. Because Celestial Court had existed for over 3 million years, during which countless wisdom path rank 8 goo immortals were born, their immortal apertures had also fused with Celestial Court. If she could completely refine Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's amplification would be far greater than Giant Sun Immortal's in longevity heaven. These last 2 days, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been deducing killer moves. She was trying to use Star Eyes, Goo, and others to modify her combat system. Like Giant Sun Immortal, she had also absorbed a lot of primordial domain, becoming a Supreme Grandmaster of Star Path. Furthermore, she cultivated Wisdom Path. She had a greater advantage in deducing killer moves than Giant Sun Immortal. When refining natural Tao marks, the immortal essence expenditure was too intense. But when deducing killer moves, the immortal essence expenditure was completely acceptable for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. With her current venerable immortal aperture, the immortal essence production was higher than the immortal essence expenditure. Most importantly, I need to completely refine Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks. After that, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use her killer move to conceal the details of Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal would not be able to use Longevity Heaven's Luck Path Tao marks to investigate forcefully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deeply aware of the principle that it was hard to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. After I conceal Giant Sun Immortal's investigation, the first step is to break the truthful floating ice and take out the derivation goo inside to help the development of human path. In terms of immortal essence, Giant Sun Immortal should have the advantage. In terms of goo refinement, Fan Yuan has the advantage. But I have rank 9 derivation immortal goo. As long as I use it properly, I will be able to surpass the 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. The 3 venerables were in a standoff, even though they were not fighting. This was just a different method of competition. Tao marks refinement, immortal essence storage, rank 9 immortal goo, and other aspects became the focus of the competition between the 3 venerables. Undeniably, whoever had the advantage in these aspects would have a higher chance of winning. Chapter 2277. Eastern Sea. This should be enough, I should stop for now. Fan Yuan willed as he stopped refining Tao marks. Fan Yuan had over 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence in the sovereign immortal aperture. But Fan Yuan did not stop refining natural Tao marks because of his immortal essence storage. In fact, while he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks on the surface, he was actually dispelling the truthful floating ice. Most of his yellow apricot immortal essence was used to dispel the truthful floating ice. Only a small portion was used to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks. This performance allowed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to stay in their respective headquarters. They did not find trouble with Fan Yuan. Oh? Giant Sun Immortal has stopped refining natural Tao marks. Fan Yuan's eyes shined. This information could not be concealed, and because the three venerables paid close attention to each other, Fan Yuan soon learned of it. Giant Sun Immortal should not have much immortal essence left, even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is hiding in Celestial Court. Her situation should be the same. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The two venerables' immortal essence reserves were low. They were less likely to find trouble with Fan Yuan. The threat they posed to Fan Yuan was also reduced by several times. Thankfully, I took a risk and succeeded in refining rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise, I would be in a lot of trouble now. With three venerables, once they fell behind, it would be hard to catch up. After all, the three venerables were heroes among heroes. Right now, in terms of immortal essence reserves, I am already on par with the three venerables. But the truth is, I have many advantages. I have surpassed the two venerables. Fan Yuan evaluated. Firstly, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was truly powerful. Next, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was reinforced with time path methods. The flow of time was faster than the two venerables. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had conflicting Dao marks. There were almost no time path methods that could affect their immortal apertures. Finally, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's foundation far surpassed the two venerables' immortal apertures that he had just started developing. The amount of yellow apricot immortal essence produced by the immortal aperture origin core was much higher than the two venerables. With these three factors combined, Fan Yuan's yellow apricot immortal elemental energy output was much higher than the two venerables. When Fan Yuan was refining the natural Dao marks, he tried his best to look like he was having a hard time continuing, stopping frequently. Because of obscured heavenly secret, the two venerables did not know that Fan Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. And because the two venerables knew about the sovereign immortal aperture, they understood the disadvantage of non-conflicting Dao marks. They felt that Fan Yuan would not take the risk to increase the speed of time. As for the amount of immortal essence produced by the immortal aperture origin core, because the sovereign immortal aperture had just gone through a small chaotic disaster, as well as Giant Sun Immortal's blessing and disaster ambush, the two venerables had underestimated the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation. Especially during this period of time, Fan Yuan was refining goo publicly in jewel yellow skies. He was willing to pay immortal goo to purchase all kinds of resource points. He did not conceal his intention of constructing earth veins and water veins. This kind of full-on construction of the immortal aperture was seen by the two venerables. It only confirmed their guess that the sovereign immortal aperture had suffered great losses in Crazed Demon Cave. Fan Yuan tried to guess the two venerables' thoughts. In their opinion, I need to work on the immortal essence production. Refining rank 9 immortal goo is too risky. Accelerating the immortal aperture's time will lead to calamities and tribulations. I will expose my weakness. Thus, I can only develop the immortal aperture madly, to make the immortal aperture origin core deeper and produce even more yellow apricot immortal essence. But if I expose even the slightest flaw, the two venerables might be suspicious. Especially Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she is the number one wisdom path person in history. It will be very difficult to deceive her. Fan Yuan was treading on thin ice. He knew that if he maintained the current situation, it would be a rare victory. He could not expose even the slightest flaw. Once there was a flaw, the two venerables would immediately magnify it. They would quickly probe it with full force. Once the truth was exposed, what would happen? Fan Yuan would definitely be attacked by the two venerables. Fan Yuan did not know how long he could conceal it. After all, he was facing two of the most outstanding goo cultivators in history. Who knew, his secret might be exposed at the next moment. If that happened, Fan Yuan would not find it strange. No longer distracted by refining refinement path Dao marks, Fan Yuan started to unravel the truthful floating ice with all his strength. His intuition told him that he was about to make a huge gain. As expected, a few days later, his heaven path attainment level rose again, reaching quasi-grandmaster level. Even though he did not reach grandmaster level, Fan Yuan had a deep foundation. He felt a strong sense of confidence. If I deduce with all my strength now, I will definitely be able to deduce a heaven path killer move that will allow me to take the primordial domain. Fan Yuan's primordial domain was still inside Jewel Yellow Skies. The goods inside Jewel Yellow Skies could not be used inside Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, Fan Yuan's plan of selling his clone and absorbing the primordial domain had no chance of success from the start. Only when Fan Yuan took out the primordial domain would he be able to absorb it and raise his attainment level. Unraveling the truthful floating ice mainly increases Heaven Path Dao marks, followed by Heaven Path attainment level, and finally the attainment level of the other paths. This final increase in attainment level is not obvious. It seems to be a bonus of the truthful floating ice. It only takes up a small proportion. As long as I rely on the primordial domain, I will be able to raise the attainment levels of the other paths. But is there a need for that now? Fan Yuan thought about it carefully before shaking his head. Deducing a Heaven Path killer move was not a problem for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was wary of the two venerables. Once he took out the primordial domain, his Heaven Path method would be exposed. The two venerables would be wary first. Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. After digesting so much primordial domain, his attainment level would definitely rise sharply. His threat level would increase greatly. Then, the two venerables would be suspicious. How could Fan Yuan have such a Heaven Path method? Fan Yuan did not show it before, but now that he had this Heaven Path method, it meant that he had made a lot of progress in his Heaven Path cultivation. It was easy to link this to the truthful floating ice. After all, Fan Yuan had obtained the most truthful floating ice among the three venerables. If Fan Yuan's progress in Heaven Path came from unraveling the truthful floating ice, then, where did the immortal essence he needed to unravel the truthful floating ice come from? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable had cooperated for a long time to maintain the crazed demon formation. She had also become one with the Tao and created the killer move Workers of Heaven's work. She definitely knew the immortal essence expenditure of unraveling the truthful floating ice. Once she found something amiss, she would inform Giant Sun Immortal. The two venerables would work together to deal with and suppress Fan Yuan. Just like what Fan Yuan had thought of earlier, once a small flaw was exposed, the two venerables would work together to suppress him. The possibility of that was too high. I can deduce the Heaven Path killer move secretly, but I need to postpone collecting the primordial domain. Even though the primordial domain was very useful to Fan Yuan, it was not crucial. It would also attract the attacks of the two venerables. Fan Yuan would lose his current advantage. That would be a huge loss. No, I can postpone deductions of the Heaven Path killer move. After all, once I grasp this method, my luck will rise sharply. Now that I have rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, I have already increased the burden of obscured heavenly secret, causing its consumption to increase. What I need to do now is to refine a second rank 9 Immortal Goo. This thought had been in Fan Yuan's mind for a long time. As for what Immortal Goo to refine, Fan Yuan already had an answer. That was Advanced Refinement Goo. Not Spring Autumn Cicada, Dog Shit Luck, Attitude Goo, or Dream Token Goo, but Advanced Refinement Goo. Once Advanced Refinement Goo became rank 9, it would be of great help to Fan Yuan when he refines other rank 8 Immortal Goo. For example, when Fan Yuan refined Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, if he had rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo, the difficulty would be reduced by at least half. Fan Yuan had two advantages in refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. The first advantage was that Fan Yuan had rank 8 Advanced Refinement Goo. This Advanced Refinement Goo came from Langya sect. It was the core of the long hair refinement path formation, and later became the core of Fan Yuan's 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. The second advantage was that Advanced Refinement Goo was a refinement path immortal goo. Even though some rule path immortal materials would be used in the process, it was far better than Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Refinement path immortal materials were the majority. Fan Yuan was a refinement path venerable. He could be said to be flawless in handling refinement path immortal materials. This way, the success rate would be greatly increased. just as Fang Yuan was secretly refining rank 9 advanced refinement Gu. Western Desert. At the heart of Wind Falcon Desert. Rumble. With a loud sound, sand and dust flew in the air. An immortal Gu house charged out of the ground. It was one of Fang Clan's rank 7 immortal Gu houses, Chicken Dog Co-op. This immortal Gu house was like 2 pavilions built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. The door of the pavilion opened. Dozens of ancient desolate beasts of the chicken and dog species flew out. Chicken Dog Coop burst out with profound light, shaking heaven and earth. An oasis suddenly appeared in the desert that was originally empty. There were pine trees growing in this oasis. The pine trees were tall, each tree was at least 100 feet tall, and there was a large distance between the trees. The pine trees spread their branches freely, their leaves gathered into lumps. The surface was extremely flat, like a lawn in the sky. On the lawn made of pine leaves there were huge bird nests. Long drive wind falcons were resting in the nests. There were many wind falcons, there were ordinary wild beasts, beast kings, desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts of different strength. What a tall pine oasis, as expected of the second most famous resource point in Western Desert among Wan Clan's resource points. Fan Dichang was inside Chicken Dog Coop as he evaluated lightly. This was an important area of Wan Clan. The one guarding this place was Wan Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal expert, Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao did not show himself. He controlled the immortal formation to resist the attacks of the ancient desolate beasts while shouting furiously. Fang Clan, what are you trying to do? As a member of Western Desert's righteous path, you are actually attacking a super force of the same path? Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Dichang sneered. Earlier, Wan Clan gathered Western Desert's super forces to attack my Fang Clan. We will settle this debt with you now. Do you really think my Fang Clan is easy to bully? Chapter 2278. At the center of the formation, Wan Zhao's expression was grim. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Fang Clan's sudden attack caught Wan Zhao off guard. In fact, it was not that Wan Clan was unprepared. Ever since Wan Clan failed to gather Western Desert's righteous path super forces to guard against Fang Clan's revenge, Wan Clan sent more manpower to all the resource points at the periphery and strengthened the defensive immortal formations there. They even paid a high price to ask Xiao Clan to set up a teleportation immortal formation that could reinforce them in time. But to think that Fang Clan actually crossed the periphery and went deep into Wan Clan's territory, brazenly attacking Wan Clan's second largest resource point. Fang Clan had planned this for a long time, but how did they get here? Wan Xiao was full of doubts. Wan Clan was familiar with Fang Clan's 3 immortal Gu houses, Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. None of them could do this. Oh no! Right at this time, Wan Xiao was shocked to find that the formation was shaking. The ground was shaking like a trench was forming. A large number of trees and tall pine oases were falling down. This defensive formation's formation base is buried underground. It is several thousand feet deep. Fang Clan actually found it, and are destroying it. Wan Xiao quickly inspected and found that an immortal Gu house was wreaking havoc underground, continuously destroying the formation base. Immortal formations usually had a formation base. It was like building a pavilion needed a foundation. The formation base was extremely important to an immortal formation. It was the foundation of the foundation. If the formation base was destroyed, the formation would be like a pavilion with its foundation destroyed. It would become very unstable. If there was any wind or rain, it would sway and reveal a huge flaw. It might even collapse and be destroyed. Thus, when Gu Immortals set up immortal formations, they had to hide the formation base well. Some formation bases were hidden underground, some were hidden in the sky, and some were wrapped in the center of the formation. This defensive formation of tall pine oasis had been set up for a long time. It was also limited by the environment. To the Gu Immortals who set up the immortal formation back then, They could only bury the formation base deep underground. This arrangement could take care of all aspects. It could be used for defense and also nurture resources. But now, the formation base has been found and is being attacked. What a sinister and ruthless Fang clan! They actually had an Earth Path Immortal Goo house! Wan Shao gritted his teeth. What made his heart go cold was that Fang clan's attack was as swift as lightning. Clearly, they had made ample preparations. Who came up with this plan? Wasn't Fang Dichan trapped in Divine Emperor City? Could it be that youngster Fan Yun? What should we do? Wan Zhao's face was covered in cold sweat. Previously, he was still confident. The defensive immortal array of the Tall Pine Oasis was very strong. He was confident that he could rely on this formation to hold on until the reinforcements from the Wan clan's headquarters arrived. Fang clan had immortal Goo houses, so did Wan clan. With the reinforcement of Wan clan's immortal Goo houses and the defensive immortal formation, it would not be hard to repel Fang clan. As long as the Fang clan was defeated, it would be the Wan clan's victory. Because Fang family's actions had crossed the bottom line of Western Desert's righteous path. If they returned in defeat, their reputation would definitely be greatly reduced. The Wan clan would take this opportunity to launch a counterattack and hold a public rally. At that time, the reactions of the various superpowers of the Western Desert would definitely be different from before. However, will I be able to hold on until then? Wan Zhao's expression was solemn. The headquarters of the Wan family. What? Fang clan attacked my Tall Pine Oasis! After receiving Wan Zhao's request for reinforcements, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's expression changed drastically. Wan Shao described the details in the letter. The situation was grave and extremely urgent. Tall Pine Oasis was Wan clan's second largest resource point. It was a famous super resource point in Western Desert, and even the 5 regions, it had to be saved and could not be lost. Once it was lost, the losses would be too great. Fang clan is truly vicious. Our Wan clan is at a crucial moment. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder only had rank 7 cultivation and did not have outstanding battle strength, but he had a keen sense of the overall situation. He was deeply aware, once Tall Pine Oasis was lost, not only would the resources inside be completely lost, Wan clan's reputation and prestige would also suffer a huge blow. Previously, Wan clan's rally had failed, and now, if the resource point was destroyed by Fang clan, then in everyone's eyes, Wan clan would be at the bottom of Western Desert's righteous path. They would be the target of ridicule. They would be the symbol of weakness. Once they had such a perception, Wan clan would definitely walk on the path of decline. Because in the current situation, a chaotic battle was about to occur, everyone felt uneasy. If a chaotic battle broke out, everyone would feel that Wan clan could be bullied. To the Wan clan, this was quite terrifying. Thus, after Wan clan's first Supreme Elder received Wan Bao's request for reinforcements, he immediately took action and personally controlled Winding Light Platform to attack. There was only 1 rank 6 Goo Immortal and 1 rank 7 Immortal Goo house guarding the headquarters. On the way, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder sent a message to all the Wan clan Goo Immortals. Wan clan's Goo Immortals were shocked and furious. The border is calm, it is currently very stable. After receiving the Immortals' replies, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's brows were still tightly furrowed. After rapidly thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and sent an order. Wan Haoguang quickly received this order. Zhui Qing, defend here. If Fang clan attacks, retreat immediately if necessary. I am going to Wind Falcon Desert to reinforce Wan Shao. Wan Haoguang was about to leave. He and Wan Shao had a deep relationship. Back then, when Wan clan's 3 immortals fought against Fang Yuan, Wan Shao risked his life to save Wan Haoguang. Right now, Wan Haoguang could do the same. But Wan Zhuiqing grabbed Wan Haoguang's hand. Lord, it is too risky for you to reinforce them now. The information is unclear now, we have not figured out what Fang clan's true plan is. If they are besieging them to attack the reinforcements, wouldn't you be walking into a tiger's den? I have a suggestion. Right now, Fang clan has penetrated deep into our Wan clan's territory. if we purely defend, we will only get beaten up and fall into Fang Clan's trap. We might as well attack and occupy Fang Clan's resource points. We will fight attack with attack. Wan Haoguang's gaze brightened as he sized up Wan Zhuiqing and patted his shoulder. Good lad, you have improved. But do you think First Supreme Elder has not thought of this? Wan Haoguang shook his head. The reason why First Supreme Elder wants us to reinforce them is because he does not have confidence in repelling Fang Clan's army. Fang Clan's First Supreme Elder Fang Gong has rank 8 cultivation and his whereabouts are not obvious. He is likely inside Immortal Gu House Chicken Dog Co-op. According to your plan, even if we attack Fang Clan's resource points, once Tall Pine Oasis is lost, our Wan Clan will also suffer a huge loss. Even if we add up all of Fang Clan's resource points, they cannot compare to our Tall Pine Oasis. Wan Zhuiqing's face was pale. At this moment, he deeply realized the cruelty of reality. Not knowing Fang Clan's true plan, Wan Haoguang risked his life to reinforce them. Because Wan Clan's Tall Pine Oasis could not be lost. Boom! The formation base was destroyed. A huge hole was opened in the immortal formation. Chicken Dog Coop directly charged in. Wan Xiao had a furious expression, but he could only grit his teeth and support the broken formation with all his strength. Wind falcons screeched, their beautiful home was invaded. These wind falcons were stimulated and attacked Chicken Dog Coop, as well as the chickens and dogs that Fang Clan had sent out earlier. At once, they fought fiercely and blood splattered. The cries of chickens, barks of dogs, and the cries of falcons mixed together and resounded in the whole battlefield. An immemorial wind falcon clawed fiercely, breaking a roof of Chicken Dog Co-op. The Fang Clan Gu immortals inside were already prepared. They methodically repaired the roof. Fang Dichan laughed heartily. What a great immemorial desolate beast, come in. At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop burst out with a pillar of light. The light pillar enveloped the immemorial wind falcon and pulled it back. The immemorial wind falcon struggled with all its strength, but its body became smaller and smaller. Its resistance also became weaker and weaker. It was finally devoured by Chicken Dog Co-op. What? This immortal Gu house can actually suppress the immemorial wind falcon? Wan Zhao's heart shook fiercely again. Chicken Dog Coop was an enslavement path immortal Gu house that could only enslave chickens and dogs. To think that it had a new ability now. Enough, enough. Fang Clan, you will pay the price for this one day. I swear, Wan Xiao swear. Wan Xiao watched as the wind falcons were suppressed in large numbers by Chicken Dog Coop. He screamed in his heart. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder appeared in the sky with Wan Clan's Immortal Gu house. Wan Zhao's heart immediately relaxed. Its winding light platform. Fang Dichang muttered to himself when he saw this. This winding light platform was a light path rank 7 Immortal Gu house. It was gray-white in color, and had 8 sides and 8 corners. On the tall mountain, Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder stood straight like a spear, his face filled with anger, as he stared fixedly at Chicken Dog Co-op. Both sides were still several li away when winding light platforms suddenly burst out with 4 pillars of light. The pillars of light actually curved in the air and attacked Chicken Dog Coop agilely. Under Fang Dicheng's control, Chicken Dog Coop activated a defensive killer move to block these 4 pillars of light. In just a short while, winding light platform arrived in front of Chicken Dog Co-op. Bam! With a loud sound, Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder fiercely activated winding light platform, directly crashing into Chicken Dog Co-op. The 2 immortal Gu houses collided. A large number of mortal Gu turned into fragments and flew back. He, Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder, you have such a temper. Fan Dicheng's voice resounded in the battlefield. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder and Wan Zhao's expressions changed. Fan Dichang? Weren't you trapped in Emperor City? No, Divine Emperor City? The corners of Fan Dicheng's mouth twitched, his voice quickly turning gloomy. This is not important. Wan Clan, this time, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Fang Clan. Not any random force can find trouble with my Fang Clan. Shameless boasting. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder shouted angrily. Winding light platform erupted with a killer move again. Dozens of pillars of light swept across, forcing Chicken Dog Coop to retreat. The ancient desolate beasts such as chickens and dogs suffered disastrous casualties under the light pillars. Even the earth path Immortal Goo House deep underground was heavily damaged. The main body of the Immortal Goo House was almost destroyed. Fawn Clan can move underground and enter deep into the heart of the enemy's territory to launch a surprise attack. It is very likely due to this earth path Immortal Goo House. But this Immortal Goo House seems to be very weak, at least in terms of defense. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 2279. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder controlled Winding Light Platform to reinforce Fawn Clan. After a round of fighting with Chicken Dog Coop, he immediately discovered that Fawn Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House was their weakness. After discovering this, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate. He immediately activated Winding Light Platform and shot out beams of light towards the Earth Path Immortal Goo House underground. The Earth Path Immortal Goo House quickly drilled into the ground and dodged agilely. Although its defense was not impressive, its speed was astonishing. It successfully dodged all the beams of light. Some beams of light brushed past it. It was a dangerous situation. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. "I will show you the power of my Wan Clan Immortal Goo House." Saying so, he activated Winding Light Platform, using this Immortal Goo House's proudest method. Immediately, those pure white beams of light that shot into the ground suddenly bent and changed directions, attacking the Earth Path Immortal Goo House again. A large number of beams of light formed a net, trying to trap the Earth Path Immortal Goo House from below. The Earth Path Immortal Goo House had no choice but to frantically move upwards. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it charged out of the ground with a loud sound. "I was waiting for you." Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Destroy this Immortal Goo House. This is the price for attacking my Wan Clan. Don't even think about it." Fang Dichang shouted as he controlled Chicken Dog Coop to crash into Winding Light Platform. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shouted as Winding Light Platform shot out beams of light again. The beams of light curved and circled around Winding Light Platform, forming a strong defense. Chicken Dog Coop crashed into it, but was deflected by the curved beams of light and brushed past Winding Light Platform. Next, Winding Light Platform shot out another beam of yellow light. The yellow light enveloped Fawn Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House, preventing it from moving. Next, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder frantically instilled Immortal Essence. The yellow light gradually twisted like a fried dough twist. Under the distortion of the yellow light, Fawn Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House cracked. A large number of mortal goo were twisted into dregs. This move was Winding Light Platform's strongest method. As long as it lasted for 10 more breaths of time, Fawn Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House would be completely destroyed. Even the goo immortals inside would not be spared. Wan Zhuiqing was flying in the sky. His expression was extremely grave and stern, but his heart seemed to be burning with raging flames. This was the fire of revenge. Wan Zhuiqing's father was Wan Lianghan. The latter was a rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. He had died in battle when he attacked Fang Yuan with Wan Haoguang and Wan Xiao. At that time, Fan Yuan was hiding in the Fang clan, so in Wan Zhuiqing's heart, it was the Fang clan that killed his father. The death of his father was absolutely irreconcilable. From the moment he learned of his father's death, Wan Zhuiqing's life changed dramatically. In the past, he was the second generation of an immortal. With his father's support, he was arrogant and did not think about improving himself. After his father, the tree that sheltered him from the wind and rain, fell, Wan Zhuiqing quickly matured in grief and panic. He understood that the treatment he had received before was mostly due to the respect of his father. He understood how lucky he was in the past, and he also understood that the only hope now was to work hard. Thus, when Wan Clan's appeal failed and they set up defenses at the border, although Wan Zhuiqing only had rank 6 cultivation level, he disregarded the danger and took the initiative to go to the border to guard the resource point. He knew he had to show his value to the clan. If his value was not high, then he had to show his loyalty. He did not have any fortuitous encounters. he could only rely on the clan. But the clan was not his father. Every time Wan Zheqing understood the happiness he felt when his father was alive, his hatred towards Fang clan would deepen. Wan Haoguang wants me to guard the resource point here, but I am a mere rank 6 Gu immortal. Even with the help of the immortal formation, what can I do? Wan Haoguang is the main force that can hold on until reinforcements arrive. If Fang clan's true goal is to attack the resource point at the border and attack en masse, I will not be able to defend it. In that case, I might as well take a risk and directly attack Fang clan's resource point. I will do what Wan Haoguang cannot do. Wan Zheqing decided to take a risk. If he defended the resource point and Fang clan attacked en masse, he would only be able to hold on for a short while before he would have to retreat through the teleportation immortal formation. If he returned to the clan with such results and lost the clan's resource point, it would be a small offense. But if he attacked Fang clan's resource point and obtained something, it would be a huge merit. Especially when Tall Pine Oasis was attacked, the casualties would definitely not be small. In this situation, as long as Wan Zheqing had any merit, it would be like sending charcoal in a snowstorm to Wan clan. At that time, 1 merit point will be divided into 10. The clan will also look at me in a new light. With the clan's rewards and nurturing, I will be able to grow rapidly. Otherwise, with my current speed, it would be impossible to take revenge for my father. After Wan Lianghan died, his Gu worms were not left to Wan Zheqing. It was not easy for Wan Zheqing to cultivate, he could only fight for opportunities for himself. I have arrived, it is here. Fang clan's resource point is the closest to the border. Wan Zheqing slowed down and concealed his aura as he quietly approached. Fang clan, I will settle the debt of killing my father with you now. But a moment later, Wan Zheqing was dumbfounded. He looked at the desolate desert, standing on the spot in a daze. Isn't this where the flying sand cave is? Wait, there are clear traces of demolition here. Fang clan took away this resource point? Wan Zheqing did not understand. Was there a need to do this? Just to prevent a small retaliation from Wan clan, they moved the resource point away? After all, this was not a small loss. The resources produced by a demolished resource point would definitely decrease. Because the resource point was not only dependent on itself, it also had to be integrated with the surrounding environment. A demolished resource point was like a tree being moved away, its roots would be separated from the soil and nutrients. Even if it was planted in a better place, it would need some time to adapt. And how many places were there that were suitable for a resource point? Even if it was a place with denser earth path down marks, if the down marks were distributed differently, it could be the culprit behind the destruction of the resource point. Superforces rarely demolished resource points. To their enemies, demolishing a resource point was like losing a frontline fortress. It would reduce the enemy's obstruction and allow them to attack deeper. This was a good thing. No, this is not good. Originally, superforces would not easily demolish resource points, but it is different now. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has been frantically developing his sovereign immortal aperture. Most of the Gu refinement bids in Jewel Yellow Skies are for Earth Path resource points. Fang clan is likely to have secretly transacted with Fang Yuan, using these resource points as bargaining chips. How many immortal Gu did they exchange for? A sudden thought appeared in Wan Zheqing's mind, causing his face to instantly turn deathly pale. Fang clan's strength rose sharply because of their secret transaction with Fang Yuan. Our information on Fang clan is greatly lacking, not good, Tall Pine Oasis is in danger. Realizing this, Wan Zheqing did not hesitate. He immediately sent a message to Wan clan's first Supreme Elder through Jewel Yellow Skies. But at this moment, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder was controlling Winding Light Platform to deal a fatal blow to Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Gu House. How could he have the time to look at Wan Zheqing's information? Break for me! Wan clan's first Supreme Elder shouted furiously. Wishful thinking. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared above Wan clan's first Supreme Elder. Rank 8 aura surged. It was Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, Rank 8 Fang Gong. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder did not even look at Fang Gong. His gaze was fixed on the Earth Path Immortal Gu House. He wanted to destroy this Immortal Gu House first and make Fang Clan suffer heavy losses. As for his safety, with Winding Light Platform's protection, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was confident. However, all of this was within Fang Clan's plan. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaker. Fang Gong fiercely used the killer move, his palms slamming down fiercely. Light rippled around Winding Light Platform, blocking Fang Gong's attacks. Bam bam bam, Fang Gong slammed endlessly, palm shadows flew everywhere, his attacks were like a storm, all hitting Winding Light Platform. Rank 7 Winding Light Platform had Rank 8 battle strength, it could easily block Fang Gong's attacks. But Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that each of Fang Gong's attacks contained a strange power. Although they could not break Winding Light Platform's defensive methods, they could penetrate inside and cause heavy losses to Winding Light Platform's goo worms. Almost instantly, Winding Light Platform was destroyed. The yellow light pillar that had been controlling Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal Gu House also lost its source and completely collapsed. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder saw this and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Clan, you are going too far! At the next moment, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder activated Winding Light Platform, wanting to retreat. He completely understood that Fang Clan had specially targeted him, or more accurately, they were targeting Wan Clan's Immortal Gu House. Compared to Tall Pine Oasis, Winding Light Platform was Fang Clan's true target. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder desperately retreated, wanting to leave the battlefield. But when Fang Clan saw their true target, how could they let it go so easily? Under normal circumstances, other Gu Immortals might not be able to resist the rampage of an Immortal Gu House, they could only retreat, but Fang Gong was an exception. Fang Gong fiercely restrained Winding Light Platform, while Chicken Dog Coop also attacked. Winding Light Platform lasted for a while before collapsing. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was extremely furious as he attacked Fang Gong. Fang Gong's expression was indifferent. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, remember this moment. Our Fang Clan is not to be trifled with. This Winding Light Platform is the price you have to pay for recklessly attacking us. Fang Gong lightly punched towards Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, maintaining a strong momentum. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder only had rank 7 cultivation level. Fang Gong simply did not care about him. But at the next moment, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly froze, his killer move's activation failed and he was hit by Fang Gong's punch, turning into meat paste on the spot, losing his life. Everyone was stunned, including Fang Gong and Fang Dichang. First Supreme Elder! Wan Xiao cried out miserably. He rode on his Wind Falcon and took the chance to escape Tall Pine Oasis. His action startled the Fang Clan Immortals. What do we do now? Fang Gong transmitted to Fang Dichang with an awkward expression. Fang Dichang's expression was grim. How could Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder be killed? This was not in line with the previous plan. Fang Clan's true target was Wan Clan's Immortal Gu House. Wan Clan had 2 Immortal Gu Houses, both rank 7 and able to resist rank 8. This was Wan Clan's foundation as a superforce. Its importance was far greater than Tall Pine Oasis. Destroying Winding Light Platform would be Fang Clan's greatest victory. Fang Clan's reputation would rise greatly. No other superforce would dare to ally with others to deal with Fang Clan. In contrast, Wan Clan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu Houses. After losing one, they could only hide in their territory and not cause any trouble. But it was different now. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's death was a huge problem. Wan Clan would definitely take revenge and gather Western Desert's Righteous Path forces in the name of revenge. They would definitely form a punitive expedition against Fang Clan. Because Fang Clan had gone too far. Not only did they fight without a declaration, they even killed their first Supreme Elder. This was like a neighbor suddenly barging into the house one day and killing the male owner. Such a Fang Clan was completely the work of the demonic path. Righteous Path superforces would definitely panic, afraid that they would be the next Wan Clan. Thus, Western Desert superforces would definitely ally. I had already held back with that punch, but Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was agitated at that time and seemed to have triggered the backlash of the killer move. He actually lost his life due to a freak combination of factors. Fang Gong sighed. Although they won, Fang Gong was not happy. The Fang Clan Gu immortals present had heavy hearts, because everyone knew that this matter had blown up. Except for one person. Tang Fangming was hiding deep underground in the desert, feeling excited and afraid. Amazing! This Dream Path killer move is really amazing. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder died because of it, but Fang Clan is still in the dark. I have finally completed Lord Fang Yuan's mission. Chapter 2280. In Fang Dichang's mind, a vast number of thoughts rose and collapsed like a tall building. After thousands of collapses, Fang Dichang was drenched in sweat, and his face was flushed red. Clearly, his wisdom path deductions had reached their limits. Oh no, this is terrible! Fang Dichang muttered with an unsightly expression. The results of his deductions already showed him Fang Clan's miserable future. Earlier, Wan Clan's summons failed and Fang Clan escaped. It was mainly because of the unclear relationship between Fang Clan and Fang Yuan. Adding on the disappearance of the 5 regional walls and the merging of the 2 heavens, Gu immortals were all vigilant and worried. However, Fang Dichang was very clear what the so-called Great Love Immortal Venerable's true appearance was. If something happened to Fang Clan and they were attacked by Western Desert superforces, Fang Yuan would absolutely not help them. Fang Yuan only cared about practical benefits. Unless Fang Clan offered a high price that moved Fang Yuan would absolutely not help Fang Clan. Like this time, Fang Clan had the intention to attack Wan Clan and secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. Fang Clan paid a lot of resource points to exchange for many immortal Gu, to advance the core immortal Gu of roof tile breaking killer move, and to barely construct that earth path immortal Gu house. Once Fang Yuan did not help, the true relationship between Fang Clan and Fang Yuan would be exposed, and Fang Clan would face a calamity. Could Fang Clan pay a high enough price for Fang Yuan to help them? Fang Dichang had no confidence in this. What worried him the most was that Fang Clan could pay a high price for Fang Yuan's help. If other superforces followed suit, how could Fang Clan be their match? No matter what Fang Clan chooses, Fang Yuan will be the biggest winner. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth inwardly. He was filled with hatred. Fang Yuan destroyed his body and captured his soul. Fang Dichang naturally could not forget this hatred. What should we do? This Wan Clan first Supreme Elder is truly a disgrace to Wan Clan. He is actually so weak. Perhaps we can revive him? Fang Gong furrowed his brows and made a suggestion. Fang Dichang shook his head slowly. He had already thought of this idea in his mind, but it was not feasible. Not to mention that Fang Clan did not have a method to revive Gu immortals. To revive Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, they would need to seek help from others. Even if he succeeded in resurrecting the Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, would the hatred this time disappear? Just like Fang Dichang himself, he was killed by Fang Yuan once, and his soul became a captive before being released by Fang Yuan. Could the hatred between him and Fang Yuan be eliminated just like that? How could this be? On the contrary, this hatred grew even stronger. It could be said that the hatred between Fang Clan and Wan Clan was very hard to wash away. Wan Clan would definitely take revenge. In this situation, Fang Clan reviving Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was reviving their enemy, and then letting him find trouble with them. That was stupid. Of course, Gu immortals had countless methods, they were uncountable. It was not that there was no way to resolve the hatred. For example, the well-known spring and autumn cicada. As long as one succeeded in rebirth, everything could be restarted. There were also wisdom path methods that changed the emotions of Wan Clan's immortals. But for these methods to be effective against Wan Clan's immortals, they had to be of extremely high rank. Fang Clan could not grasp them. Huff! Fang Dichang let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes flickered with a sharp light as he said solemnly, "Right now, we can only continue down this path. We will attack Wan Clan's headquarters. We must deal a heavy blow to Wan Clan." Fang Gong squinted. The other Fang Clan Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. This matter had already escalated. Fang Clan was definitely in deep trouble. In that case, there was no need to be hesitant. They might as well go all out and weaken Wan Clan with all their strength. All right. Fang Gong was decisive and immediately made his decision. Fang Clan immediately stored Chicken Dog Coop and moved the Earth Path Immortal Gu House, charging towards Wan Clan's headquarters from underground. However, when they entered Wan Clan's headquarters, they found that there was no one inside. Wan Clan's Gu immortals had retreated in advance. Wan Clan's only remaining immortal Gu house, Myriad Age building, along with many resources in the headquarters and Wan Clan's treasury, had completely vanished. Fang Clan's immortals had ashen expressions. This was the most disadvantageous situation for Fang Clan. After a moment of silence, Fang Dichang suggested, "First Supreme Elder, for now, I would like you and Chicken Dog Coop to sweep through Wan Clan's resource points. Meanwhile, I will lead the group back to the headquarters and prepare for battle." Fang Gong nodded slowly. "That is the only way." Fang Dichang's expression was extremely solemn. "If Fang Clan wants to get through this crisis, we need to hold on to Fang Yuan's thigh tightly. First Supreme Elder, the more resource points you can seize, the more immortal Gu our Fang Clan can obtain from Fang Yuan. That is how much hope we have." "I understand." Fang Gong selected the two and entered Chicken Dog Coop, quickly vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Fang Dichang led the rest of the Fang Clan immortals and moved the Earth Path Immortal Gu house back to Fang Clan's headquarters. A storm was brewing, lightning was descending. Fang Clan was extremely nervous. They were like fierce tigers that sensed the threat of life and death. Their hair stood on end and their eyes were wide open as they fought with all their strength against the backlash of the beasts. Eastern Sea. The sea breeze blew gently, seagulls chirped softly. Fang Yuan leisurely controlled the Gu refinement. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the refinement of rank 9 advanced refinement Gu had already reached the latter stages. It was too easy. This was Fang Yuan's biggest feeling. Even though this was the refinement of a rank 9 immortal Gu. It was completely different from the previous time. This time, Fang Yuan did not have the external pressure of Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He did not need to guard the Heavenly Spirit. There was another crucial point. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a Wood Path Immortal Gu, while Advanced Refinement Gu was a Refinement Path Immortal Gu. The latter was what Fang Yuan was most proficient in. Processing refinement path immortal materials was much easier than processing wood path immortal materials. Fang Yuan was even refining rank 9 immortal Gu while dealing with other matters. The Fang clan quickly sent a letter with a list of items. There were more than 10 resource points on the list. There was no lack of large resource points. There was even a super resource point. These last few days, Fang Gong displayed the strength of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Fang Dichang controlled the situation and sent Inquiry Doc out. Fang Clan swept through Wan Clan's territories and occupied many resource points. It seems that Fang Clan's gains are not small. Everyone has potential after all. If they don't force themselves, how can they erupt? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. After Fang Clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they secretly proposed transactions. Seeing the immortal Gu that Fang Clan wanted to trade, Fang Yuan deduced their intentions. Putting himself in their shoes, it was reasonable for Fang Clan to take revenge on Wan Clan in order to protect themselves. After all, in Western Desert, Tang Clan was intentionally hidden by Fang Yuan. Among the entire Western Desert super forces, only Fang Clan had a close relationship with Fang Yuan. This was too special. When Wan Clan summoned Western Desert's righteous path to attack Fang Clan, it had already deeply provoked Fang Clan. After Wan Clan's summon failed, Fang Clan let out a sigh of relief and decided to attack Wan Clan. This was a wise move of using offense as defense. Fang Yuan saw this and had a plan. On one hand, he added fuel to the fire and helped Fang Clan achieve their goal, causing their strength to rise sharply. On the other hand, Fang Yuan ordered Tang Clan to teach Tang Fang Ming a Dream Path killer move and rent a Dream Path Immortal Gu. Right now, Fang Clan was schemed against by Fang Yuan and became the source of Western Desert's chaos. In order to protect themselves, they had to cooperate more closely with Fang Yuan and seize more resource points for Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Tang Clan plotted against Fang Clan. This was equivalent to Fang Yuan obtaining a huge leverage over them. Fang Yuan's influence on Tang Clan also deepened. In Fang Clan's letter, not only did they request for more immortal goo, they also requested Fang Yuan to personally go to Western Desert when necessary and display the invincible might of great love immortal venerable. For this, Fang Clan was willing to pay everything. You want me to take action? Fang Yuan sneered. How could this be? Right now, the three venerables were in a stalemate. Every second mattered. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to personally take action for Fang Clan. He was using Fang Clan as a pawn. And pawns were pawns, they had to be sacrificed when necessary. Unless the pawn's value was extremely high and irreplaceable, he would not personally protect it. Was there anyone among Fang Yuan's subordinates that was irreplaceable? No. When Fang Yuan was ruthless, he could even discard his own clone without hesitation. Why would he take action for Fang Clan? Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just started to refine Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks when important information arrived. There is a change in Western Desert. Fang Clan is invading Wan Clan? Starlight flickered in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. Fang Clan is so aggressive, there must be something fishy. Is it Fang Yuan who is secretly adding fuel to the fire? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly thought of this. After all, Fang Clan had publicly joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The entire 5 regions knew about it. This time, Fang Clan's strength has risen sharply. It is clearly because of Fang Yuan's support. Wan Clan was caught off guard. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder died in battle. This shows that Fang Yuan is intentionally stirring up a storm in Western Desert. Fang Clan is actually willing to follow Fang Yuan's orders, risking the entire clan's survival. It seems that Fang Yuan's influence on Fang Clan is deeper than I thought. Not good. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. She soon realized Fang Yuan's true motive. Fang Yuan does not care about Fang Clan, even though he needs resource points to develop the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. His main goal is to set an example for Fang Clan, to influence the entire 5 regions and 2 heavens Gu Immortal World. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable. It was easy for him to refine Immortal Gu. With Shifeng's investment, any superpower's strength would skyrocket in secret. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon in hand, one's killing intent would rise. Fang Yuan's simple transaction broke the balance of forces that had been formed for a long time in the 5 regions Gu Immortal World. Right now, Western Desert superforces had already realized the benefits of transacting with Fang Yuan. On one side, Fang Yuan was publicly trading Immortal Gu in jewel yellow skies. Only superforces would be able to afford the price. On the other side, he had opened the door of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. He allowed any superforce to join. Moreover, once they joined, they could transact in secret and even obtain a lot of benefits. Because Fang Clan joined the alliance, they were able to transact in secret, and their strength rose sharply. Now Wan Clan's Gu Immortals did not dare to show their faces. Wan Clan's resource points, big or small, were at Fang Clan's disposal. This was too bad. Fang Clan's profits were tempting, while Wan Clan's miserable state made everyone feel insecure. In this situation, what could superforces do? Joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was the easiest choice. Literature Hall. Chapter 2281. All along, Fang Yuan's external policies had been very flexible. For example, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Contribution Board, Mission Board, and Exchange Board had different contents. Similarly, when Eastern Sea Gu Immortals joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they would be restricted by the Alliance rules. But for the other 4 regions outside of Eastern Sea, the Alliance rules for joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance were very loose. There were almost no restrictions. From this point alone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had experienced Fang Yuan's craftiness. She had a clear understanding of Western Desert's situation. We need to suppress Fawn Clan. We cannot let them rise. If necessary, we need to exterminate them. Otherwise, if other super forces follow suit, Fan Yuan's influence in the 5 regions will be greatly boosted. Fan Yuan relied on immortal goo trading and other methods to easily manipulate the situation of the 5 regions' goo immortal world. As the saying went, humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. If things developed like this and became common knowledge, Fan Yuan's influence would spread throughout the 5 regions in the future. Even if there were no 5 regions, there would be 3 regions. By then, with just a thought from Fan Yuan, he could influence southern border, western desert, and eastern sea to attack central continent. Of course, no matter how many goo immortals the 3 regions had, they could not do anything to star constellation immortal Venerable. Venerables were invincible, especially Venerables who were starting to display the might of Tao Lords. But Venerables were threats to each other. If Fan Yuan's influence could make the 3 regions goo immortals become cannon fodder, star constellation immortal Venerable would have to personally defend central continent. This way, the situation of the 3 Venerables would change. Star constellation immortal Venerable would be burdened by these cannon fodder, while Fan Yuan would take the chance to surpass them. Star constellation immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path goo immortal in history. The moment Fan Yuan used this vicious plan, she saw through it immediately. Right now, the 3 Venerables are fighting to refine natural Tao marks. Fan Yuan is lagging behind the most, so he is using this plan to shorten the gap. How can it go as you wish? Star constellation immortal Venerable made her decision. Zhou Xiong Xian, Wan Zihong, go to Western Desert. Western Desert. Sun Family's headquarters. Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder was meeting Wan Haoguang and Wan Xiao, 2 Wan Clan goo immortals. Fawn Clan attacked my Wan Clan without any prior notice, and now they are crazily occupying the major resource points of my Wan Clan. They are already frenzied and vicious. This kind of behavior was completely demonic. The entire Fawn Clan had already fallen into the demonic path. The entire Fawn Clan was the biggest demonic nest in Western Desert. Your clan is one of the pillars of the Western Desert righteous path. How can you sit and watch in such a situation? Wan Haoguang said righteously. Sun Family's first Supreme Elder nodded and said, Wan Haoguang is right. My Sun Family will do our best to protect the righteous path of heaven and earth. It's just that the Sun Family is in a difficult situation now. The Sun Clan's first Grand Elder spoke of the Sun Clan's predicament, but at the end, he patted his chest and said that as long as the Wan Clan successfully contacted the other superpowers, the Sun Clan would definitely join in and do their best for the common people of the Western Desert. This old fox! Wan Haoguang was extremely furious after leaving the Sun Clan's headquarters. Wan Xiao laughed bitterly. Among the Western Desert superpowers, the Sun Family is the most cowardly. It is not strange for Sun Family's first Supreme Elder to say this. His expression is already the greatest sincerity he could muster. Next, which one should we go to persuade? Just as he said this, 2 figures flew over from the horizon. Their rank 8 auras were not concealed at all. Who is it? They are goo immortals of Celestial Court. Wan Xiao and Wan Haoguang had vigilant expressions. They were not afraid. After all, Myriad Age Building was with them. The 2 immortals of Celestial Court were Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong. Friends from Wan Clan, please wait a moment. We are here to help Wan Clan. Zhou Xiong Xian greeted them from afar. Wan Xiao and Wan Haoguang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Immediately, the 2 stopped in the air, concealing their joy and showing vigilance. The 2 immortals of Celestial Court stopped when they were 1,000 steps away, expressing that they had no ill intentions. Wan Zihong did not speak. Zhou Xiong Xian explained his intentions. Fawn Clan joined the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, receiving the support of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. They are trying to overthrow Western Desert's righteous path and turn the whole of Western Desert into a demonic den. Although Celestial Court is the leader of Central Continent, it cannot bear to watch such a situation, thus it sent us to help you. to kill the demonic wind and restore peace to the 5 regions. Wan Haoguang asked, "How will Celestial Court help? If necessary, will Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally take action?" These 2 questions were very crucial. Celestial Court's help was not a good thing for Wan Clan. If it was not handled well, Wan Clan's situation would worsen. They might even be consigned to eternal damnation. Why? Because Celestial Court was a central continent force, while this was Western Desert. Although the 5 regional walls had dissipated, in the hearts of Gu immortals, how could the 5 regional walls that had existed since the beginning of the world collapse so easily? If Celestial Court's Gu immortals personally intervened in Wan Clan's battle, then Wan Clan would be publicly recognized as a subordinate of Celestial Court, the bridgehead of Central Continent's forces in Western Desert. In this situation, Western Desert's superforces would be extremely vigilant. They would all retreat. Wan Clan would lose the legitimate reason to summon Western Desert superforces. They would become a target that everyone would be on guard against. This way, the civil war between Western Desert's forces would turn into a situation where Fan Yuan and Fan Clan faced off against Celestial Court and Wan Clan. Zhou Xiong Xian smiled. "Don't worry, we Celestial Court's Gu immortals will not personally intervene in this battle against Fan Clan." Wan Haoguang and Wan Shao immediately let out sighs of relief. Celestial Court's Gu immortals could not directly intervene. Next, Zhou Xiong Xian continued. "The conflict between Wan Clan and Fan Clan is Western Desert's internal affair. The reason why Celestial Court is supporting Wan Clan is to deal with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Guyue and Fan Yuan. Once Fan Yuan personally takes action, or sends his subordinates, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not just stand by and watch. At the same time, Celestial Court's immortals will also take action to protect the world's justice and peace." Wan Haoguang and Wan Shao could no longer hold back their joy. All along, what they were most wary of was the relationship between Fan Clan and Fan Yuan. Once Fan Yuan took action, which Western Desert superforce could resist him? None of them could withstand it. Celestial Court's guarantee immediately removed Wan Clan's greatest worry. Wan Clan would then summon Western Desert's forces, and after these forces learn of this situation, they would definitely take action and help Wan Clan. Wan Shao asked. "Fan Clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance after all. They used their resource points to exchange for a large number of Immortal Gu, and even formed a brand new Immortal Gu house. Now, they are crazily demolishing our clan's resource points. Their intentions are clear. In this situation, can Celestial Court sell some Immortal Gu to our Wan Clan?" Wan Haoguang's eyes were also shining as he looked at Celestial Court's 2 immortals. Zhou Xiong Xian sneered in his heart. "Wishful thinking. Immortal Gu are unique, Celestial Court's Immortal Gu are barely enough, why would they sell them?" At the same time, a smile appeared on his face. "Immortal Gu cannot be sold, but they can be rented. On the other hand, Immortal Killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes can also be considered for transactions." Zhou Xiong Xian's following quotation immediately made Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang's expressions turn unsightly. Celestial Court's asking price was very high. Wan Clan would have to bleed a lot to get anything. "There is a price for upholding justice, friends." Zhou Xiong Xian suddenly lowered his voice. "In fact, Celestial Court still has an important sponsorship for Wan Clan. It will definitely satisfy your clan." "Oh? We would like to hear the details." Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan was currently communicating with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. "Bai Zhu, you clearly cultivate enslavement path. Why are you exchanging Immortal Gu with me for blood path?" Fan Yuan smiled as he asked despite knowing the answer. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was far away in northern plains, smiling bitterly. He muttered in his heart, "Do you think I am willing?" But there was no other way. Giant Sun Immortal had personally summoned Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu for the Blood Path Immortal Gu transaction, asking him to be the middleman and communicate on his behalf. How could Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu refuse? He was only a tiny rank 8 Gu Immortal, and his clan was established in northern plains. He could only agree to Giant Sun Immortal's order. As the saying goes, one had to lower one's head when under someone else's roof. Heavenly Lord Baizu naturally had resentment towards Giant Sun Immortal, but at the same time, he also had resentment towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's declaration of great love had shocked the world. Fan Yuan announced that he was in contact with Gu immortals and forces of the 5 regions. Among them was the transaction with Heavenly Lord Baizu. It was fake. Heavenly Lord Baizu was so scared that his skewers were burnt. Fan Yuan wanted to use this to sow discord and probe Giant Sun Immortal's reaction. Giant Sun Immortal's philosophy was to rule the world. Heavenly Lord Baizu was not his bloodline descendant. Baizu tribe had always been suppressed and ostracized by the Huangjin tribes. This was Fan Yuan's plan to sow discord. Who knew, the Huangjin tribes might join forces to kill Baizu tribe and cut off one of their own. Of course, this possibility was very small. The world did not lack smart people. But the cost of Fan Yuan's plan was too low. He only needed to say a few words. Moreover, how would he know if he did not try? Thus, Heavenly Lord Baizu did not have a good time during this period of time. He was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he was trembling in fear all day, afraid that Giant Sun Immortal would find trouble with him. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal found trouble with him and gave him a mission. Giant Sun Immortal's attitude was clear. Aren't you, Heavenly Lord Baizu, close to Fan Yuan? Then be my contact and exchange blood path Immortal Gu. Use your actions and results to prove your loyalty to me, Giant Sun Immortal, to Longevity Heaven, and to the whole of Northern Plains' righteous path. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt very wronged. When had he ever had a close transaction with Fan Yuan? It was clearly Chu Du and Fan Yuan who had something going on. What did this have to do with me, Heavenly Lord Baizu? I had even fought with Fan Yuan before. He wanted to prove his innocence, but Giant Sun Immortal did not mention this at all. He wanted him to take this mission. In fact, from Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, there were very few people who could do this. Longevity Heaven and Huangjin tribes Gu Immortals were excluded, because these people represented Giant Sun Immortal. But Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chu Du were different. Lord Fan Yuan, you are great love immortal venerable, why are you toying with a minor character like me? Heavenly Lord Baizu lowered his stance. How can someone as wise as you not know my situation? Fan Yuan laughed heartily. What blood path immortal Gu do you want? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.